Chapter 1: A Silent Prodigy. The sun rose over the hidden leaf village, its golden rays spilling into the small apartment that Naruto Uzumaki called home. He woke up to the sound of his alarm clock ringing obnoxiously, the persistent beeping cutting through the peaceful morning. With a groan, he pushed the covers off and sat up, rubbing the sleep from his eyes. Today was another day at the academy, another chance to prove himself. As he got ready, he glanced in the cracked mirror on his wall. The reflection staring back at him was the same as always. Spiky blonde hair, blue eyes, and a determination that burned beneath the surface. Despite the whispers he had overheard about him being the Nine-Tails brat, he didn't let it deter him. He was determined to become the strongest ninja and earn respect, not just fear. After a quick breakfast of instant ramen, his favorite, he stepped outside into the bustling streets of Kenoha. The village was alive with activity. Children laughed as they chased one another, and vendors called out, selling their goods. Naruto watched from the sidelines, a quiet observer in a world that seemed vibrant and full of life. He longed to be part of it, to belong. As he walked to the academy, he could feel the stares of the villagers on him, some filled with disdain, others with pity. He ignored them, focusing instead on the path ahead. Today was an important day. He had a plan. The academy building loomed in front of him, its familiar structure filled with the sounds of excited chatter. He entered the classroom, taking a seat in the back, as he always did. His classmates filled the room, each one animatedly discussing their plans for training or boasting about their latest jutsu. Naruto often found himself lost in their conversations, but today he felt a surge of determination rising within him. Irika Umino, their instructor, entered the room, and the noise gradually faded as everyone settled down. "All right, class. Today, we'll be learning about chakra control," he announced, his voice filled with enthusiasm. Naruto leaned forward, his attention fully captured. "Chakra is the energy that ninjas use to perform jutsu," Irika explained. "Today, we'll practice the tree climbing exercise, which will help you learn to focus your chakra into your feet." As Irika demonstrated the technique, Naruto felt a sense of excitement bubbling inside him. This was it. This was his chance to shine. He watched intently, absorbing every detail. He could feel the energy of the classroom shift as his classmates began to chatter eagerly about their own experiences with chakra control. When it was time to practice, Naruto stood up and moved toward the trees just outside the academy. He felt a rush of adrenaline as he approached a sturdy trunk, excitement coursing through him. He had practiced this before, but he could never quite grasp the technique on his own. With determination, he placed his hands against the rough bark, closing his eyes to concentrate. "Okay, I can do this," he whispered to himself, feeling his chakra flow through him like a river. He could visualize the energy, a vibrant glow coursing through his body, waiting to be unleashed. But as he attempted to climb, he felt his chakra falter. He pressed his feet against the trunk, focusing intently, but instead of scaling the tree, he ended up slipping back down to the ground. Frustration boiled within him. "Why can't I get this?" he muttered, the disappointment stinging. Suddenly, he heard a familiar voice. "Need a hand, Naruto?" Kakashi Hatake strolled over, his trademark laid-back demeanor evident even as he observed Naruto's struggle. Naruto looked up, feeling a mix of embarrassment and relief. "I'm trying to climb the tree," he admitted, rubbing the back of his head sheepishly. "But I can't seem to get it right." Kakashi chuckled softly, crouching down beside him. "It's all about chakra control. Let me show you a few techniques that might help." With that, Kakashi demonstrated the hand seals and explained the importance of focusing energy into the feet. "You have to visualize your chakra like a river, flowing steadily. If you force it, you'll lose control," he advised. Naruto nodded, absorbing every word. "Okay, I'll try again." He took a deep breath, clearing his mind. As he positioned himself back at the tree, he thought about Kakashi's words. He focused on feeling the chakra within him, picturing it flowing smoothly. With renewed determination, he pressed his feet against the trunk again, and this time he felt a glimmer of success. Slowly, he began to rise, inching up the bark as he channeled his chakra. For a moment, Everything felt right. The tree bark scratched against his feet, but he ignored it, focusing solely on the technique. He climbed higher, the exhilaration of accomplishment surging through him. But just as he reached a height that felt promising, he lost concentration. His chakra flickered, and he plummeted to the ground, landing in a heap of leaves and dirt. Ugh, he groaned, looking up to see Kakashi watching with an amused smile. You were doing well until the end there, Kakashi said, offering a hand to help him up. It takes time, Naruto. Keep practicing, and don't hesitate to ask for help. You have potential, you just need to learn to harness it. Naruto brushed himself off, determination igniting once more. I won't give up. I'll master this technique. I swear, he declared, his voice filled with resolve. Kakashi nodded approvingly. That's the spirit. Remember, being a ninja isn't just about strength. It's also about perseverance. You have what it takes. As the day continued, Naruto found himself immersed in the lessons, trying harder to focus and channel his energy. Each failure felt less like a setback and more like a stepping stone, a lesson learned on the path to becoming a true ninja. An evening of reflection. That evening, after class, Naruto returned to his apartment, exhausted but energized by the day's training. The sun was setting, painting the sky with hues of orange and pink. He sat at his small table, the remnants of his ramen from breakfast still lingering in his mind. But instead of indulging in another meal, he felt the urge to train. He changed into his training gear and headed out, making his way back to the hidden training ground he had discovered weeks ago. The moment he arrived, he felt a sense of calm wash over him. The secluded area, away from the judgmental eyes of the villagers, became a sanctuary where he could explore his abilities without fear of failure. He stood before a tall tree, the bark rough and inviting. Taking a deep breath, he closed his eyes, recalling Kakashi's words about visualization. He focused on the chakra swirling inside him, imagining it like a bright stream flowing effortlessly. I can do this, he whispered, feeling a wave of confidence. He placed his hands on the tree and began to channel his chakra. Tree climbing jutsu, he shouted. But as he tried to climb, the familiar sensation of slipping returned, and he felt frustration welling up again. No, 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 he muttered, shaking his head. Focus. He closed his eyes tighter, pushing away the doubts creeping in. Suddenly, he heard a rustle behind him. Startled, he turned to see Kakashi watching from the edge of the clearing, arms crossed, an amused smile on his face. Nice to see you're practicing, Kakashi said, his tone casual. Mind if I join you? Naruto's heart raced with excitement. You're here to help? I need it. All right, let's try something different, Kakashi said, stepping closer. This time, I want you to concentrate not just on your chakra but also on your breathing. It's important to keep your mind clear. Naruto nodded, eager to follow Kakashi's guidance. He took a deep breath, inhaling slowly as he felt the tension in his body begin to ease. With Kakashi's presence calming him, he approached the tree once more. Ready when you are, Kakashi encouraged. As he placed his hands against the bark, he imagined the chakra flowing steadily, like a gentle river. He focused on his breathing, inhaling and exhaling slowly, letting go of everything else. Tree climbing jutsu, he shouted, channeling his energy. This time, as he pressed his feet against the tree, he felt the familiar sensation of chakra anchoring him. He began to climb slowly but steadily. His heart raced with exhilaration as he ascended higher and higher, determination coursing through him. Kakashi watched, a proud smile on his face. That's it. You're getting it. Naruto climbed until he reached a comfortable height, feeling the rush of victory surging through him. I did it. I actually did it, he exclaimed, his voice echoing through the clearing. But as he celebrated his small victory, his chakra flickered, and he suddenly lost his grip, tumbling backward and landing on the ground with a thud. Ugh! Again! He groaned, looking up at Kakashi with a mix of frustration and embarrassment. Kakashi chuckled, extending a hand to help him up once more. You were doing great until the very end. Just remember, every great ninja has faced failures. The important thing is to learn from them and keep pushing forward. Naruto nodded, feeling the fire of determination reignite within him. I won't give up. I'll keep practicing until I master this. Kakashi smiled, patting him on the shoulder. That's the spirit. Remember, Naruto, being a ninja is not just about strength. It's about heart and resilience. You're on the right path. With that encouragement, Naruto spent the next few hours practicing, channeling his chakra and climbing the tree again and again. Though he fell repeatedly, each attempt brought him closer to success. With Kakashi's support, he felt less like an outcast and more like a ninja in training. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting shadows across the training ground, Naruto knew he was making progress. He might be silent, but with each passing day, he was slowly carving out his place in the world, one small victory at a time. Reflections and dreams. After another exhausting training session, Naruto made his way back home, his muscles sore but his spirit soaring. He climbed the stairs to his apartment, feeling a sense of accomplishment swell within him. Each challenge he faced only fueled his desire to prove himself. As he sat at the small table, he glanced at the picture he had taped to the wall, a drawing of the Hokage monument, where the faces of the previous Hokage gazed down upon him. One day, I'll be up there too, he promised himself, determination etched in his heart. As he prepared to sleep, he couldn't shake the excitement bubbling within him. Tomorrow would bring new challenges, new opportunities to learn, and he would be ready. He would embrace the struggles, the failures, and the victories that lay ahead. Naruto fell asleep with a smile on his face, dreaming of the day he would stand tall as a true ninja, recognized for his skills and heart. The journey ahead was long, but he was prepared to face it head-on, step by silent step. Chapter 2. Shadows of the Past. The sun rose over Kenoha, casting golden rays across the rooftops and filling Naruto's small apartment with warmth. Today felt different. There was an electric buzz of anticipation in the air. After a quick breakfast of instant ramen, he set off toward the academy, a sense of determination guiding his steps. As he walked through the village, he observed the hustle and bustle around him. Children played ninja games in the streets, their laughter mingling with the aroma of food wafting from nearby stalls. Naruto felt like an unseen specter, moving through the vibrant tapestry of life, quietly absorbing every detail. His heart raced at the thought of what lay ahead. Upon arriving at the academy, he slipped into his usual spot at the back of the classroom. Irika stood at the front, ready to lead the day's lesson. The excitement in the room was palpable, and Naruto listened intently, keen to learn. Today, we'll be discussing the Shunshin no Jutsu, or body flicker technique, Irika announced, his voice filled with enthusiasm. This technique allows a shinobi to move quickly from one place to another, appearing to vanish into thin air. As Irika explained the hand signs and the flow of chakra required, Naruto's mind began to race. The theory was fascinating. He could visualize it, almost feeling the energy as it flowed through him. While his classmates eagerly took notes and shared their thoughts, Naruto remained silent, his heart thumping with curiosity and determination. When the bell rang, signaling the end of the lecture, the students rushed outside to practice. Naruto lingered for a moment, contemplating the notes he'd taken, the instructions clear in his mind. Unlike his classmates, who chatted excitedly about trying the technique, he preferred to delve deeper into the theory. As the training ground filled with laughter and cheers, Naruto found a secluded spot beneath a large tree, seeking quiet. He closed his eyes, feeling the gentle breeze on his skin, and began to focus on the concepts Irika had explained. He pictured the chakra flowing like a stream, branching out and diverging, much like the path he envisioned for himself. I need to find my own way to do this, he thought, pondering the nature of the technique. It was about more than just hand signs. It required an understanding of his chakra and how it interacted with the world around him. He envisioned himself flickering through the air, feeling the thrill of movement without ever actually trying it. With each passing moment, he worked through the theoretical aspects in his mind. If I can visualize the movement, maybe I can channel my chakra effectively, he mused, thinking about how Itachi had honed his skills at such a young age, not through boasting but through focus and discipline. As he opened his eyes, he felt a flicker of determination. He would attempt the technique, not by mindlessly copying his classmates but by applying the principles he'd learned. He took a deep breath, steadying himself. "Shunshin no jutsu," he murmured, mimicking the hand signs Irika had shown them. With the image of himself moving like a shadow firmly in his mind, he focused his chakra, channeling it through his body. First, nothing happened. He felt the familiar frustration bubbling up, but he quickly pushed it aside. Instead of giving in to despair, he began to experiment, trying to recall every detail of the lesson. He visualized his chakra, imagining it transforming into a wave that surged and retreated. He tried again, "Shunshin no jutsu." This time, he focused on the energy within him, picturing it as a river rushing toward a waterfall. Just as he reached the edge, he concentrated on releasing that energy in a single powerful burst. The air around him shimmered slightly, and for a brief moment, he felt a rush of movement. It wasn't complete, but it was progress. Excitement surged through him, pushing aside the frustration. He felt a connection to his chakra, a whisper of what could be. As the sun climbed higher in the sky, he continued to practice. He dedicated himself to understanding the flow of energy, adjusting his stance and breathing. He envisioned himself darting through the trees, unseen and unfelt. Each attempt brought him closer, a flicker of movement here, a spark of energy there. With every failure, he reflected on what he could improve. He focused not only on the hand signs but also on his stance, his breathing, and the way he channeled his chakra. "Maybe if I shift my weight just a bit, or change my focus," he pondered, adjusting his body as he attempted the technique once more. Hours melted away, the sun casting long shadows across the training ground. Naruto was absorbed in his training, his mind racing with possibilities. He pushed himself again and again, refusing to be deterred by setbacks. Finally, as the sun began to dip below the horizon, casting a golden glow over everything, he felt a surge of energy unlike anything he had experienced before. He concentrated with all his might, focusing on every detail, the hand signs, the chakra flow, the intent behind the technique. "Shunshin no jutsu," he whispered, pouring every ounce of energy into the attempt. In that instant, he felt it, a brief flash of movement, a shimmer of light. He flickered forward, a mere few feet, but it felt like soaring through the sky. The thrill coursed through him as he stood there, panting slightly, his heart racing with exhilaration. He had done it. It was only for a heartbeat, but he had felt the rush of energy, the joy of movement. But just as quickly, the sensation faded, and he was left standing there, alone once more. Disappointment washed over him, but it was mingled with a profound sense of accomplishment. He had taken the theory and transformed it into something real, even if it was fleeting. Kakashi's watchful eyes. Unbeknownst to Naruto, Kakashi had been observing him from a distance, hidden beneath the branches of a nearby tree. The copy ninja leaned against the trunk, arms crossed, watching as the young prodigy grappled with the concepts of the day's lesson. Kakashi couldn't help but draw parallels between Naruto and Itachi. Both possessed an innate talent that surpassed their peers. Both had a quiet determination that belied their years. But unlike Naruto, Itachi had embraced his power to a degree that brought both admiration and disappointment. As Naruto struggled and persevered, Kakashi felt a pang of nostalgia mixed with regret. "You remind me so much of him," he thought, shaking his head. "But where Itachi shone with brilliance, you carry a different light, one filled with hope and the promise of growth." Watching Naruto's concentration, Kakashi recalled his own experiences with Itachi, the burden of expectations weighing down on a child too mature for his age. Itachi had chosen a path of darkness, the burden of his decisions casting a long shadow. Kakashi felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. He had so much potential, and yet, his thoughts trailed off, the memories bittersweet. Naruto's fleeting success brought a small smile to Kakashi's face, a flicker of hope that perhaps this young ninja would not repeat the mistakes of the past. "You have a chance to carve out your own destiny," he thought, feeling a mix of pride and sadness. As Naruto stood alone, the glow of the setting sun highlighting his determination, Kakashi knew that this was just the beginning. Keep pushing, Naruto, he thought silently. You have the potential to be something greater than even you realize. A moment of reflection. As the training ground emptied and his classmates began to drift away, Naruto remained deep in thought. The evening air was cool, and the stars began to twinkle above him. He had learned something invaluable today, not just about the technique, but about himself. Sitting beneath the tree, he closed his eyes again, reflecting on his journey. He felt a flicker of hope ignite within him, a quiet determination. He may not be the loudest or the most skilled, but he had a unique path to follow, one that he would carve out in his own way. He remembered Itachi's early training and the whispers of his brilliance. It wasn't always about the loudest successes or the most attention. Sometimes, it was about the silent determination to keep going, to keep striving for greatness. As he prepared to head home, he felt a sense of peace enveloping him. Tomorrow would bring new challenges, new opportunities to learn. He could feel the shadows of doubt begin to fade as he embraced the knowledge he had gained. With each passing day, he was one step closer to understanding himself, to mastering his abilities, and to becoming the shinobi he was meant to be. Determination under the stars. As he walked home, the cool night air brushed against his skin, invigorating him. He looked up at the stars, each one a distant reminder of his dreams. Once home, he settled at his small table and opened his sketchbook, flipping to a blank page. He began to draw, capturing the essence of the day's training, the flicker of movement, the flow of chakra, the quiet resolve. Each stroke of his pencil felt like a promise to himself, a commitment to continue pushing forward. With a heart full of dreams and a mind set on discovery, Naruto fell asleep that night, the whispers of his aspirations guiding him into a peaceful slumber. He would rise again with the sun, ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead, determined to forge his own path flicker of shadows. The sun was high above the academy as students gathered on the training grounds, buzzing with excitement. Today was supposed to be another ordinary day, until Naruto appeared, standing quietly at the edge of the field, eyes focused with intensity. Despite being the class's silent outcast, Naruto's presence felt heavy, as if he was part of something greater, unknown to his peers. He hadn't spoken much, his interactions sparse, but the growing aura around him could no longer be ignored. Today, that would change. Kakashi, hidden in the shade of a nearby tree, observed. He was interested in this boy, more than he was letting on. Naruto's quiet brilliance had begun to surface in subtle ways, particularly with the body flicker jutsu. And Kakashi, known for his keen observation, had noticed. The teacher Irika called for the class to pair up for today's jutsu practice, but Naruto, as usual, didn't join any group. Instead, he stood alone on the far side of the training field, his body unusually still. His eyes flickered, watching everyone, analyzing, calculating. Kakashi's gaze narrowed. "Let's see what you've got, Naruto." Without warning, Naruto vanished. No puff of smoke, no sound of movement, just gone. A moment later, he appeared in the middle of the training grounds, directly behind Irika, startling him. The teacher turned, blinking in confusion, but before he could register what had happened, Naruto disappeared again. This time, he reappeared on top of a nearby tree branch, his posture calm and collected. His mastery over the body flicker jutsu had improved drastically. What had started as a basic teleportation technique had now become something refined, almost elegant. Kakashi watched with silent admiration. Naruto wasn't just using the jutsu to travel short distances anymore. He was manipulating it, refining it with precision. The distance he covered, the speed at which he moved, it was remarkable for someone his age. Kakashi could sense how Naruto was stretching his chakra control, shaping the technique into something more advanced, more deadly. The rest of the class, however, remained oblivious. To them, Naruto had just vanished and reappeared, nothing more than an unexpected surprise. But Kakashi knew better. This is similar to how Shursui of the Shunshin used to move. Naruto's flicker continued, shifting from point to point on the field, moving like a shadow across the village. For a split second, Kakashi saw something else, the flicker of another shinobi, a memory buried in his mind. Shisui Uchiha, one of the most elusive and feared shinobi, known for his mastery of the body flicker technique. And now, Kakashi was witnessing a glimpse of that in Naruto. Naruto flickered once more, landing silently behind Kakashi's tree, and for the first time, their eyes met. Kakashi, with a quiet nod of approval, acknowledged what he had seen. Interesting, Kakashi murmured to himself before stepping away, leaving Naruto to his thoughts. He would have to keep a closer eye on this boy. Later that evening, Kenoha Library. The village was quiet under the moonlit sky, the streets mostly empty as Naruto made his way to one of his secret places, the library. Naruto wasn't known for spending time here, but in the last few months, the library had become his sanctuary. Hidden deep within its archives were scrolls on forgotten techniques, tactics, and strategies of famous shinobi. And tonight, Naruto had a purpose. His body flicker technique was good, but not perfect. Something was missing. As he scanned the shelves, his eyes fell on an old, dust-covered scroll. He pulled it free, wiping the dust away to reveal its title, Shisui of the Shunshin, The Art of the Flicker. He had heard stories of Shisui, the infamous Uchiha whose mastery over the body flicker had made him almost untouchable in combat. His technique was said to be more than just speed. It was a movement of intent, blending illusion and reality. Naruto sat down, unrolling the scroll. The illustrations were detailed, outlining how Shisui not only moved rapidly, but also used the flicker to deceive his enemies, leaving afterimages in his wake, creating confusion and disorientation. It wasn't just about moving fast, it was about creating a mirage tricking the senses. For hours, Naruto pored over the scroll, his mind piecing together every fragment of information. Shisui's approach wasn't just about the jutsu. It was about reading his opponents, using their own perceptions against them. Each flicker was calculated, placing him in blind spots, forcing his enemies to react to illusions instead of his real position. As the moonlight filtered through the library window, Naruto closed the scroll and stood up. The next step in mastering the body flicker wasn't about speed. It was about strategy, deception, and unpredictability. This is what I need, Naruto thought to himself as he left the library, his footsteps silent in the night. I need to master the flicker like Shisui did, to use it not just as a tool but as a weapon. The next day, training grounds. Naruto stood at the edge of the field again, but this time, his mind was focused on something new. He took a deep breath, replaying the techniques he had read about. He would need more than just speed today. He needed to blur the lines between reality and illusion. In a flash, he vanished. This time, when Naruto flickered, there was something different. He left behind a shimmering afterimage, a faint shadow of his presence. His classmates, who had grown used to his rapid movements, were left confused, turning their heads to follow an illusion while the real Naruto moved elsewhere. Even Irika couldn't keep up. The boy was everywhere and nowhere, a blur of motion that couldn't be tracked. Kakashi, once again hidden in the distance, watched closely. He's already starting to apply Shisui's tactics. His growth is startling. He felt a strange sense of pride and a twinge of worry. Naruto was progressing faster than anyone had expected, and Kakashi couldn't help but wonder what the boy was capable of once he truly unlocked his potential. Later that week, live combat training. The rustling of leaves echoed in the otherwise quiet training grounds. Kakashi and Naruto stood facing each other, the air thick with tension. Naruto's eyes were sharp, focused, the intensity of his training clear in his gaze. Kakashi pulled his forehead protector down, revealing both of his eyes. Naruto, we're taking your flicker training up a level. We'll spar, but with one condition: you need to push your body flicker as far as possible. If I can still follow your movements without my Sharingan, you're not fast enough. Naruto nodded silently, his face calm. He was ready. Begin. In an instant, Naruto flickered from view, his movements sharp and rapid. He darted across the field, his speed almost unnatural, but Kakashi followed him, his keen eyes locking onto Naruto's blurred form. Kakashi began offering tips, his voice steady but firm. Too direct, Naruto. Use more angles. Naruto immediately adjusted, flickering in sharp zigzags, his afterimages causing brief moments of hesitation in Kakashi's tracking. Kakashi countered, predicting Naruto's movement, but his voice continued with advice. Don't rely only on speed. Think about where I'll move. Place your real body where you'll catch me off guard. Naruto's response wasn't verbal, but his actions showed that he had absorbed every word. He flickered again, this time with more purpose, using the terrain to his advantage. He created 3 afterimages, all moving in different directions, and Kakashi narrowed his eyes, hesitating for a split second before striking at what seemed to be Naruto. But it wasn't him. The real Naruto reappeared behind Kakashi, his kunai stopping just inches from Kakashi's back. Kakashi smirked under his mask. Not bad. You've improved in reading my movements. Naruto stood still, listening intently to Kakashi's next set of instructions. You're getting faster, but remember, the key is deception. Speed is only one part of it. Make your enemy doubt their instincts. And soon, Kakashi paused, his tone shifting slightly. I'll need to use my Sharingan to even see you. Naruto's eyes flashed with determination, though he said nothing. His quiet nature belied the fire that was steadily growing inside him. He flickered once more, silent, swift, and deadly. Kakashi's smile faded into a more serious expression. At this rate, you'll be able to move like Shursui before long. And with that, the training continued, Naruto flickering through the trees like a ghost, his movements faster, sharper, and more refined with every passing moment. Soon, he would surpass the expectations of everyone in the village. Chapter 4: The Art of the Flicker and the Ground Sensing Jutsu. The soft rustling of scrolls echoed through the quiet of the Kenoha library as Naruto carefully perused the shelves. His training with the body flicker had been intense, pushing him to new limits, but there was still something missing. He was fast, faster than anyone in his class, but speed alone wasn't enough. The more he trained, the more he realized that his movements were becoming too quick for even his own senses to keep up with. He needed more than just speed. He needed control, awareness, and precision. Naruto's eyes narrowed as he pulled an old, nearly forgotten scroll from the dusty shelves. It wasn't flashy or filled with powerful jutsu. It was simple. Ground Sensing Jutsu. The title read in faded ink. A low-rank technique, something available to academy students. But as Naruto unrolled the scroll and began reading, he realized this might be exactly what he needed. The Ground Sensing Jutsu was designed to give its user heightened awareness of their surroundings by detecting subtle vibrations through the ground. Whenever the user touched the ground, they could sense movements and shifts in the earth around them. Most students saw it as a rudimentary skill, useful for locating objects or tracking in basic exercises. But Naruto saw potential. If he could pair this with his body flicker, he could solve his biggest problem. His senses wouldn't need to catch up with his speed. The ground would guide him. He closed the scroll, tucking it into his jacket, and left the library, his mind racing with new ideas. The training grounds, late evening. The moon hung low in the sky as Naruto stood alone in the training grounds. He'd spent days memorizing the intricacies of the ground sensing jutsu, and now it was time to combine it with the body flicker. Naruto closed his eyes, centering himself. He focused his chakra into the soles of his feet, feeling the subtle shifts in the earth beneath him. The ground became an extension of his senses. Every pebble, every blade of grass, and every shift in the wind connected with his chakra. In a flash, he flickered across the field. His body moved faster than ever, but this time, his feet weren't the only things guiding him. Each time his foot touched the ground, the vibrations told him where everything was. Every tree, every rock, every leaf. The low-level ground sensing jutsu, once overlooked by other students, was now Naruto's key to mastering his movements. He could now anticipate his next step without relying on his eyes or ears. But something was still off. He flickered again, this time faster, moving from tree to tree. His speed had increased to the point where the jutsu was barely keeping up with him. There was a moment of lag. His senses couldn't entirely match the pace of his flicker. I'm close, but not perfect, Naruto thought, frustration creeping in. His feet hit the ground once more, and for a brief second, He felt the subtle tremors of a small animal scurrying nearby. This will work. I just need more practice. Kenoha Academy, the next morning. Whispers filled the classroom as Naruto silently entered, taking his usual seat at the back of the room. His mysterious, almost ghost-like presence had become a point of curiosity for the other students. He didn't talk much, and when he did, it was often in short, direct answers. No one really knew what to make of him except that he was a bit strange. He's kind of weird, right? One student murmured. Definitely weird, but have you seen how fast he is? He's really strong. Yeah, but he's not really popular. Kinda keeps to himself all the time. The general consensus among the class was that Naruto was strong, but odd, and not someone they could easily approach. He was a loner, and that isolation made him hard to understand. In the back of the room, Shikamaru lay lazily with his head on his desk, eyes half closed. He wasn't the type to care about gossip, but Naruto had caught his attention for a different reason. That guy, he's way stronger than most of the kids in our class, Shikamaru thought to himself. He might not be flashy like Sasuke, but Shikamaru could tell that Naruto was thinking on a deeper level, especially with how he moved in combat. Sasuke, sitting near the front of the room, overheard some of the whispers. His eyes narrowed, his mind trailing back to the recent comparisons he'd overheard between Naruto and his older brother, Itachi. It irritated him. Naruto was nothing like Itachi, but still, something about Naruto's movements in training had bothered Sasuke. Naruto was stronger than most of the others. The fact that some had begun to compare them made Sasuke clench his fists. No way he's like Itachi. He's just a fluke. But despite his thoughts, there was something nagging at the back of Sasuke's mind, a sense of unease. The training grounds a few days later. Naruto stood in the same spot he had practiced in before. Today, though, the stakes felt higher. He had been improving his combination of the body flicker and ground sensing jutsu, and now it was time to test them both in tandem. He had pushed his body flicker to near its limits, and his senses were barely managing to keep up with the pace. But with the ground sensing jutsu, he was learning to rely on more than just his vision. He flickered once, twice across the training ground, each time letting the ground guide him. The more he focused, the more he realized that his surroundings became a part of him. It was no longer about seeing his opponent. It was about feeling where they were before they even moved. Kakashi suddenly appeared in the distance, watching Naruto from the edge of the trees. Let's see how he uses them together, Kakashi thought, stepping forward. Naruto, let's spar, Kakashi called out, his tone as casual as ever, though his eyes gleamed with interest. Naruto nodded silently, positioning himself. He activated the ground-sensing jutsu, focusing all his chakra into his feet, preparing for the flicker. The earth pulsed beneath him, sending ripples through his senses. In a blur, Naruto vanished from sight. Kakashi stood calmly in the center of the field, waiting. But before he could fully react, Naruto's presence was already behind him, a kunai in hand, poised to strike. Impressive, Kakashi murmured, dodging at the last moment. Naruto flickered again, this time moving in unpredictable angles, using the terrain to his advantage, the vibrations from the ground telling him exactly where Kakashi would move. Each step was planned, each flicker more precise. Kakashi's sharp eyes could barely keep up, and he realized how quickly Naruto was adapting to the feedback from the ground-sensing jutsu. For several minutes, they exchanged attacks, Naruto vanishing and reappearing, Kakashi countering and evading. Naruto's movements were now fluid, the combination of his speed and sensing making him difficult to predict. You've got good instincts, Naruto, but be careful. Your body can only handle so much speed, Kakashi advised, dodging another flicker. You're moving faster than your senses can fully keep up with. Even with the ground-sensing jutsu, if you push yourself too far, you could lose control. Naruto listened, his breathing steady, taking in each word. His silence was his way of acknowledging the advice. With every tip Kakashi gave, Naruto adjusted immediately, applying the feedback in real time. Kakashi leaped back, creating distance, his eyes narrowing. At this rate, I'll need to start using my Sharingan soon just to follow you. Naruto, ever silent, flickered once more. This time his speed nearly undetectable as he blended the jutsu with Shirsue's tactics of deception. His training was paying off, and while he still had a long way to go, he was quickly becoming a force to be reckoned with, one that even Kakashi knew would be dangerous in the future. Chapter 5: The Awakening of Chakra and Rivalries. Naruto stood in the clearing, panting as the fading light of day cast long shadows across the training grounds. His body flickered in and out of view, moving at blinding speeds, but something felt off. The more he pushed himself, the more incomplete it seemed. He was fast, no doubt, but it lacked substance. His flickers were swift, but there was no real impact behind them. Slowing to a stop, Naruto let his chakra settle as a new awareness hit him. His reserves were massive, far larger than anyone else he had encountered. This much chakra, and I've been using it just for speed? He muttered to himself, eyes narrowing. He had been wasting it, tapping only the surface of his potential. He knew the body flicker technique was useful, but relying on speed alone wasn't enough. Naruto needed to find ways to incorporate his immense chakra into his combat style. Speed without power wouldn't get him far in real fights. He clenched his fists, his mind racing with possibilities. Weighted weapons? Sure, that was one idea, but Naruto was looking for something more versatile. He recalled the scrolls he had seen in the Academy's library, techniques that could enhance his chakra flow, allowing him to create devastating force behind each move. What if he combined his speed with chakra-infused strikes? Or used his chakra to manipulate traps mid-flicker, catching opponents off guard? I need to figure out how to turn this speed into something more. Naruto had so much chakra at his disposal, but no way to properly channel it into combat. He realized his arsenal had to grow. Smoke bombs, tripwires, and heavier kunai weren't enough. He needed something unique to him, something that would complement his natural abilities. His thoughts raced as he made a mental list of new techniques and weapons to research and practice. The next morning, Kenoha Academy training grounds. Naruto stood across from Sasuke, the air between them thick with tension. Their sparring matches were always competitive, but this time it was different. Sasuke's eyes held a burning intensity as if he had something to prove. "Naruto," Sasuke called out, his voice sharp and clear, "let's have a real match. No holding back." Naruto nodded, his silence speaking volumes. He could feel Sasuke's determination. This wasn't just practice, it was a challenge. The fight started at a slow pace, the two circling each other cautiously. Then, in an instant, Naruto flickered, vanishing from Sasuke's view. He reappeared behind Sasuke, launching a swift strike, but Sasuke spun quickly, blocking the attack just in time. Naruto smirked. Sasuke's reflexes were sharp, but not sharp enough. Naruto flickered again, attacking from different angles, forcing Sasuke to stay on the defensive. His speed was overwhelming. Sasuke managed to block some strikes but struggled to counter. Naruto's movements were fluid, but as the battle progressed, something became clear. He wasn't landing solid hits. Each time he flickered in, Sasuke managed to evade just enough to avoid taking real damage. Sasuke gritted his teeth, frustration rising. He could see through Naruto's speed, but he couldn't keep up. Still, Naruto's strikes lacked power. If Sasuke had just one opening, he could turn the fight around. "You're fast. But that's all," Sasuke muttered under his breath. Naruto flickered once more, this time with a sweeping kick that forced Sasuke off balance. Sasuke tumbled back, and before he could recover, Naruto was behind him, kunai in hand. The match was over, Naruto had won. But something felt wrong. Naruto stared at Sasuke, panting lightly. "I won because of speed. But if I didn't have that, I would have lost." The thought hit hard. Sasuke had been right. His speed had carried him, but none of his strikes had caused real damage. If Sasuke had managed to land a single solid blow, Naruto would have been in trouble. Sasuke got up, wiping the sweat from his brow, his pride bruised. "If I can't even keep up with him now, how am I supposed to surpass Itachi?" The frustration boiled in Sasuke's chest. Naruto wasn't just a rival anymore. He was an obstacle in Sasuke's path to defeating his older brother. Though Sasuke didn't say it out loud, the rivalry was set. He would surpass Naruto no matter what. Naruto, on the other hand, was left with a bitter realization. His speed was impressive, but without a way to deal real damage, it was hollow. He needed more than just quickness. He needed a combat style that could harness his chakra and turn it into something dangerous. Later that evening, Naruto's sensing training. Naruto stood in the forest, flickering between trees with focused precision. He wasn't practicing speed this time. Instead, he was fine-tuning his senses, stretching them to the limit. The ground sensing jutsu had given him a basic edge, but he needed to push it further. If his speed outpaced his senses, it would be useless in a real fight. His chakra pulsed beneath him, extending his awareness to the surroundings. At first, all he felt were the faint vibrations of leaves and twigs shifting as he moved. But then, something different, a subtle presence on the edge of his range. Faint but distinct. Someone was watching him. Naruto stopped, narrowing his eyes. He focused, trying to pinpoint the source. The presence was hesitant, barely noticeable, as if the person didn't want to be seen. Whoever it was, they weren't a threat, but they were definitely there. "Who's watching me?" he wondered silently. His mind raced through the possibilities. The presence felt familiar, like one of his classmates. Hinata? He thought, but he wasn't certain. The chakra was too faint to confirm. As Naruto extended his senses further, he felt something else. Another presence, much more elusive. It was so well hidden that he could barely detect it at all. A slight shift in the air, a flicker of chakra, almost like it wasn't there. Someone else is here, he thought, his gut telling him who it was. Kakashi-sensei. Naruto couldn't fully sense him, but he knew Kakashi was watching. Naruto grimaced. I can sense someone like Hinata, but I can't even track Kakashi properly. His control wasn't there yet, and that frustrated him. If he couldn't sense people hiding their chakra, his flicker technique would leave him vulnerable. He knew Kakashi was far beyond his level, but it still stung to realize how far he had to go. ANBU headquarters, Hiruzen's office. In the dimly lit office of the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi sat behind his desk, quietly listening to the ANBU commander who stood before him, arms folded across his chest. Naruto is progressing faster than we anticipated. The commander began, his voice calm but insistent. His chakra reserves are immense, far beyond any normal student's, and his body is adapting to high-level techniques. We can use him now. Hiruzen took a long drag from his pipe, the smoke curling into the air as he contemplated the commander's words. He's still a child, a student, Hiruzen replied, though his voice carried a tone of concern. That's precisely why now is the time, the commander pressed. No one suspects him of being anything more than an academy student. His cover is perfect, and we can control his development. He's the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. If we don't act now, we might lose control of him, or worse, he could fall into the wrong hands. Hiruzen's eyes narrowed slightly, considering the commander's proposal. He needs time to grow, Hiruzen said, his voice measured, not as a weapon, but as a person. The ANBU commander's gaze hardened. Naruto is isolated from his peers, silent, and obedient. He's perfect for covert operations. His progress is alarming in its speed, and we need to guide him before it gets out of hand. I propose taking him into ANBU under my command, where we can monitor his growth closely and ensure his loyalty to the village. Hiruzen leaned back, exhaling slowly. I'll consider it, he said at last. But for now, Naruto remains in the academy. His time will come, but not yet. The ANBU commander bowed slightly before vanishing, leaving Hiruzen alone with his thoughts. The Hokage turned to the window, gazing out at the village below. Naruto, you're growing faster than any of us expected. Naruto stood in the training field, surrounded by the quiet rustle of leaves and the faint chirping of birds. The wind tugged at his clothes as he stood perfectly still, eyes closed, focusing on his breath. In a single moment, he vanished. A blur of motion. Naruto reappeared 20 feet away, his feet barely touching the ground before he flickered again, leaving behind a shimmering afterimage in his wake. Each movement was precise, fluid, and faster than before. The body flicker was no longer just a jutsu, it was becoming a second nature to him. But even as he moved at a speed that would leave most of his peers breathless, Naruto felt nothing. There was no rush of excitement, no sense of accomplishment. It was just another step forward in his training, another task to complete. Flicker, flicker, flicker. He paused, standing in the exact spot where he'd begun. The afterimages lingered for a second longer, fading slowly into nothingness. His chakra control had improved to the point that his clones were almost tangible, as if a real version of him had been standing there. Still, Naruto couldn't shake the feeling that something was missing. She's here again. Naruto sensed her presence before he even turned his head. Hinata, standing at the edge of the training field, watching him in her usual quiet way. She had been following his training sessions more frequently now, but Naruto didn't really mind. In fact, he didn't care at all. She wasn't a distraction, and that was all that mattered. Hinata shifted nervously, her eyes never leaving him. Normally, anyone else might feel awkward or self-conscious being watched like this, but Naruto, he simply resumed his training, as if she wasn't even there. His emotions, or lack thereof, had become almost mechanical. The idea of feeling embarrassed, shy, or even curious about why she was watching him seemed foreign. "Whatever," he muttered under his breath, vanishing from her line of sight with another flicker. Naruto continued his routine, repeating the motions, testing his limits, his speed. Each flicker was faster than the last. He tried to recall the fleeting sensation of joy that used to come from mastering a new technique, but it was like chasing a distant memory. He couldn't feel it anymore. He wasn't excited by his progress. It was simply something to be done. As he trained, he found himself analyzing his chakra levels. He had enough chakra to keep this up for hours, an advantage no one else had. His reserves were massive, but he still didn't know how to fully exploit them. His speed was impressive, but speed alone wouldn't win every fight. He needed something more, something to complement the body flicker technique. For a brief moment, he thought about trying medical jutsu again. He'd seen how useful it was in combat, how it could be the difference between life and death, but his attempts so far had been fruitless. Naruto stopped, panting slightly from exertion. His body wasn't tired, but his mind was, not from the physical strain, but from the emptiness that followed every flicker. "Is this it?" he thought to himself, looking at his hands. "Is this all there is to strength?" Hinata's observation. Hinata stood silently, unsure of whether she should approach him or not. Naruto had become increasingly distant lately, not just physically but emotionally too. She watched him from afar, admiring his strength, but also sensing the growing coldness in his demeanor. "Does he know I'm here?" She wondered, her heart racing. But she never worked up the courage to ask, and Naruto, as always, seemed completely indifferent to her presence. Naruto flickered out of sight once again, vanishing in a blur of motion, leaving Hinata standing alone on the training field, her thoughts heavy with concern. Shikamaru's realization. Shikamaru's gaze drifted across the classroom, catching the subtle shifts in the way people looked at Naruto. Most of the class didn't know what to make of him. Some thought he was strange, others thought he was strong, but they all kept their distance. Except for one person. Sasuke. Shikamaru noticed the way Sasuke would glance over at Naruto every now and then. His expression unreadable but tinged with something off. It wasn't exactly hostility, but there was a certain tension in Sasuke's gaze, an underlying current of frustration. And it wasn't just because Naruto was strong. It was something deeper. Sasuke had always been the top of the class, the one everyone admired or feared. But Naruto, silent, detached, and indifferent, was starting to become an anomaly that even Sasuke couldn't ignore. It was as if Naruto didn't acknowledge Sasuke's existence at all. Shikamaru could tell that bothered Sasuke more than anything. Interesting, Shikamaru muttered under his breath. He wasn't one for drama, but even he could feel the growing friction between the two. Yet, Naruto seemed completely oblivious, or more likely, completely uninterested in whatever silent rivalry was forming. Shikamaru's eyes narrowed. Naruto didn't react to the subtle tension, didn't flinch at Sasuke's occasional stares, and didn't seem to care that the rest of the class either avoided him or spoke about him in whispers. Naruto was an enigma, and that made him more dangerous than anyone else. Strong, yes, but it was his complete lack of emotional investment in the things that seemed to matter to everyone else that set him apart. And for someone like Sasuke, who thrived on competition and rivalry, that detachment was probably infuriating. Class continued, but Shikamaru couldn't shake the sense that something was brewing. Sasuke was quietly sizing Naruto up, probably already planning some way to prove himself superior. Naruto, meanwhile, sat completely still, as if the entire class was irrelevant. Shikamaru sighed inwardly. What a drag. But even he couldn't deny that Naruto's indifference was intriguing and troubling. Training with Kakashi, pushing limits. Naruto stood in the clearing, facing Kakashi, his breathing steady despite the hours of training they'd already gone through. The air around him felt charged with energy, the afterimages of his movements lingering in the space like faint ghosts. Kakashi observed silently, his one visible eye following Naruto's movements with a growing sense of admiration and concern. "You're improving fast," Kakashi said, watching as Naruto flickered across the field once again, leaving behind another set of near-perfect afterimages. "Too fast." Naruto said nothing, landing silently a few feet away, his expression as blank as ever. He'd mastered creating the afterimages with such speed that even Kakashi was having trouble keeping track of him. And that was a problem. "You're pushing your body flicker to its limits," Kakashi continued, stepping forward, his hands tucked in his pockets. "But without a way to deal damage, it's only going to get you so far." Naruto nodded once, absorbing the information without any visible reaction. He was quick to understand tactics, but still had a long way to go in developing offensive strategies. His speed was unmatched, but Kakashi knew that speed alone wouldn't be enough in real combat. "Try again, but this time your strikes better," Kakashi instructed. "Flicker behind me and aim for a strike when you think I'm at my weakest. You need to combine speed with precision if you want to make this work in a real fight." Naruto flickered out of sight again, the faint trace of his chakra lingering in the air. Kakashi felt the shift before he saw it. Naruto's afterimages flickered around him in an unpredictable pattern, each one a potential threat. In an instant, Kakashi raised his arm to block, but Naruto's speed had improved to the point that even Kakashi was forced to exert more effort. He parried the strike just in time but realized that Naruto was already preparing another flicker behind him. "Impressive," Kakashi muttered under his breath. "But..." Naruto came at him again, his movements so fast that Kakashi could barely keep track. He felt a momentary urge to lift his headband, to activate the Sharingan, but he hesitated. "No," Kakashi thought, "not yet, but soon." "Again," Kakashi ordered, and Naruto complied, flickering into action once more. Hinata's observation, silent affection. Hinata watched from the corner of the classroom, her heart heavy as she observed Naruto's indifference. He had grown so powerful, so fast, and yet he seemed so disconnected from the world around him. She admired his strength but felt a pang of sadness at his emotional distance. "Doesn't he care about anything?" she thought, biting her lip. "Doesn't he care about what others think?" She remembered the time he had cheered her on during the last practice, the way he had encouraged her without realizing how much it meant to her. But now he seemed lost in his training, consumed by his need to grow stronger. As the days went by, Hinata began to feel more like a distant observer in Naruto's life, wanting to reach out but unsure how to connect with someone so emotionally closed off. Kakashi's concern. Kakashi stood outside the Hokage's office, the sun filtering through the leaves overhead, casting dappled shadows on the ground. He was hesitant, but he knew he had to speak to Hiruzen about Naruto. The young ninja's emotional detachment was becoming harder to ignore, and Kakashi felt a sense of urgency to address it. "Come in," Hiruzen called, sensing Kakashi's presence outside the door. As Kakashi stepped inside, he found Hiruzen seated at his desk, poring over a pile of paperwork. The Hokage looked up, his expression shifting to one of concern as he noticed Kakashi's serious demeanor. "What's on your mind, Kakashi?" Hiruzen asked, setting his papers aside. "It's about Naruto," Kakashi began, his voice low. "He's growing stronger, but I'm worried. There's a growing emotional detachment in him." He's pushing everyone away, and I'm not sure he even realizes it. Hiruzen's gaze softened, the weight of his years evident in the lines of his face. Ah, Naruto has always been like that. Even as a child, he struggled to connect with others. It's a defense mechanism. Kakashi frowned, crossing his arms. But he needs to learn to form bonds, especially with his teammates. It'll only make him stronger. Hiruzen nodded slowly, his expression contemplative. I understand your concerns. Naruto has faced a lot of challenges throughout his life, and that has shaped who he is today. It's not that he doesn't want to connect. It's that he doesn't know how. He has built walls around himself to cope. Isn't there anything we can do? Kakashi pressed, his brows furrowing in concern. I fear that if he doesn't confront this, it will hold him back. Hiruzen sighed, leaning back in his chair. We can guide him, but ultimately, it's up to Naruto to realize that he doesn't have to be alone. He needs to confront those emotions when he's ready. All we can do is be there for him when he does. I just hope he figures it out soon, Kakashi replied, feeling a knot of worry tighten in his stomach. He's strong, but he's missing something vital. Yes, Hiruzen agreed, gazing out the window toward the village. But strength can come from many places, including within oneself. Sometimes it just takes time. Kakashi nodded, knowing he'd have to keep a close eye on Naruto. The young ninja had a journey ahead of him, and Kakashi was determined to be a part of it. The gathering storm, a new resolve. With the final exam looming closer, Naruto felt an unwavering determination surge within him. The anticipation in the air was thick, but he remained indifferent to the chatter and excitement of his classmates. All that mattered was his own desire to be the best, to surpass everyone else, not for the sake of connection but purely to prove them wrong. He trained relentlessly, pushing his limits in ways that left him breathless. Each time he flickered across the training ground, creating afterimages that blurred the line between reality and illusion, he felt a sense of satisfaction wash over him. This is what strength feels like, he thought, a single-minded focus consuming him. I'll show them. I'll show everyone that I'm better, he thought with a cold resolve. There was no need for camaraderie or friendship. It was about superiority. The thrill of being stronger, faster, and more skilled than his peers was the only validation he sought. In the classroom, whispers about the final exam swirled around him, but Naruto paid them no mind. He heard the names of his classmates, Sasuke, Shikamaru, Hinata, echoing in conversations, but they were nothing more than background noise. He didn't care about their opinions or expectations. He only cared about proving himself better than them. Let them think I'm weird, he thought dismissively. Let them think they're stronger. It didn't matter to him. He knew the truth. He was the strongest. With each passing day, Naruto dedicated himself to refining his techniques, his body flicker jutsu becoming more precise and powerful. He visualized his opponents, not as friends or allies, but as obstacles to be overcome. Each training session was a testament to his growing strength, and every successful afterimage he created fueled his desire to surpass them. I won't lose, he told himself, devoid of any emotional weight behind the words. I can't afford to. Chapter 7. A Path Unfolds. The final exam, strength in silence. The exam day had arrived, and Naruto stood at the back of the room, arms crossed, eyes cold. The classroom buzzed with nervous energy, but it barely registered with him. He wasn't anxious, he knew he was prepared. After weeks of relentless training, he was certain that nothing would stand in his way. His expression remained blank as the exam instructors entered the room, explaining the tests they would face. Naruto focused solely on the tasks at hand. This is just another step, he told himself, his mind steady, void of any emotion. The tests began: taijutsu, shuriken accuracy, and chakra control. Naruto moved through each segment methodically, as though he were on autopilot. His body flicker jutsu left the examiners momentarily stunned, barely able to follow his movements. His taijutsu was sharp, and his shuriken hit their marks with pinpoint accuracy. The final test was the clone jutsu, and Naruto hesitated for just a moment. He could feel the eyes of the instructors on him, but he didn't care what they thought. The jutsu wasn't something he excelled at, and in truth, he didn't care much for it. It was a minor setback in his mind, a skill that didn't align with the raw power he had been cultivating. He formed the hand signs quickly with minimal effort and produced a single, lifeless clone. The examiners gave him a disapproving look, but Naruto shrugged inwardly. He passed the exam with near-perfect marks in everything else. The clone jutsu was irrelevant to him. Later that day, as the sun began to set, Naruto found himself on the roof of the Hokage Tower, watching the village below. His mind wasn't on the villagers or their lives. It was on his future. He had passed the exam, but what now? What was next for him? What did it mean to be the best? Naruto, a familiar voice called from behind him. He turned slightly to see Hiruzen approaching, his pipe in hand, a thoughtful expression on his face. "You passed the exam," the old man said with a smile, though it didn't quite reach his eyes. "I'm proud of you." Naruto didn't react. "It doesn't matter what they think," he said, his voice as emotionless as ever. "I only care about getting stronger." Hiruzen nodded, taking a seat beside Naruto on the edge of the roof. The night air was cool, and the stars were beginning to appear in the sky. "And what do you plan to do with that strength, Naruto?" Hiruzen asked, his tone gentle. Naruto's eyes were distant. "I don't know yet. I just want to prove that I'm better than everyone else. That's all that matters." Hiruzen exhaled a cloud of smoke, his expression unreadable. "Strength is important, yes, but there's more to being a ninja than just power. Have you thought about what you want for your future?" Naruto didn't answer right away. He had thought about it, but his thoughts always circled back to the same place. Being the best, proving everyone wrong. But there was a void in his vision, something he couldn't quite place. He knew he wanted to be strong, stronger than anyone else. But why? For what purpose? "I don't care about being Hokage or anything like that," Naruto said eventually. "I just want to be strong enough that no one can ignore me." Hiruzen looked at him carefully, his eyes softening. "Naruto, there's something I need to tell you. Something about your past." Naruto turned to look at the old man, a flicker of curiosity crossing his otherwise emotionless face. Before Hiruzen could continue, a ninja burst onto the rooftop, breathing heavily. "Lord Hokage, Naruto has stolen the scroll of sealing." Naruto's eyes widened slightly, not in shock, but in cold confusion. "What is this about?" He looked at Hiruzen, who frowned deeply, his calm demeanor cracking. "What's going on?" Naruto asked, his voice even devoid of panic or fear. Hiruzen stood up quickly, his expression grave. "Naruto, I need you to stay here. There's a misunderstanding. Someone has stolen the scroll in your name. I need to go handle this." But Naruto was already on his feet. "No," he said flatly. "I'm coming with you." Before Hiruzen could protest, Naruto flickered from the rooftop, already vanishing into the night. His body flicker jutsu left the Hokage no choice but to let him go. Naruto moved swiftly, his mind sharp and focused. The scroll was a powerful artifact, and if someone had taken it, it would be disastrous for the village. As he weaved through the trees, he spotted Irika, who had already mobilized a search party. "Naruto, what are you doing here?" Irika asked, his voice strained with concern. "This is dangerous. You need to stay back." Naruto ignored the warning. "I'm here to help. Who took the scroll?" Irika hesitated but finally relented. "Mizuki. We have to stop him before he escapes." The two-man cell moved quickly, tracking Mizuki through the forest. Naruto's cold, calculating mind analyzed their surroundings, looking for any sign of the traitor. It didn't take long before they found him standing in a clearing, the scroll in his hands, a malicious grin on his face. The battle with Mizuki, a truth delayed. "Naruto, Irika, you're too late," Mizuki sneered, his voice dripping with malice as he held the scroll of sealing tightly. "The power in this scroll will change everything." Naruto's eyes narrowed. He didn't respond with words. There was no point in taunting Mizuki back or reacting to his threats. His body flickered forward in an instant, faster than even Mizuki could anticipate. A moment later, Naruto's foot connected with Mizuki's midsection, sending him crashing into a tree. "Disage," You little brat, Mizuki gasped, struggling to catch his breath, his eyes wide with disbelief at Naruto's speed. Naruto stood still, his face emotionless, watching Mizuki with cold indifference. He talks too much, he thought, feeling no satisfaction or anger, just the cold calculation of a ninja who was completing a task. Irika followed up with a quick volley of kunai, but Mizuki deflected them, still laughing despite the pain. You think you can stop me, Naruto? You don't even know the truth about yourself, about why everyone hates you. Naruto's face didn't even flicker. I don't care, he thought. Words had no power over him anymore. He'd heard enough whispers behind his back over the years. The only thing that mattered was stopping Mizuki, and words weren't going to do that. The battle escalated, Mizuki growing more desperate as he realized Naruto's speed was something he couldn't keep up with. Every move Mizuki made, Naruto was there, faster, but there was something missing in Naruto's strikes, an absence of real killing intent. His movements were cold and calculated, but they lacked that final punch, the force needed to end the battle decisively. Mizuki, realizing he was losing, became more unhinged, his attacks wild and reckless. Naruto, you have no idea what you are. You're. Naruto moved again, closing the gap instantly, landing another strike to Mizuki's shoulder, cutting him off mid-sentence. But Naruto still wasn't doing enough damage. He was faster, but his blows lacked the weight of true combat effectiveness. Suddenly, Irika saw his chance. As Mizuki recoiled from Naruto's strike, Irika lunged forward, his kunai flashing in the dim light of the forest. The blade struck true, sinking deep into Mizuki's chest, silencing him before he could reveal anything more. Mizuki's body collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Naruto stood over him, expressionless. His breathing steady, his mind clear, as though the battle hadn't even left an impression on him. There was no rush of adrenaline, no sense of accomplishment. Naruto, are you all right? Irika asked, his voice cautious, concerned. Naruto glanced at him. I'm fine, he said, his voice flat. He wasn't much of a challenge. But even as he said the words, there was a cold void inside him. The fight was over, and yet something gnawed at him. It wasn't Mizuki's words or the fight itself. Something else was missing, something important. But Naruto couldn't place it, and he quickly pushed the thought aside. It didn't matter. All that mattered was that he had won. Later that night, Naruto found himself standing once again in the Hokage's office, the dim light of the candles casting flickering shadows on the walls. Hiruzen looked tired, the weight of the day hanging heavy on his shoulders. His eyes, though kind, carried a deeper sorrow as they lingered on Naruto. The boy stood before him, emotionless, his face blank as he waited for Hiruzen to speak. Naruto, I owe you an apology, Hiruzen said softly, the guilt clear in his voice. There are things I should have told you, things you deserve to know, but the time hasn't been right. Naruto's cold blue eyes remained fixed on Hiruzen, but there was no flicker of curiosity or emotion. He didn't press the Hokage for answers. Whatever Hiruzen had to say didn't seem to matter to him. Naruto was only here because he was summoned. He didn't feel the need to question anything further. Hiruzen studied the boy, his heart heavy. What have I done? He thought. He's becoming so detached, almost unfeeling. Hiruzen sighed deeply, rubbing his temples as he spoke again, his voice tinged with regret. As a token of trust, I want to give you something in return for your efforts today. Naruto's eyes finally flickered with something, interest, but not in the way Hiruzen had hoped. It wasn't excitement or curiosity. It was the cold calculation of someone seeking power. Naruto remained silent, waiting for the Hokage to continue. You've proven yourself capable, Naruto, Hiruzen said, leaning back in his chair. I want to offer you the chance to choose a jutsu from the Hokage library, any A-rank jutsu you wish to learn. It's time you gain more tools for your growth. Naruto's eyes sharpened at the offer. He had heard of the Hokage library, a place where the most advanced and dangerous techniques were stored. This was an opportunity for him to gain more power, to add to his arsenal, to prove everyone wrong. It wasn't about recognition, it was about becoming stronger, better than everyone else. Hiruzen watched Naruto's reaction with a sinking heart. There was no gratitude, no excitement, just a cold, calculating acceptance. Naruto finally spoke, his voice even and distant. "I accept." Hiruzen looked at the boy for a long moment, guilt tugging at his chest. There was still so much Naruto didn't know, so much that Hiruzen hadn't revealed. He had wanted to tell Naruto the truth about his past, about who he really was, but the moment had passed, and now, Hiruzen wasn't sure if Naruto even cared anymore. But for now, the promise of a powerful jutsu would suffice. The truth could wait for another day. Chapter 8. The Silent Struggle. The moon's pale glow filtered through the curtains of Naruto's small room. His eyes, sharp and wide awake, stared at the ceiling. Sleep seemed pointless. The events of the night should have kept any ordinary person up with anxiety. But Naruto wasn't shaken. His mind was instead consumed by something else. The future. Sitting up, his hands rested on his knees, and his mind fixated on the day ahead. The upcoming team selection at the academy and what lay beyond it. A-rank jutsu, he thought, remembering the Hokage's offer. Power, more than anything, was what Naruto sought now. He didn't care about Mizuki, the fight, or the potential secrets hidden from him. All of that was irrelevant. "I just need to be better, faster, stronger." His focus narrowed in on one thing, his next move. He couldn't afford to waste any time. So, without hesitation, he threw off the covers, dressed in his training gear, and slipped out the window into the night. The quiet of the early morning held a sense of stillness as Naruto stood in the training grounds. His breath was steady, but inside, frustration simmered beneath the surface. He had pushed himself through the night, attempting to master the blade of wind technique, but his progress felt agonizingly slow. Naruto flexed his fingers, feeling the chakra stir within him once more. His control over the wind element was improving, but it was still far from where he wanted it to be. The blades of wind that should have formed at his fingertips flickered in and out of existence, unstable and weak. "Why isn't this working?" he thought, narrowing his eyes. He had the speed, he had the raw power, but this jutsu required more than brute force. It required finesse, something Naruto wasn't used to relying on. Every time he attempted to shape the wind chakra, it felt as though the technique was slipping through his fingers, just out of reach. He clenched his fists again, the cool morning air brushing against his skin. His fingers tingled with the remnants of chakra, a faint reminder of how close he was to grasping the technique. Yet it wasn't enough. He could feel it, he was getting closer, but it still wasn't there. Naruto's frustration wasn't something he showed outwardly. It burned inside, a cold, quiet flame that drove him forward. To anyone watching, he appeared calm, focused, but beneath the surface, his need to be better gnawed at him. Hours passed in silence. The sky began to lighten as dawn approached, the sun casting its first rays over the horizon. Naruto had been at it for hours, and still the technique eluded him. His chakra reserves were dwindling, but his determination remained unshaken. He brought his hand up once more, spreading his fingers wide. The air around them shimmered as he channeled his chakra, trying again to form the invisible blades of wind. He focused harder this time, pushing his control to its limits, willing the jutsu to take shape. A faint, nearly imperceptible shift occurred. For a brief moment, Naruto could feel the wind chakra solidify at his fingertips, a subtle change that would have been invisible to anyone watching. But Naruto felt it. The blades weren't visible yet, but he could feel the sharp edges forming in the air, slicing through the stillness around him. "There," he muttered to himself, his lips barely moving. "I'm almost there." It wasn't a breakthrough that anyone else would have noticed. There was no dramatic shift, no visible sign of success, but Naruto could feel it in his chakra. The control was improving, the technique was taking shape, slowly but surely. It was subtle progress, but it was progress nonetheless. He closed his hand into a fist, letting the chakra dissipate. His body was tired, his mind weary from the constant strain, but a flicker of satisfaction stirred within him. "I'll get it next time." Naruto's detached thoughts. As Naruto stood in the clearing, letting the morning light wash over him, His thoughts drifted back to the academy. The team selection process would take place soon. He had heard the other students talking about it, their excitement and nervousness filling the air. But for Naruto, it was all background noise. He didn't care who he was teamed up with. It didn't matter. He wasn't concerned with their strengths or weaknesses. No one else's progress mattered to him. They were just there. Faces he saw every day but didn't connect with. Their opinions didn't affect him. Their approval meant nothing. It only matters what I think, he reminded himself. The others could talk, gossip, and compare themselves to each other, but none of it mattered. He was training for himself to be stronger than all of them. Not for recognition or praise, but to prove them wrong, to prove that he was better. Naruto's gaze turned toward the sky, his mind briefly touching on the idea of friendship, teamwork, and bonds. But it felt distant to him, like something that existed outside his reach. He didn't feel the need for it, didn't crave it like the others did. He had seen how they worked together, how they sought each other's approval, but Naruto was different. He had always been different. What's the point? He asked himself quietly. Why does it matter what they think or feel? Pushing past the limit. Naruto's thoughts lingered on his own path, his own determination. The blade of wind was just the beginning. He could feel that this technique, once mastered, would complement his speed perfectly. He could be a silent force, moving so fast that the enemy wouldn't even see the attack coming. That was the power he craved. Precision and speed. Lethality without hesitation. The idea of being unmatched, of standing above the rest with his own abilities, drove him. They'll see it one day, he thought coldly. I don't need them to approve of me. I just need to be stronger than them. With that thought, Naruto decided to try again. His body was tired, but his will wasn't broken. He raised his hand once more, spreading his fingers wide, and focused on his chakra. The wind stirred again, faint but sharp. The technique was still elusive, but Naruto could feel it coming together. Inch by inch, he was getting closer. Just a little more, he whispered, his eyes narrowing with determination. I'll get it. I have to. For Naruto, this was all that mattered now. The pursuit of strength. The desire to be the best. And the blade of wind would be his next step toward that goal, no matter how long it took him to master it. The light of dawn. As the sun continued to rise, casting golden light over the village, Naruto finally lowered his hand. His chakra reserves were nearly depleted, and his body ached from the exertion, but his mind was focused. He didn't feel defeated. The progress he made, though invisible to the naked eye, was enough to fuel his determination. He began walking back toward the village, his thoughts still centered on his training. The team selection process would happen soon, but that was just another stepping stone. What truly mattered was what came after, his growth, his power, and the future he would shape with his own hands. Naruto's pace was steady as he walked, the village still quiet in the early morning hours. He knew the others would wake soon, chattering about teams and rankings, but none of that concerned him. They can talk all they want, he thought, his expression blank. In the end, it doesn't matter what they think. It's all up to me. With the blade of wind on his mind and the desire for strength pushing him forward, Naruto left the training grounds, ready to continue his path toward mastering not just this jutsu, but everything that would come after it. Sasuke's training grounds. While Naruto pushed himself relentlessly in the quiet of the early morning, Sasuke stood alone on the opposite side of the village, focused entirely on his training. The air around him felt thick with tension, charged by the intensity of his movements. His body was already aching from the hours of exertion, but Sasuke pushed through the pain. For him, there was no room for rest, only the constant pursuit of power. Sasuke stood in a small clearing, his breath coming out in steady but controlled gasps. His muscles burned, his mind focused solely on one thing: strength. But not just any strength. The kind of strength that would allow him to surpass his brother, Itachi, and take revenge for the night their clan was destroyed. The familiar weight of that memory pressed down on him like a boulder, fueling the fire inside him. The image of his brother standing over the bodies of their parents, the coldness in Itachi's eyes, the way he had spoken to Sasuke with such indifference. It haunted him. Sasuke had sworn to himself that he would never feel that powerless again. It doesn't matter what anyone else thinks, Sasuke thought as he flexed his hands. Power is the only thing that matters. He had been training harder than anyone, determined to push his body and mind past their limits. Sasuke wasn't interested in the trivial goals of his classmates. He didn't care about becoming a great shinobi for the village or gaining recognition. All that drove him was the desire to grow strong enough to confront Itachi and kill him. Sasuke's obsession with power. Just like Naruto, Sasuke's thoughts were consumed by power, but while Naruto sought to prove himself in the eyes of no one but himself, Sasuke's drive for strength had one singular purpose: revenge. Everything he did, every ounce of his being, was dedicated to one goal: getting strong enough to kill Itachi. Sasuke formed a series of hand seals with practiced precision. Fire style, fireball jutsu. The flames erupted from his mouth, roaring forward and scorching the ground in front of him. It was a technique he had mastered early on, but to him it wasn't enough. Not even close. He needed more. His flames needed to be stronger, his techniques more deadly. The fireball flickered out, leaving a trail of smoke and ash behind, but Sasuke wasn't satisfied. He clenched his fists, his jaw tight. "I'm still not there." His eyes scanned the training grounds, looking for the next target to practice on, but his mind was elsewhere. Every movement, every technique, everything he did, none of it felt like enough. Because deep down, Sasuke knew that all the training in the world wouldn't be enough until he could face Itachi. That was the only moment that mattered. "I'll kill him," Sasuke whispered, his voice barely audible, but the conviction in his words was solid. No matter what it takes. Sasuke's obsession with power had long since isolated him from the rest of his classmates. But he didn't care. He didn't need friends, didn't need their approval. He had seen what attachments could do, how they could be ripped away, leaving nothing but pain and emptiness. He had no use for bonds. Bonds only made you weak. The rivalry with Naruto. Even as Sasuke trained, pushing his body and mind further, there was something else that lingered in the back of his mind. Naruto. Every time Sasuke saw Naruto in class, there was a flicker of annoyance, an irritation that gnawed at him. It wasn't envy, not quite. It was more than that. It was the way Naruto trained, the way he acted as if nothing else mattered. Sasuke could sense that Naruto was just as focused, just as driven by power. But Naruto didn't seem to care about the same things that Sasuke did, and that bothered him. "He's not like Itachi," Sasuke reminded himself, trying to squash the comparison before it took root, but the thought still lingered. Naruto, with his silent intensity and cold detachment, was becoming a shadow in Sasuke's mind. Someone who could challenge him, someone who could stand in his way. "I won't let him surpass me," Sasuke thought, his frustration mounting. "I'm the only one who matters. He's nothing compared to what I'll become." Sasuke wasn't interested in rivalries or competition for the sake of it. To him, Naruto was just another obstacle, another person who could potentially stand in the way of his true goal, Itachi. But the more he trained, the more he felt that Naruto was becoming a threat, someone who could match his intensity and determination. The relentless pursuit of strength. The morning sky was starting to lighten, but Sasuke didn't stop. He refused to stop. His body screamed at him to rest, but his mind overpowered the physical exhaustion. Every muscle ached, but he welcomed the pain. Pain was a reminder that he was alive, that he was still pushing himself harder than anyone else. He launched into another sequence of jutsu, moving through hand seals as fast as his body would allow, pouring everything he had into every technique. The fire jutsu blazed brightly, scorching everything in its path, but it still wasn't enough. It would never be enough until he had the power to take down Itachi. "I need more," Sasuke muttered to himself, panting heavily. "I need to get stronger." In that moment, it wasn't about surpassing his classmates, or even surpassing Naruto. It was about surviving the next confrontation with his brother. Everything he did, every ounce of power he gained, was for that inevitable day when he would stand face to face with Itachi again. Only this time, he wouldn't be a scared child. Naruto and Sasuke, parallel paths of power. In the village of Kenoha, two boys trained miles apart from one another, each consumed by their own obsession with power. Naruto, driven by the need to prove himself, and Sasuke, consumed by the desire for revenge. Both pushed their bodies and minds to the brink, but the paths they walked were vastly different. For Naruto, power was about becoming the best, not for anyone else but for himself. It was about breaking past the limits others had set for him, about mastering techniques like the blade of wind to outpace and overpower anyone who dared to stand in his way. For Sasuke, power was a necessity, a weapon to wield against the man who had destroyed his life. It wasn't about recognition or achievement, it was about vengeance. And that single-minded focus drove him further into isolation, further into the dark. Power, they both thought, their minds consumed by it. It's the only thing that matters. Team selection. The atmosphere at the academy was buzzing with excitement. For most of the students, this was the moment they had been waiting for: team selection. Groups of 3 would be paired with a Jounin sensei, and they would officially begin their journey as genin. But for Naruto, it was just another day. As he walked into the classroom, his mind was elsewhere, thinking of his training, of the blade of wind, and of the power he still hadn't reached. The other students chattered amongst themselves, speculating about who they'd be paired with and which Jounin would guide them. But Naruto tuned it all out. He didn't care who his teammates were. It didn't matter. Sasuke, sitting at the other end of the room, cast a glance in Naruto's direction. His thoughts focused on the same goal as always: strength, power, revenge. But he, too, couldn't ignore the upcoming team assignments. In the back of his mind, he wondered who he'd be stuck with. And he hoped, no, he expected, that whoever it was wouldn't hold him back. The door opened, and Irika entered the room, clipboard in hand. The room fell silent as he approached the front of the classroom. "All right, everyone, today's the big day," Irika said with a smile. "We'll be assigning teams of 3, each led by a Jounin instructor. These teams will work together from now on, so let's get started." The teams announced. Irika began reading off the names. The first few teams weren't of much interest to Naruto, who leaned back in his chair, arms crossed, waiting for his name to be called. "Team 7, Irika finally said. "Sasuke Uchiha, Sakura Haruno, and Kiba Inuzuka. Your Jounin sensei will be Kakashi Hatake." Sasuke's eyes narrowed slightly. Kiba? Sakura? His frustration simmered beneath the surface, but he didn't react outwardly. "As long as they don't slow me down," he thought. His mind was already working out how to train harder, to push past whatever limitations the team dynamic might place on him. But Kakashi, the famous copy ninja, that might be interesting. Kakashi, standing in the back of the room, watched silently, though there was a slight frown on his face. Sasuke with those 2? He thought, but kept quiet. Irika continued reading down the list, and Naruto barely paid attention until his name came up. "Team 10, Irika said, his voice clear and steady. "Naruto Uzumaki, Shikamaru Nara, and Hinata Hyuga. Your Jounin sensei will be Asuma Sarutobi." There was a brief pause in the room, a moment of stunned silence as students processed the assignments. Naruto blinked, his mind registering the names. Hinata? Shikamaru? He thought, though he felt no real attachment to the names. They were just people he had seen in class. He didn't care. Shikamaru sighed audibly from his seat. "Troublesome," he muttered, but there was a flicker of interest in his usually lazy eyes. Naruto wasn't like the others. He was different, stronger, but more detached. Hinata, on the other hand, glanced nervously in Naruto's direction, her face turning red as she realized she would be on his team. Her usual timid demeanor kicked in, but she felt a strange mixture of excitement and anxiety. Kakashi's reaction. From the back of the room, Kakashi's gaze shifted as Naruto's name was called. His frown deepened. "Naruto with Asuma?" Kakashi muttered under his breath. He didn't like it, not at all. He had been prepared to take Naruto under his wing, to train him himself. He had been watching Naruto's progress, seeing how quickly he was growing, both in skill and in isolation. Kakashi knew that Naruto needed guidance, needed someone who could break through that wall of detachment he had built around himself. But now, Asuma had been chosen as Naruto's sensei? Kakashi's frustration simmered, though he kept his face neutral. Inside, though, he felt a flash of anger. Naruto needs someone like me to guide him, not Asuma. What is the Hokage thinking? Kakashi's gaze flicked toward Hiruzen Sarutobi, who was standing in the back of the room, watching the team assignments with a calm expression. Hokage-sama, Kakashi thought bitterly. Why would you assign Naruto to Asuma? What are you planning? As the students filed out of the room, Kakashi made his way toward Hiruzen. His usual laid-back demeanor was gone, replaced by a tense energy. He wasn't going to let this decision go without answers. Kakashi confronts Hiruzen. Kakashi found Hiruzen alone in the hallway, standing near a window that overlooked the village. The Hokage seemed to be deep in thought, his hands clasped behind his back as he gazed out at the rooftops below. Hokage-sama, Kakashi began, his voice calm but laced with underlying tension. Why Asuma? Why not me? Hiruzen didn't turn around immediately. He let the question hang in the air for a moment, the silence heavy between them. You're upset, Hiruzen finally said, his voice soft but knowing. I don't understand the decision, Kakashi replied, stepping closer. Naruto, he's different. I've seen it. He needs a specific kind of guidance. I was prepared to take him on, to help him control his power and his emotions. Hiruzen nodded slowly, still not turning around. You're right, Kakashi. Naruto is different. That's why I made this decision. Kakashi's brow furrowed. With all due respect, Hokage-sama, I don't see how Asuma is the right person for this. Naruto needs to be pushed. He needs someone who can understand the weight of power and the burden of isolation. Asuma. Kakashi trailed off, trying to find the right words. He's not the right fit. Finally, Hiruzen turned to face Kakashi, his expression calm and thoughtful. You're wrong, Hiruzen said simply, his eyes meeting Kakashi's. Naruto doesn't just need someone to push him. He needs someone who can help him build bonds, someone who can teach him more than just power. And Asuma is the right person for that. Kakashi's eyes narrowed slightly. But Naruto is already strong, Hiruzen interrupted gently. But strength without connection is dangerous. You know that better than anyone. Kakashi's breath caught for a moment. He knew what Hiruzen was referring to, his own past, the isolation he had felt, the detachment that had nearly consumed him. He had seen it in Naruto, the same walls being built. But Kakashi had always believed that it was power that would help Naruto find his way. Hiruzen continued. Naruto's path isn't just about strength, Kakashi. It's about learning to trust others, to rely on them, and to let them rely on him. That's why I chose Asuma. He's the best person to teach Naruto about teamwork, about nature manipulation, and about how to control his power without losing himself to it. Kakashi clenched his fists, his frustration still bubbling beneath the surface. I could have done that, he muttered. Hiruzen's gaze softened. Perhaps, but you're already guiding Sasuke, aren't you? And they both have very different paths ahead of them. Naruto will need Asuma, just as much as Sasuke needs you. Kakashi exhaled slowly, his tension easing slightly but not completely. He still didn't like the decision, but Hiruzen's words held weight. He couldn't deny the truth in them. I understand, Kakashi said at last, though the edge in his voice remained. But I'll be watching Naruto closely. Hiruzen smiled faintly. I wouldn't expect anything less. Chapter 9. Academy Test. As the Academy team selection came to a close, Naruto, Shikamaru, and Hinata stood together, newly formed as Team 10. Asuma approached them, hands in his pockets and a cigarette dangling from his lips. All right, you three, Asuma said with a grin, glancing over his new team. Now that we're officially a team, it's time to get to work. Meet me tomorrow morning at dawn, bright and early. Training starts then. Naruto's eyes remained fixed, his expression unreadable as he gave a silent nod. Shikamaru sighed, rubbing the back of his head. Troublesome, but I guess we have no choice. Hinata blushed slightly, nodding in agreement. Asuma chuckled softly. Trust me, you won't want to miss this. We've got a lot of work ahead of us. See you at sunrise. With that, Asuma turned and walked away, leaving the team to prepare for what awaited them in the morning. The early morning air was cool as Team 10 gathered at the training grounds, standing before Asuma, who casually leaned against a tree. Naruto's eyes, calm and focused, flickered toward Asuma as he waited for instructions, already thinking ahead to how he could pass the test. "Today's task is simple," Asuma said, taking a slow drag from his cigarette. "All you have to do is tag me before the day ends." Naruto's face remained emotionless. He didn't respond with any excitement or comments. His mind was entirely focused on what was being asked of him. Tag him. That's it. It seemed simple enough. Before anyone could react, Asuma vanished in a blur of speed, disappearing into the dense forest with barely a trace. Naruto didn't wait for the others to speak. He took off after Asuma without a word, his body flickered jutsu propelling him forward at incredible speed. The wind rushed past his face as he darted through the trees, his eyes scanning for any sign of Asuma. He moved quickly, silently, intent on catching his sensei before anyone else could. But no matter how fast he went, Asuma seemed always one step ahead, just beyond his reach. Where is he? Naruto thought, his eyes narrowing. Suddenly, a flicker of movement caught Naruto's eye. Asuma, standing calmly in the clearing ahead, watching him. Naruto didn't hesitate. He pushed himself harder, flickering forward with even greater speed. But just as his hand reached out to tag Asuma, his fingers met nothing but air. Asuma vanished again, leaving only a puff of smoke behind. Naruto skidded to a stop, his expression still calm but his mind racing. "He's faster than I thought," he realized. He stood still for a moment, eyes scanning the area, his brain processing the realization that speed alone wasn't enough. No matter how fast he moved, Asuma was faster. He needed to think beyond just being quick. While Naruto had been the first to react, Shikamaru had stayed back, arms crossed and eyes half-closed in thought. He watched Naruto's attempt in silence, already analyzing the situation. "Too focused on speed," Shikamaru muttered, sighing as Naruto failed to tag Asuma. "This is going to take more than just running." Shikamaru wasn't as fast as Naruto, but he knew his strength lay elsewhere. As he scanned the area, his mind began to map out the possibilities. Asuma was fast, but he wasn't invincible. He had to be tracked, cornered, and slowed down before they had any chance of tagging him. Shikamaru formed the seals for his shadow possession jutsu, sending his shadow slithering along the ground, extending it into the trees where he suspected Asuma was hiding. He knew Asuma would notice the shadow immediately, but that wasn't the point. Shikamaru was testing the waters, trying to get Asuma to reveal himself. After a few moments, there was a flicker of movement as Asuma dodged out of the way, avoiding Shikamaru's shadow. But Shikamaru didn't stop. He widened the reach of his shadow, guiding it with precision as it curved around trees and over rocks. Asuma dodged again, but this time he paused just for a second too long. Shikamaru's shadow was getting closer. "Almost got you," Shikamaru whispered, his eyes sharp as his shadow inched closer to Asuma's feet. But just before the shadow could reach him, Asuma vanished once more, disappearing with a flicker of speed that left Shikamaru's shadow chasing nothing but air. Shikamaru let out a long sigh, scratching the back of his head. "Too slow," he muttered. His jutsu had almost worked, but Asuma's speed was still too much. He would need to combine his strategy with the others if they had any chance of success. As Naruto and Shikamaru both had their turns, Hinata stayed back, her Byakugan already activated. Her pale eyes glowed faintly as she scanned the area, her vision extending far beyond what Naruto or Shikamaru could see. She tracked Asuma's movements as he darted through the trees, his chakra signature appearing and disappearing as he moved. "He's fast," Hinata thought to herself, but she could still see him. Her Byakugan allowed her to keep track of his movements, even if he was faster than both Naruto and Shikamaru. I can see him," Hinata said softly, pointing in the direction where Asuma had just stopped. Her voice was hesitant, but her eyes were focused. "He's over there." Naruto and Shikamaru both moved toward the spot she had pointed out, but just as they closed in, Asuma disappeared once again. Hinata's Byakugan followed him, but even with her advanced vision, Asuma was elusive, moving unpredictably and never staying in one place for too long. Hinata furrowed her brow, frustrated that she couldn't lock onto his position long enough to help her teammates catch him. Even with my Byakugan, it's not enough, she realized. Asuma was too skilled at masking his movements, even from her all-seeing eyes. Asuma reappeared again in the distance, standing calmly in the shade of a large tree. His stance was relaxed, as if he was waiting for them to make their next move. Naruto stood still for a moment, watching him from afar. His body tensed, ready to sprint, but something held him back. Speed alone isn't enough, he reminded himself. No matter how fast I am, he's faster. Shikamaru stepped forward, his usual calm demeanor hiding the gears turning in his mind. We're not going to catch him like this, he said, speaking to both Naruto and Hinata. He's faster than all of us, but if we work together, we might have a chance. Naruto didn't reply, but his silence was agreement enough. He understood that Shikamaru was right. Alone, none of them could catch Asuma, but together they might have a shot. Hinata, you keep tracking him with your Byakugan, Shikamaru said, formulating a plan on the spot. Naruto, you'll be the one to tag him, but we need to trap him first. I'll use my shadow to block his path. Once he's stuck, you go for the tag. Hinata nodded, her Byakugan already focused on Asuma's chakra. I'll keep watching him, she said quietly. He won't get away this time. With their plan set, the team moved in sync. Hinata called out Asuma's position as Shikamaru prepared his shadow jutsu. Naruto, silent and focused, waited for the right moment, his body tense and ready to strike. As they closed in on Asuma's location, Shikamaru's shadow stretched forward, cutting off Asuma's escape routes. Hinata kept track of his every move, guiding Naruto toward him. And Naruto, now understanding that speed wasn't enough, waited patiently, letting Shikamaru and Hinata do their part. Asuma dodged Shikamaru's shadow again, but this time, Shikamaru anticipated his movements, widening the reach of the shadow just enough to catch Asuma's foot. Got him, Shikamaru muttered, his eyes narrowing as his shadow held Asuma in place for just a moment. Naruto moved in a blur, using his speed not to chase Asuma, but to close the gap in an instant. This time, it wasn't about being faster, it was about being precise. Naruto's hand reached out, and this time, it made contact with Asuma's shoulder. Tag, Naruto said quietly, his voice as calm as ever. Asuma smiled, impressed. You finally got me. After the test. As the team gathered around Asuma, he looked at them with pride. You did well, he said, his voice filled with approval. It took some time, but you figured out the key. You had to work together. That's what being a team is all about. Naruto stood quietly, still processing the lesson. Speed wasn't enough, he thought, his eyes reflecting the realization. But I'll get faster. I have to. Shikamaru yawned, glancing at Naruto. Not bad, huh? Guess even you can't do everything on your own. Naruto didn't respond, but his silence carried a quiet determination. He had learned something valuable today, not about teamwork, but about his own limits. And he was already thinking about how to surpass them. Asuma clapped his hands together. All right, you've earned a reward. How about I treat you all to some yakiniku? Sure, Naruto said simply. The team followed Asuma, their sense of accomplishment growing as they. The smell of grilled meat hit Naruto the moment they stepped inside yakiniku queue, but his reaction was far from the unbridled excitement one might expect. Instead of the usual grin or overenthusiastic shout, Naruto remained quiet, his expression neutral as he followed Asuma to the table. He sat down without a word, glancing briefly at Shikamaru and Hinata before his gaze shifted to Asuma. So, we passed. Naruto's tone was flat, more a statement than a question. His eyes held no joy or pride, just the same calm, emotionless look he had carried throughout their training. Asuma chuckled, lighting a cigarette as he leaned back in his seat. You sure did. It wasn't easy, but you three pulled it off. Naruto didn't react. He wasn't the type to celebrate small victories. Passing the test wasn't enough, it wasn't a step toward being the best. What's next? He asked, his voice steady. Asuma raised an eyebrow. Next? You just passed your first test. And you're already thinking about the next step. He exhaled a cloud of smoke, looking amused. For now, enjoy the reward. You've earned it. Naruto stayed silent, his gaze shifting to the sizzling meat on the grill in front of him. He reached for the food, but there was no excitement in his movements, just methodical efficiency. For him, eating was a necessity, not something to be enjoyed. Shikamaru, on the other hand, sighed and leaned back in his chair, arms behind his head. Man, what a drag. I knew we'd pass, but did it have to be so troublesome? He glanced at Naruto, noticing the lack of reaction. You're not even a little bit excited, huh? Naruto shrugged. It's just a test. Doesn't matter. Shikamaru raised an eyebrow. Just a test? You're something else, Naruto. Most people would be at least a little happy. Hinata, sitting quietly beside Naruto, glanced at him nervously before speaking in a soft voice. I think you did really well, Naruto. We all did. She blushed slightly, looking down at her plate. Naruto didn't respond immediately. He glanced at Hinata, noting her timid nature, but he didn't say anything comforting or encouraging. Yeah, he said after a moment, his tone flat. We passed. Asuma watched the interaction, noticing Naruto's lack of enthusiasm. He knew Naruto was different from other students. More distant, more focused on power than teamwork. Naruto, Asuma said, drawing the boy's attention. You're strong, but you need to learn to enjoy these moments too. It's not all about the next mission. Naruto stared at Asuma, his expression unreadable. I'm not here to enjoy myself, he said simply. I'm here to get stronger. Asuma smiled, though there was a hint of seriousness in his eyes. I figured you'd say something like that, but trust me, you're going to need more than strength. You're part of a team now. That means you've got to rely on each other. Naruto didn't reply. He understood what Asuma was saying, but it didn't change his focus. Strength was all that mattered. He would rely on the others if necessary, but only as a means to an end. Shikamaru sighed again, picking up a piece of meat and popping it into his mouth. Man, you're too intense, Naruto. It's just food. Lighten up a bit. Naruto didn't respond, his attention already drifting elsewhere. Shikamaru's words didn't bother him. He had no need to lighten up, not when he had a goal to achieve. Hinata fidgeted with her chopsticks, glancing between Naruto and Shikamaru. I think it's okay to relax once in a while. We can still get stronger, but it's nice to have a break, right? Naruto's gaze flickered to her for a brief second. Maybe, he said, but there was no conviction in his voice. Asuma took a long drag on his cigarette, watching his team with interest. You're all different, he said thoughtfully, but that's what makes this team interesting. Naruto, you're driven. More than anyone I've seen at your age. Shikamaru, you're lazy, but your mind works 10 steps ahead. And Hinata, he paused, giving her a kind smile. You've got more strength than you realize. Hinata blushed deeply, lowering her head. Thank you, Asuma-sensei. Naruto didn't react to Asuma's words. Compliments meant little to him. He wasn't driven by praise or validation, only by the need to prove himself to surpass everyone else. As the meal continued, the atmosphere was a mix of relaxed conversation and quiet reflection. Shikamaru yawned occasionally, making light-hearted remarks about how tedious things were. Hinata stayed quiet but seemed more at ease as the meal went on. Naruto, however, remained distant, focused on his next steps. As the plates were cleared and the meal came to an end, Asuma leaned back and exhaled. All right, that's it for today. Tomorrow we start real training. Be ready. Naruto stood up without a word, already heading for the door. Shikamaru followed lazily, hands in his pockets, while Hinata trailed behind, still shy but determined. As they left the restaurant, Naruto's mind was already on the next day. He wasn't satisfied with just passing the test. I need to get stronger, he thought, his eyes narrowing in determination. No matter what it takes. Time skip 1 month. 1 month passed, and the early morning light seemed to be a familiar friend to Team 10. Every day, they met Asuma at the training grounds before the sun had fully risen, the weight of their new responsibilities growing heavier with each passing week. Training was no longer just a series of tests. It was a daily routine filled with hard work, strategy, and sparring sessions that left each of them exhausted but stronger.
D-rank mission, T-due task.
During this month, the team had also been given a number of D-rank missions. They quickly learned that these missions weren't what they had expected. Walking dogs, weeding gardens, delivering packages. It was all tedious work, far from the excitement they had imagined when they thought of becoming ninja. Shikamaru was the first to voice his displeasure, often complaining as they weeded yet another field. "This is such a drag," he muttered, leaning back against a tree as he watched Naruto pull weeds with mechanical precision. "It's part of the job," Naruto replied quietly, his voice devoid of emotion as he tugged another weed from the ground. He wasn't happy with the tasks, but he accepted them without complaint. To him, they were just steps on the path to getting stronger. Hinata, always the quiet one, did her best to help, though even she couldn't hide her dislike for the missions. I think it's important to do every task well," she would say softly, though her expression betrayed how tiresome it all was. Still, they completed the missions without fail, no matter how boring or repetitive they were. And while they disliked the work, the missions allowed them time to grow closer as a team, learning to rely on each other's strengths in small but meaningful ways. Personal training, Asuma's guidance. When they weren't completing missions, Asuma dedicated his time to training each of them individually, honing their skills based on their unique abilities. Naruto stood alone in the training field, his hand raised as he focused on shaping his chakra. The air around him stirred as his chakra began to take form, swirling gently around his fingers. His mind was calm, his focus entirely on the task at hand, manipulating his wind nature chakra into something more refined, more controlled. Over the past month, Naruto had made significant progress in his training. Under Asuma's guidance, he had learned to channel his chakra into sharp, precise gusts of wind, though the blade of wind was still far from perfect. But he could feel it, he was getting closer. Asuma watched from a short distance away, his usual cigarette in hand, observing Naruto's progress with quiet approval. "You're improving, Naruto," he said, stepping forward. "You're starting to understand the nature of wind chakra." Naruto didn't respond, his eyes focused on the task in front of him. The wind around his fingertips began to solidify, forming faint, nearly invisible blades of air that hummed softly in the stillness of the field. They weren't perfect yet, but they were sharper, more defined than they had been a few weeks ago. "Good," Asuma continued, nodding slightly. "You've got the power, but now it's about control. Wind is sharp, precise, it's not about brute strength. You can't just force it." Naruto's face remained emotionless as he concentrated, his mind turning over Asuma's words. He knew the truth in them. In the beginning, he had tried to force the technique, relying on raw power and speed to push through the barriers. But wind chakra was different, it required more than just force. It demanded patience, precision. Asuma approached, stopping a few feet away. "Let's see what you've got," he said, crossing his arms. "Try it on me." Naruto glanced at Asuma, his expression unreadable. He didn't need to be told twice. Without a word, he raised his hand, focusing his chakra into the wind blades forming at his fingertips. He could feel the sharpness, the way the air shifted around him as he prepared to strike. In a sudden burst of movement, Naruto flickered forward, launching the wind blades toward Asuma. The air seemed to sing as the blades cut through it, sharp and fast, aimed directly at Asuma. But Asuma, ever the seasoned jounin, sidestepped the attack with ease, the blades slicing through the space where he had just stood. He didn't even flinch as the wind whistled past him, cutting a clean line through the grass. "Not bad," Asuma said, a small grin tugging at his lips. "You've got the right idea, but you're still putting too much power into it. Wind isn't about overwhelming force, it's about precision. You need to let the blades do the work for you." Naruto didn't respond, his expression unchanging. He understood the lesson, but execution was another matter. He was getting closer, but it still wasn't enough. He needed more control, more precision. He could feel it in his chakra, the way it wanted to shape itself into the perfect form, but his grip on it was still too tight. Asuma watched Naruto carefully, his eyes thoughtful. "Let's spar," he said suddenly, flicking his cigarette to the ground and crushing it underfoot. You'll learn faster if you see how wind chakra works in real combat. Naruto's eyes narrowed slightly, but he nodded in silent agreement. He wasn't one to back down from a challenge, especially not when it came to improving his skills. Naruto versus Asuma, sparring with the blade of wind. They stood a short distance apart, the wind blowing softly through the trees around them. Asuma's stance was relaxed, but Naruto knew better than to underestimate him. Asuma was faster than he looked, and his experience made him a difficult opponent to predict. Remember what I said? Asuma called out, his voice calm but firm. It's about control. Don't try to overpower me. Use the wind. Naruto didn't reply. His mind was already focused on the fight, his body tense and ready to move. He could feel his chakra swirling within him, the wind at his fingertips waiting to be released. Without warning, Naruto flickered forward, his speed enhanced by the body flicker jutsu. He moved quickly, aiming to strike Asuma with a combination of taijutsu and wind-enhanced attacks. His hands sliced through the air, the wind blades forming at his fingertips as he swung toward his target. Asuma dodged with ease, stepping just out of range as Naruto's wind blades cut through the air. The precision of Naruto's strikes was improving, but Asuma was still faster, his movements fluid and unhurried. Naruto didn't slow down. He moved with purpose, each attack more focused than the last. His wind blades were sharper now, cutting through the air with a deadly hum. But each time he got close, Asuma was already gone, moving like a shadow through the field. You're relying too much on your speed, Asuma said, sidestepping another attack. Wind is about timing. Wait for the right moment. Naruto ground his teeth, pushing himself harder. He understood the lesson, but his body was used to moving quickly, to overwhelming his opponents with speed. Waiting for the right moment was easier said than done. Asuma, seeing Naruto's frustration, decided to press him further. He moved in close, closing the gap between them in an instant. Too slow, Asuma said, grabbing Naruto's wrist and flipping him over onto the ground. Naruto landed with a thud, the air knocked out of his lungs. He lay there for a moment, staring up at the sky, his mind racing. Speed isn't enough, he realized, his eyes narrowing. No matter how fast I am, it's not enough. He stood slowly, his body aching from the impact, but his resolve only grew stronger. Without a word, he raised his hand again, focusing his chakra into the wind blades. This time he didn't rush. He waited, watching Asuma carefully, looking for an opening. Asuma watched him with a calm expression, nodding slightly as he saw Naruto's change in approach. That's more like it, he said quietly. Now use the wind. Naruto moved again, but this time his attack was more controlled. The wind blades at his fingertips were sharper, more refined. He waited for Asuma to move, and when the opening came, he struck with precision, aiming directly at Asuma's weak point. Asuma dodged, but only just. The wind blade sliced through his sleeve, cutting a clean line through the fabric. Good, Asuma said, his voice filled with approval. You're getting there. Just a little more control and you'll have it. Naruto nodded, though his face remained expressionless. He wasn't satisfied with a small victory. He wanted more. He needed to perfect the technique. Shikamaru's training, strategy and shadow control. Shikamaru's training was more cerebral. Asuma knew that Shikamaru's strength lay in his mind, so he focused on sharpening his strategic thinking and expanding his control over the shadow possession jutsu. During their sessions, Asuma would set up elaborate scenarios for Shikamaru to solve, often using Naruto or Hinata as sparring partners. You've got the brains, Shikamaru, but you need to learn how to use them in the heat of battle, Asuma would say, testing Shikamaru's ability to react quickly under pressure. At first, Shikamaru found it tiresome, often muttering under his breath about how much of a hassle it all was. But as the weeks passed, he began to take it more seriously. He learned how to use his shadows more creatively, catching opponents off guard by stretching them into unexpected shapes or using the environment to his advantage. In one particular session, Shikamaru used the shadows of nearby trees to trap Naruto, something that even surprised Asuma. Not bad, Asuma said with a grin. though Shikamaru simply shrugged, as if it was no big deal. Hinata's training, Byakugan precision and gentle fist. Hinata's training was focused on refining her Byakugan and enhancing the precision of her gentle fist techniques. Asuma worked with her on targeting the weak points in an opponent's chakra system, helping her to become faster and more accurate in her strikes. Though Hinata was shy and soft-spoken, Asuma could see the fire in her eyes when she trained. She wanted to get stronger, and each day, her movements became sharper and more confident. "You're improving, Hinata," Asuma would tell her after each session, and though she would blush and mumble her thanks, Asuma knew she was gaining more confidence in her abilities. One day, during a sparring session with Shikamaru, Hinata managed to land a clean strike, disrupting his chakra flow and immobilizing him for a few seconds. Shikamaru had been caught off guard, and though he grumbled about it afterward, Asuma could tell that Hinata was starting to realize her own potential. The afternoon sun cast long shadows across the training ground as Team 10 stood ready, facing off against their sensei. Asuma stood across from them, his usual relaxed demeanor giving no hint of the intensity that lay ahead. This wasn't the first time they had sparred with him, but today felt different. The past month had brought significant growth to the team, and Asuma could sense the change in the air. Naruto stood silently at the front, his cold, focused eyes locked on Asuma. His presence had grown more dangerous, his movements more deliberate. Shikamaru stood to his right, arms crossed, a yawn escaping his lips as he scanned the field, calculating every detail in an instant. Hinata, quiet but confident, activated her Byakugan, her pale eyes glowing as she took in the surroundings, ready to track every movement. "You've come a long way in a month," Asuma said, lighting a cigarette and taking a drag. "Let's see if you've learned to really work as a team." His smile was relaxed, but there was a glint of challenge in his eyes. He was ready to test how far they had come. Team sparring with Asuma, a test of synergy. Without a word, Naruto flickered forward, his body flickered jutsu propelling him toward Asuma with blinding speed. But this time, his approach wasn't reckless. Naruto had learned from his personal sparring sessions that speed alone wasn't enough. He darted toward Asuma, but just before he closed the distance, he vanished again, flickering to the side, his hand raised to strike with his blade of wind. The nearly invisible blades of wind whistled through the air, sharper and more controlled than ever before. Asuma dodged, narrowly avoiding the attack, but Naruto didn't give him a chance to rest. He moved again, faster this time, his movements fluid and precise, forcing Asuma to stay on the defensive. "He's more dangerous than before," Asuma thought, his eyes narrowing slightly as he blocked Naruto's next strike. The power behind Naruto's attacks had always been impressive, but now there was control, a refinement that made him a far more formidable opponent. But Naruto wasn't fighting alone. Asuma's senses flared as he felt the familiar tug of shadow possession jutsu creeping toward him from the ground. Shikamaru had stayed back, analyzing Asuma's movements and waiting for the perfect moment to strike. His shadow stretched toward Asuma, closing in from multiple angles, ready to trap him in place. Asuma leaped back, trying to avoid the shadows, but Hinata was already there, her Byakugan tracking his every move. "He's moving left," she called out, her voice calm but clear, her eyes never leaving Asuma's form. Naruto flickered to the left instantly, intercepting Asuma's path, his wind-enhanced fist aimed directly at him. Asuma dodged again, but just barely. The wind from Naruto's attack cut through the air, leaving a sharp gust in its wake. "You're working better together," Asuma muttered under his breath, impressed by how seamlessly they had coordinated the attack. He could see how each of their individual strengths had been sharpened by their personal training, and now they were combining those skills with deadly efficiency. Naruto's growth, precision over power. Naruto darted back, his cold, calculating eyes scanning Asuma's movements. The old Naruto would have continued to charge recklessly, but now he understood that precision was key. He wasn't trying to overpower Asuma anymore. He was looking for the right moment, the exact opening where his speed and the blade of wind would be most effective. Asuma could feel the change in Naruto's fighting style. There was less wasted movement, more intention behind each strike. It was unsettling, even for a seasoned jounin like him. Naruto was becoming more dangerous by the day, not because of his raw strength, but because of how methodical he had become. As Naruto moved again, Asuma countered with a swift strike of his own, but Naruto parried it with a gust of wind chakra, deflecting the blow just enough to avoid damage. The boy was learning control, and that made all the difference. Shikamaru's strategy, using the team's strengths. Shikamaru, watching from the back, quickly formulated a new plan. He could see how Asuma was dodging Naruto's attacks, and how Hinata's Byakugan was able to track his movements with precision. But they needed to close the gap, to limit Asuma's ability to move freely. Hinata, keep tracking him. Don't lose sight of his movements, Shikamaru said, his voice calm but decisive. Naruto, keep the pressure on him. We'll force him into the shadow. Hinata nodded, her Byakugan narrowing as she focused on Asuma's chakra points. She could see every shift in his body, every subtle movement, and she relayed that information to Naruto in real time. Asuma moved again, faster this time, but Naruto was right there, flickering to cut him off. With each move Asuma made, Naruto was there, forcing him back toward Shikamaru's shadow. The teamwork was seamless. Shikamaru's strategy, Hinata's precision, and Naruto's relentless speed combined to box Asuma in. Now, Shikamaru called, and his shadow stretched forward, catching Asuma's leg just as Naruto closed in for the final strike. But Asuma, ever the skilled fighter, wasn't done yet. With a sharp twist, he broke free from the shadow's hold, just in time to avoid Naruto's wind-enhanced fist. He landed a few feet away, his breathing slightly heavier than before. Not bad, Asuma said, a grin forming on his face. You're actually making me work for it. Hinata's precision, a vital role. Hinata, though still quiet and reserved, had become a key part of the team's strategy. Her Byakugan allowed them to track Asuma's movements with pinpoint accuracy, and her gentle fist strikes, while not as powerful as Naruto's attacks, were fast and precise. She moved in, her hands glowing with chakra as she targeted Asuma's chakra points. Though Asuma dodged most of her attacks, there were moments when her strikes came dangerously close, forcing him to adjust his movements. You're getting faster, Hinata, Asuma commented as he narrowly avoided a strike aimed at his shoulder. But don't hesitate. Trust your instincts. Hinata nodded, her expression determined. She was still shy, still nervous, but her movements had gained a confidence that wasn't there before. She wasn't just supporting her team, she was actively contributing to their success. The final push, surprising Asuma. As the spar continued, Asuma began to feel the pressure. The team had grown much stronger, and their synergy was impressive. They weren't just three individuals fighting alongside each other. They were working as a unit, each member playing a vital role in the overall strategy. Naruto's speed kept Asuma on the defensive, his wind chakra adding a dangerous edge to every strike. Shikamaru's shadow jutsu was more refined, and his strategies were quick and adaptable, constantly keeping Asuma on his toes. And Hinata, with her Byakugan and gentle fist, was the team's eyes, guiding their attacks with precision. Finally, as Asuma prepared to counter one of Naruto's strikes, Shikamaru's shadow caught him from behind. It was subtle, just enough to slow him down for a split second. But that was all Naruto needed. With a final burst of speed, Naruto flickered forward, his hand glowing with wind chakra. The blade of wind formed at his fingertips as he aimed for Asuma's shoulder. This time, Asuma couldn't dodge. Naruto's hand stopped just short of making contact, the sharp wind cutting through the fabric of Asuma's vest but leaving him unharmed. It was a controlled, precise strike, one that showed just how far Naruto had come. Asuma stepped back, raising his hands in mock surrender. All right, I think that's enough for today, he said with a grin, clearly impressed. The team stood before him, breathing heavily but with a sense of accomplishment in the air. You've all improved, Asuma said, looking at each of them in turn. Naruto, your control has come a long way. Shikamaru, your strategies are sharp, and Hinata, you've become an essential part of this team. You're working better together, and that's what matters. Naruto remained silent, his eyes focused as always, but there was a flicker of satisfaction behind his calm exterior. He knew he was getting stronger, And this was only the beginning. The real test awaits. As the sun began to set on the training grounds, the tired but focused members of Team 10 stood before Asuma, their bodies aching from the intense sparring session. Naruto, Shikamaru, and Hinata had pushed themselves to their limits during training, and the results were clear. They had grown stronger. But Asuma knew that the real challenge was yet to come. He watched them with quiet satisfaction, noting the progress they had made. Naruto's control over his wind chakra, Shikamaru's sharp strategies, and Hinata's improving confidence were all signs that they were ready for the next step. But they needed to be tested, truly tested. "You've all done well," Asuma said, his tone more serious than usual. "But tomorrow we're taking things up a notch. You're ready for the real test." Shikamaru groaned, rubbing his neck. "Real test? What was all this then, practice?" he muttered, already dreading what was coming. Naruto's eyes remained focused on Asuma, his expression unreadable. He didn't care about the real test so long as it was another chance to get stronger. That was all that mattered to him. Whatever challenge Asuma had in store, Naruto would face it without hesitation. Asuma grinned slightly, sensing the anticipation in the air. "Tomorrow morning at 6 a.m., we're heading to the training grounds. There's someone I want you to meet, Might Guy, a formidable shinobi and an old friend of Kakashi's. His team will be your opponents in the next spar." Naruto's eyes narrowed slightly at the name. He had heard of Guy before, not much but enough to know that he was a highly skilled shinobi. Kakashi's friend, he thought. That alone made Guy someone to be taken seriously. Shikamaru let out another sigh. "Great, so not only do we have to fight, but it's against someone who's friends with Kakashi? Why can't anything be easy?" Hinata remained quiet, her expression tense. The mention of Guy's team had sent a wave of anxiety through her. While Naruto and Shikamaru had their own ways of dealing with the news, Hinata couldn't shake the feeling of dread creeping up inside her. "Team Guy," Hinata whispered to herself, her mind racing. She knew who was on Guy's team, Niji Hyuga, her cousin. The thought of facing him made her heart sink. Niji had always been stronger, faster, more skilled than she was, and the idea of standing across from him in battle filled her with fear. Asuma noticed Hinata's unease, though he didn't address it directly. He knew that this fight would be a significant challenge for her, not just physically, but emotionally as well. "Hinata," Asuma said softly, his eyes meeting hers. "You've come a long way. Trust in yourself." Hinata nodded weakly, but the uncertainty still lingered. She had made progress in the past month, becoming more confident and precise in her fighting style, but deep down, she still felt like she wasn't good enough, especially not to face someone like Niji. Asuma turned to face the team once more, his usual laid-back demeanor replaced with a more focused intensity. "Be sharp. This isn't just another training session. Tomorrow will be the real deal. Get some rest and be ready by sunrise. We meet at the training ground at 6 a.m. sharp." Naruto's perspective, ready for anything. The next morning arrived faster than expected, and Naruto was already awake, his mind fully focused on the challenge ahead. He didn't care who Guy's team was. All he knew was that Guy was a strong shinobi, and that meant his team would be strong too. But that didn't matter. The only thing that mattered to Naruto was proving himself. Getting stronger, faster, better. He arrived at the training grounds before the others, the cool morning air biting at his skin as he waited in silence. His eyes scanned the area, his mind already preparing for the fight. This was just another test, another step toward his goal. Nothing more. As he approached the center of the field, Naruto noticed movement in the distance. He saw 3 figures moving quickly through a series of warm-up exercises. There was a man with wild black hair and thick eyebrows leading the team. Naruto recognized him from descriptions. It was Might Guy. Next to Guy were 3 shinobi Naruto didn't recognize. A boy in a green jumpsuit who looked just as intense as Guy, a tall boy with long dark hair, and a girl who was working with an impressive array of weapons. They moved with precision and speed, clearly preparing for the upcoming spar. Naruto watched them with a calm expression, taking in the sight without any visible reaction. So that's Guy, he thought. He wasn't intimidated, but he could sense the strength in the air. This fight was going to be serious. Hinata's perspective, facing her fear. As Hinata approached the training ground, her steps felt heavier than usual. The dread she had been feeling since Asuma's announcement hadn't gone away. It had only grown stronger. Niji was going to be there. Her cousin, her rival. The one she had always looked up to but never felt she could surpass. The thought of fighting him, of standing across from him in battle, made her stomach turn. She hadn't seen Niji in some time, but the memories of their previous encounters were enough to fill her with doubt. No matter how much she had improved, Niji was still stronger, and she knew he wouldn't go easy on her. "You can do this," she whispered to herself, trying to calm the growing anxiety in her chest. She had trained hard, worked on her Byakugan and gentle fist techniques, but the fear of failure still gnawed at her. "I have to be strong. I have to show them that I've grown." As she arrived at the training ground, Hinata's heart sank when she saw Niji warming up with his team. He looked calm, collected, and as powerful as ever. Her hands trembled slightly, but she clenched them into fists, determined not to show her fear. "I can't let them down," Hinata thought, her eyes flicking to her teammates. Naruto, who seemed completely focused and unbothered, and Shikamaru, who, despite his complaints, was always sharp and ready when it mattered. "They're counting on me." Chapter 10. Asuma's Challenge. The morning sun was just beginning to rise, casting long shadows across the training grounds. Team 10 stood in a loose circle, waiting for their sensei. Naruto stood still, his expression calm, as his mind focused on the upcoming test. Shikamaru, arms crossed, yawned, clearly still not fully awake. Hinata fidgeted slightly, her Byakugan deactivated but her nerves evident. Asuma approached them, his usual relaxed demeanor intact, though there was a seriousness in his eyes this morning. He stopped in front of them, hands in his pockets, his cigarette hanging lazily from his lips. "All right, you three," Asuma said, exhaling a small cloud of smoke. "Today's test is different. You're going up against Guy's team in a 3v3 sparring match." Naruto's eyes flickered with a brief interest, though his face remained unreadable. Shikamaru let out a soft groan, clearly unenthusiastic about what sounded like a lot of effort. Hinata, though quiet, felt her stomach tighten with nerves at the mention of Guy's team, particularly Niji. Asuma could sense the tension, especially from Hinata, and he gave them all a reassuring look. "Listen, you've come a long way in just a month. You've learned to work together, and that's what's going to make the difference here. Guy's team is strong, but so are you." He stepped closer to them, his voice steady but firm. "This isn't just about winning. It's about seeing how far you've come and how you can push yourselves even further. Naruto, Shikamaru, Hinata, you've all grown, but don't think for a second that you're done yet." Naruto remained quiet, but his mind was already racing ahead, analyzing what needed to be done to win. He didn't care about teamwork, but he knew it would be the key to this fight. "Work together," Asuma continued. "Use what you've learned, and don't hesitate. Guy's team is tough, but you can win this." His gaze shifted to Naruto specifically. "Naruto, your speed and precision are going to be crucial here. Don't rush. Let Shikamaru and Hinata guide you." Naruto nodded slightly, his determination evident despite his silence. Shikamaru scratched the back of his head, muttering, "What a drag! But all right." Hinata bit her lip, feeling the weight of the challenge ahead, but she nodded. "I'll do my best," she said softly, though the nerves still lingered in her voice. Asuma smiled slightly, his confidence in them clear. "You'll be fine. Just remember, trust each other, and you'll have a real shot at beating them. Now, get ready. Guy's team is already waiting." With those final words of encouragement, Asuma stepped back, giving them space to prepare. The real challenge was about to begin. The tension in the air was palpable as Team 10 stood opposite Team Guy. The morning sun cast long shadows across the training ground, adding a dramatic edge to the face-off. Naruto, Shikamaru, and Hinata stood ready, their faces determined but their strategies yet untested against such formidable opponents. Across from them, Niji, Rock Lee, and Tenten stood poised, their confidence evident in their stances. "Begin!" Guy's voice boomed across the field, signaling the start of the match. Naruto wasted no time. He flickered forward with blinding speed, targeting Tenten first. His body flicker jutsu propelled him so fast that he was almost a blur. Tenten, the weapon specialist, was quick to react, hurling kunai and shuriken in Naruto's direction. But Naruto's reflexes were sharp. He dodged the projectiles with ease, closing the gap between them. Just as Naruto prepared to strike, Shikamaru's shadow stretched across the field, wrapping around Tenten's shadow from behind. Got her? Shikamaru muttered under his breath, the strain of his jutsu already evident on his face. Tenten struggled, but the combination of Naruto's speed and Shikamaru's shadow held her in place. For a moment, it seemed like Team 10 had the upper hand. Hinata's Byakugan tracked the movements of Rock Lee and Niji as they moved to intercept. And Naruto, Lee is coming from the left, she called out, her voice soft but urgent. Naruto didn't hesitate. He flickered to the side, dodging Lee's incoming kick. Rock Lee's speed was impressive, perhaps even greater than Naruto's, but Lee was still bound by the limitations of taijutsu alone, and Naruto's mix of ninjutsu and speed gave him the advantage. With a quick motion, Naruto summoned a gust of wind chakra, sending a sharp burst toward Lee. The wind forced Lee to back off, giving Naruto a brief moment of control. On the other side of the field, Shikamaru struggled to keep Tenten immobilized with his shadow. Hinata, I need you to finish this, Shikamaru said through clenched teeth. His jutsu was effective, but it wouldn't hold much longer. Strike her while she's pinned. Hinata nodded, her eyes locking onto Tenten's chakra points. She dashed forward, her hands glowing with chakra as she prepared to land a precise blow using her gentle fist. Tenten's body tensed as she realized what was coming, but with Shikamaru's shadow holding her still, she couldn't move. Hinata's hand connected, striking Tenten's chakra points with accuracy. Tenten gasped, her body stiffening as her chakra flow was disrupted. That's one down, Shikamaru said, releasing his shadow hold just as Tenten collapsed to the ground, temporarily incapacitated. He exhaled a sigh of relief, but his eyes were already scanning the battlefield for the next threat. Despite taking out Tenten, Team Guy was far from defeated. Niji's eyes narrowed as he observed Hinata's movements. He could see her hesitations, her lack of full confidence, and more importantly, he saw her fear. While Naruto and Shikamaru focused on Lee, Hinata had been tracking Niji's movements carefully with her Byakugan. Her vision gave her a distinct advantage, allowing her to see the flow of chakra and predict Niji's movements before he could strike. But as confident as her abilities made her, Hinata couldn't shake the nerves that crept into her thoughts. Facing her cousin was different from fighting any other opponent. He knew her weaknesses, both physical and emotional. Niji's cold eyes met hers across the battlefield. His expression was unreadable, but Hinata could feel the weight of his judgment. Hinata, Niji called out as he moved toward her, his voice calm but sharp as a blade. You may have improved, but you still lack the conviction to fight me. Hinata's breath hitched, her heart racing. Her Byakugan flickered, and for a brief moment, her vision blurred. No, she thought, shaking her head. I've trained too hard to falter now. But Niji's words cut deeper than she wanted to admit. Naruto, catching sight of Niji closing in on Hinata, flickered back to her side. Hinata, focus, he said sternly, his tone sharper than usual. He knew Hinata was capable, but he also knew that her lack of confidence could undo all the progress they had made. Hinata nodded, trying to steady herself, but Niji had already seen through her defenses. He dashed forward with impeccable speed, his hands glowing with chakra as he prepared to strike. Hinata raised her hands, attempting to defend herself using her gentle fist techniques, but Niji's movements were too precise. He struck her chakra points with alarming accuracy, disrupting her flow before she had a chance to react. No! Naruto shouted, his hand reaching for Hinata, but he was too late. Hinata staggered back, gasping for air as the pain from Niji's strikes shot through her body. She tried to stand firm, but her legs felt weak beneath her. The disruption of her chakra left her vulnerable, and her Byakugan deactivated involuntarily. You were never meant to be a fighter, Niji said coldly, stepping back as if the outcome had already been decided. Your hesitations will always make you weak. The words stung, and Hinata clenched her fists, her frustration mixing with the pain. She could hear Shikamaru shouting something to her, but the sound was distant, drowned out by the overwhelming sense of failure that threatened to consume her. With Hinata down, Niji turned his attention to Shikamaru. The strategist had been carefully coordinating Naruto and Hinata from the sidelines, but now, with Hinata incapacitated, their synergy was beginning to unravel. Shikamaru knew they were losing control of the fight. "Damn it!" Shikamaru muttered under his breath, his shadow creeping toward Niji. But Niji was no fool. He had been watching Shikamaru's movements from the start, anticipating the use of his shadow possession jutsu. As Niji approached, Shikamaru expanded his shadow, trying to catch him off guard. But Niji was faster, dodging each attempt with calculated precision. Shikamaru's mind raced. He knew that Niji's Byakugan would give him the upper hand in any direct confrontation, but he had no choice. Naruto was busy holding off Rock Lee, and Hinata was down. Naruto, noticing Shikamaru's predicament, flickered toward Niji to provide backup. But before he could reach him, Rock Lee intercepted Naruto with a powerful roundhouse kick, forcing Naruto to block the blow with his forearms. "You're fast, Naruto," Lee said with a grin, clearly enjoying the battle. "But I've trained my body to its limits." Naruto gritted his teeth as he deflected another one of Lee's kicks. He could feel the power behind each strike. It was relentless. He dodged the next hit, his mind focused on how to break through Lee's taijutsu, but Lee's speed matched his own, keeping him occupied. Meanwhile, Niji had closed the distance on Shikamaru. With his Byakugan activated, Niji could see Shikamaru's chakra points clearly, and he knew exactly where to strike. Shikamaru, realizing that his shadows wouldn't be enough, prepared himself for close combat. "Come on, then," Shikamaru muttered, his voice steady despite the looming threat. Niji struck swiftly, his hands moving like lightning. Shikamaru tried to dodge, but Niji's strikes were too precise. With each blow, Niji disrupted the flow of chakra in Shikamaru's body, and within seconds, Shikamaru's movements became sluggish. "Looks like I'm out," Shikamaru muttered, wincing in pain as he collapsed to one knee. His body refused to respond to his commands, the effects of Niji's attacks rendering him helpless. Niji stood over Shikamaru, his gaze cold and unwavering. "You were always too slow," he said simply, turning away to assess the battlefield once more. With both Shikamaru and Hinata down, the fight was clearly tilting in Team Guy's favor. Naruto, still locked in combat with Rock Lee, was now the only one left standing for Team 10. Naruto remained silent, his cold, calculating eyes scanning the field as Niji and Rock Lee advanced toward him. His mind was racing through the possibilities, analyzing every step and breath they took. He had already seen how Niji targeted Hinata's weaknesses, taking her down swiftly, and he wasn't about to let that happen to him. Naruto flickered to the left, disappearing from sight, only to reappear a second later several meters away. Niji's eyes tracked him, but even with his Byakugan, Niji could see that Naruto's movements were becoming harder to follow. The body flicker jutsu was becoming more than just a speed technique. Naruto was using it to break through their perception, vanishing and reappearing in a way that made it nearly impossible to predict his next move. "Too fast," Rock Lee muttered, tightening his fists as he tried to keep up. He darted forward, his taijutsu a blur of kicks and punches, but every strike missed. Naruto's flickers were becoming faster, sharper. With each movement, it seemed like Naruto was disappearing just as Rock Lee's fists reached their target. Niji frowned, his Byakugan tracking Naruto's chakra as best it could. "He's refining it," Niji remarked quietly. "He's no longer just running. He's controlling his flickers in short bursts, minimizing the chakra waste. It's impressive." Naruto moved again, this time closing in on Rock Lee. His hand glowed with faint, near-invisible blade of wind, as he struck out, aiming to hit Lee's midsection. But Rock Lee's reflexes, honed from years of intense physical training, allowed him to dodge the attack just in time. The wind from Naruto's strike cut through the air with a sharp hiss, grazing Lee's uniform. Lee jumped back, his expression serious now. "That technique," I can't let it touch me, he said aloud, the realization sinking in. Naruto's wind jutsu isn't just about speed, it's lethal. Niji, still calm, watched carefully, waiting for the right moment. He knew that, despite Naruto's growing mastery of the body flicker, his speed alone wouldn't be enough to win. He needed to find a way to disrupt Naruto's rhythm, to break through the flickers and force Naruto into a mistake. Rock Lee, driven by his competitive spirit, charged at Naruto again, pushing his speed to its limits. His punches and kicks became a flurry of motion, each strike aimed with precision and power. But no matter how fast Lee moved, Naruto's body flicker jutsu was faster. Naruto darted left, then right, moving just out of range with every attack. His eyes remained focused, his body always in motion, never staying in one place long enough for either Niji or Lee to get a solid hit. For the next few minutes, the training ground became a blur of movement. Naruto flickered in and out of view, his form disappearing and reappearing faster than the eye could follow. Lee's powerful taijutsu clashed against Naruto's agility, the sound of fists meeting air filling the battlefield. He's untouchable, Lee shouted, frustration beginning to creep into his voice. I can't land a hit. Niji's eyes narrowed further, his Byakugan focusing on Naruto's chakra system. He could see the immense chakra reserves within Naruto, the way his chakra flared every time he used the body flicker. But Niji knew that no matter how fast Naruto moved, there had to be a limit. He can't keep this up forever, Niji thought. The more he pushes his speed, the more chakra he burns. He'll tire eventually. Naruto flickered behind Niji, aiming a swift blow at his back, but Niji spun on his heel, deflecting the strike with a gentle fist block. Naruto vanished again before Niji could counter, but the exchange had given Niji valuable information. He's getting faster, but he still hasn't mastered the control, Niji said aloud, his voice calm and analytical. If we wait for him to overextend, we can strike. As the battle raged on, Naruto's wind chakra began to manifest more visibly. His blade of wind technique, though still incomplete, was becoming sharper with each use. Every time Naruto flickered near Lee or Niji, they could feel the faint sting of wind cutting through the air, a reminder of the danger that lurked in Naruto's strikes. Naruto's not just dodging anymore, Asuma muttered from the sidelines, his sharp eyes tracking his student's progress. He's starting to combine his wind chakra with his speed. If he can refine that, he'll be unstoppable. Naruto's focus was unshakable. His cold determination to prove himself drove every movement, every flicker. He wasn't just fighting for the sake of the team, he was fighting to surpass his own limits, to show that he could be the best. Niji, sensing that the momentum was starting to shift, tightened his stance. It's time to end this, he said quietly to Rock Lee. Lee nodded, understanding immediately. He stepped back, taking a deep breath as he removed the heavy weights from his ankles, letting them fall to the ground with a resounding thud. Naruto's eyes narrowed as the sound echoed around the training ground. He had heard rumors about Rock Lee's training, but this was the first time he had witnessed it firsthand. The sudden shift in the air made it clear. Lee was about to move faster than ever before. Now let's see if you can keep up, Naruto, Lee said, a small grin forming on his an instant. Lee disappeared from barely had time to react. He flickered to the side, but Lee was already there, his fist aimed directly at Naruto's midsection. Naruto twisted, avoiding the punch by mere inches, but before he could launch a counterattack, Lee had vanished, flickered backward, creating space, but Lee's speed was overwhelming. His movements were no longer the steady, powerful strikes of before. They were blindingly fast, each one carrying a force that made the air hum with tension. He's not just faster, Naruto thought, flickering again to avoid another blow. He's stronger too. Lee reappeared in front of Naruto, his foot sweeping low in an attempt to knock Naruto off balance. Naruto jumped, barely avoiding the kick, but the sheer speed of Lee's attack left him with no time to recover. This is what happens when I'm no longer weighed down, Lee shouted, his voice filled with exhilaration. His strikes came faster and faster, his taijutsu now a whirlwind of movement that left Naruto struggling to adapt. Naruto landed a few feet away, his mind racing as he assessed the situation. Lee had become faster, stronger, and his attacks now carried a weight that Naruto couldn't afford to underestimate. He needed to push his own limits, but Lee wasn't giving him any time to strategize. Gate of Healing Release, Lee shouted, and another surge of energy exploded from his body as he opened the second gate. His chakra flared even brighter, and the strain on his muscles was visible, but the adrenaline coursing through him allowed him to move faster than ever before. This time, when Lee charged at Naruto, his movements were almost too fast to follow. Naruto flickered to the left, narrowly avoiding Lee's punch, but the second strike came even quicker. The force of the blow sent a shockwave through the air, forcing Naruto to flicker again to dodge. His speed, Naruto thought, his mind calculating the timing of each flicker, trying to find a way to counter. It's almost too fast, but I can still keep up, for now. Niji watched from the sidelines, his Byakugan focused entirely on Lee. He could see the immense strain that the gates were putting on Lee's body, but he could also see the power they granted him. I didn't expect this from Lee, Niji thought. Naruto flickered once more, putting distance between himself and Lee, but he could feel the growing pressure of the fight. His body flicker jutsu was reaching its limits, and each flicker took more and more out of him. He knew that he couldn't keep this up forever. But Lee wasn't finished. Gate of Life, Release, Lee shouted, his voice filled with determination. The third gate burst open, and with it came a surge of power so intense that the ground beneath Lee's feet shattered. His chakra blazed like fire, enveloping him in a glowing aura of energy. Naruto's eyes widened slightly as he felt the overwhelming power emanating from Lee. He could sense that this was different. Lee had pushed himself to the very edge. Even Niji was taken aback by the sheer force of Lee's chakra, his usually calm voice betraying a hint of surprise. I didn't realize Lee had reached this level. Naruto, standing a few meters away, narrowed his eyes. He wasn't afraid, but he could feel the gravity of the situation. Lee's power had reached a point where even a single mistake could mean defeat. The battle was nearing its climax. Naruto had managed to hold off both Niji and Rock Lee for an impressive amount of time, his body flicker jutsu keeping him one step ahead. However, the constant pressure from Niji's gentle fist techniques and Lee's relentless taijutsu was wearing him down. His chakra was beginning to falter, his movements slowing ever so slightly with each exchange. Naruto flickered again, trying to put distance between himself and his two opponents, but Niji's Byakugan tracked him perfectly. Rock Lee, even after opening the third gate, was struggling to land a decisive hit on Naruto. Niji took the lead, his body moving with the fluid grace of the gentle fist. He darted toward Naruto, his palms glowing with chakra, aiming to disrupt Naruto's flow once again. But this time, Niji wasn't aiming to finish the fight by himself. He was creating an opening for Rock Lee. Naruto flickered to the side, narrowly avoiding Niji's strike, but Lee was already moving. His third gate-enhanced speed allowed him to close the gap instantly. With incredible force, Lee launched a series of powerful kicks at Naruto, each one faster than the last. Naruto flickered again, but this time Niji was prepared. His Byakugan tracked Naruto's movement, and with a burst of speed, Niji cut off Naruto's escape route. As Naruto tried to dodge, Niji's palm shot forward, aiming for Naruto's chest. "Now, Lee!" Niji shouted. Rock Lee, already in motion, launched himself into the air, his body twisting as he prepared for his finishing strike. "Primary Lotus!" Lee yelled, his body spinning rapidly as he descended toward Naruto with incredible speed and force. Naruto, caught between Niji's gentle fist and Lee's powerful taijutsu, had no time to react. Niji's strike connected first, disrupting Naruto's chakra flow and causing his movements to falter. In that split second, Lee's foot made contact with Naruto's midsection, driving him into the ground with a powerful finishing blow. The combined attack was overwhelming. Naruto gasped as the wind was knocked out of him, his body unable to move as Lee's strike sent shockwaves through his system. The force of the combo move left Naruto immobilized, his chakra completely disrupted by Niji's precision and Lee's raw strength. The dust began to settle as Naruto lay on the ground, gasping for air, his body completely immobilized by the overwhelming force of Niji and Rock Lee's combined attack. His chakra was disrupted, his muscles refused to move, and for the first time in the battle, he couldn't flicker away. Lee stood back, panting heavily, beads of sweat dripping down his face, while Niji calmly observed the aftermath of their coordinated strike. Both were formidable opponents, but even they had to admit, Naruto had held his own longer than expected. Guy, standing on the sidelines, raised his hand. "That's enough," he called out, his booming voice carrying across the training field. "The match is over." Naruto's body trembled, his chest rising and falling with labored breaths, but he couldn't move. His mind was still racing, trying to push himself to stand, but his body simply wouldn't respond. He had nothing left. "Naruto is incapacitated," Guy announced, his voice softer now. "The match is decided." As Guy walked toward the center of the field, his eyes were drawn to Naruto's still form. "That kid," he thought to himself, a hint of admiration in his usually animated expression. He improved with every second of the fight. Even in the face of overwhelming odds, he adapted. Guy had fought many talented shinobi in his time, but rarely had he seen someone who could learn so quickly in the heat of battle. "It's not just his speed or chakra," Guy mused, crouching beside Naruto to check on him. "It's his ability to adapt. That's something you can't teach. It's instinctive." He gently patted Naruto on the shoulder. "You did well, Naruto. I didn't expect you to push my students this far." There was pride in his voice. Guy knew that he had witnessed something special today. Asuma stood a few feet away, his arms crossed, watching as Naruto lay exhausted on the ground. A small grin tugged at the corner of his mouth, the cigarette dangling loosely between his fingers. "Incredible," Asuma thought, blowing out a slow stream of smoke. "Naruto's improvement in just one spar. It's unlike anything I've seen in someone his age. It's rare to find a shinobi who can adjust so quickly in the middle of a fight." Asuma had been keeping a close eye on Naruto's progress for weeks now, but this battle had shown him a side of Naruto that was truly exceptional. "He's learning faster than most," Asuma thought, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. "The way he integrated his wind chakra with the body flicker, even when pushed to his limits. If he keeps this up, he'll surpass his peers in no time." Turning to Guy, Asuma gave a nod of approval. "Your students are strong, but Naruto made them work for it." Shikamaru sat up from his position on the ground, having recovered from his earlier defeat, and watched as Naruto struggled to catch his breath. His usual lazy demeanor was replaced with a thoughtful frown. "Naruto," Shikamaru muttered to himself, eyes focused on his teammate, "you're something else." He had known Naruto for years, but the Naruto who stood in the ring today was different. He wasn't just the loud, unpredictable kid from the academy anymore. He was something more. How does he keep getting stronger so fast? Shikamaru wondered, still impressed by Naruto's sheer determination and rapid improvement during the fight. Shikamaru leaned back, crossing his arms behind his head as he thought more about what had just happened. He learned while fighting every flicker, every strike was more precise than the last. Shikamaru knew that kind of adaptive skill was rare, even among the most seasoned shinobi. "Naruto, you're a drag to keep up with," Shikamaru thought, a small smile forming. "But you're going to be something special." As Guy and Asuma discussed the match, Naruto, still lying on the ground, slowly regained enough strength to sit up. His body ached, and every breath felt like fire in his lungs, but despite the pain, a small glimmer of pride filled his chest. "I'll get stronger," Naruto thought, his cold gaze fixed on the sky above. "This is only the beginning." As the dust from the sparring match began to settle, Niji stood calmly, his arms crossed and his Byakugan fading from activation. He gazed at Naruto, who was still struggling to sit up, his body worn from the intense battle. "He's strong," Niji admitted to himself, his eyes cold and analytical as he watched Naruto. "Stronger than I expected. But strength alone won't change anything. No matter how much he improves, no matter how hard he fights, fate has already decided his path." Niji's thoughts turned inward, reflecting on his own beliefs about destiny and the Hyuga clan. He's a clanless shinobi, a nobody without a name or heritage to guide him. That's the life fate has set for him. And no matter how strong he becomes, He'll never be able to defeat me. There was no malice in Niji's thoughts, just a firm, unshakable belief in the inevitability of fate. Naruto, you're destined to lose. That's just the way of things. You can't escape what's already been written. Niji's eyes flicked to Hinata, who had been defeated earlier in the match. Fate controls us all. As Naruto finally stood, albeit unsteadily, Team 10 gathered around him. Shikamaru leaned against a nearby tree, arms crossed, while Hinata, still a bit shaken from her own defeat, quietly approached Naruto, her eyes full of concern. "You did well, Naruto," Shikamaru said lazily, though his tone carried a note of genuine respect. "You pushed them to their limits." Hinata nodded, her soft voice barely audible. "Why, you were amazing, Naruto." Naruto, still catching his breath, simply nodded in response. His mind wasn't on the compliments, it was on the fight, on the areas where he could improve. He had pushed himself, but he knew it wasn't enough. Not yet. On the other side of the field, Rock Lee approached Naruto with a wide grin. "Naruto, you were incredible. I've never seen anyone push me and Niji like that before." Lee's admiration was genuine, his eyes gleaming with excitement. "Impressive," Niji said flatly, his arms crossed. "But strength alone means nothing if you don't understand your place in the world." He glanced at Naruto with disdain. "You're strong, but you're just a clanless shinobi. You'll never rise above your station. Fate has already decided that." Naruto's eyes narrowed slightly, but he didn't respond. There was no point arguing with Niji. Naruto couldn't care less about what he had to say. As the conversation between the teams continued, Niji's eyes shifted to Hinata, his expression hardening. "Hinata," he began, his tone cold and dismissive, "you're weak. You always have been. And no matter how hard you try, you'll never change that. You don't have the strength to lead the Hyuga clan, and you never will. You're nothing but a failure." Hinata flinched, her gaze dropping to the ground as Niji's words cut deep. Her hands trembled slightly, but she remained silent, unable to respond. Naruto, standing quietly beside her, glanced over at Hinata. His face remained calm, his eyes indifferent. He let out a small breath, almost like a sigh, as if the situation wasn't worth his energy. His fists didn't clench, his body didn't tense. There was no fiery outburst. "Niji," Naruto said, his voice as flat as ever, "you talk too much." The comment was casual, almost bored, as though Naruto was simply stating a fact. He didn't raise his voice, didn't show any anger or passion. He just looked at Niji, his eyes cold and unreadable, as if Niji's entire rant wasn't worth taking seriously. "If you want to say something, fine," Naruto continued, his tone still calm. "But don't think it matters. Not to me, and definitely not to her." He glanced briefly at Hinata before turning his gaze back to Niji. "You're stuck in your whole fate thing. I get it, but that doesn't mean you're right." Niji's eyes narrowed, but before he could respond, Guy stepped in. "Niji," Guy said sternly, his voice commanding as he moved between Niji and the others. "That's enough." Niji gave Guy a cold glance but said nothing. Guy turned back to Team 10, his tone softening as he spoke to them. "Well fought, everyone," Guy said, giving a respectful nod to Asuma and his team. "But it's time for us to go." He gestured to Niji, Lee, and Tenten to follow him, and without another word, Team Guy left the training grounds. Naruto didn't bother watching them leave. He stood quietly, his gaze unfocused, as if already thinking ahead to what came next. There was no need to dwell on Niji's words. None of it mattered to him. His C-rank mission. Asuma stood before the Hokage, arms casually crossed but his eyes focused and intent. The usual laid-back demeanor he carried had shifted, replaced with the sharp focus that only came when he had a purpose in mind. Hiruzen Sarutobi, the third Hokage, looked up from the mission scrolls with a raised eyebrow. "A C-rank mission, Asuma?" he asked, his tone slightly surprised. "Are you certain they're ready for that kind of responsibility?" Asuma nodded without hesitation. "Absolutely. They've made significant progress, and I believe they're prepared for something beyond the village walls. I want to see how they handle themselves in a real-world situation." The Hokage leaned back in his chair, considering Asuma's words. He'd kept a close eye on Naruto, Shikamaru, and Hinata's growth under Asuma's guidance and knew they had each shown unique potential. With a thoughtful hum, he finally spoke. "Very well," Hiruzen said, reaching for a scroll with a faded but still vibrant seal. "I have a mission that might be a good fit. It's technically a C rank." He handed the scroll to Asuma, his gaze serious but approving. "Escort duty. You'll be accompanying a bridge builder from the Land of Waves named Tazuna back to his village. He's expressed concerns about bandits in the area." Asuma took the scroll and gave a slight nod, his eyes glinting with excitement. "Understood. We'll handle it." He gave the Hokage a respectful bow before leaving the office, feeling a renewed sense of anticipation for the mission ahead. The next morning, Team 10 gathered at the village gates. Each member was eager yet carrying their own set of expectations about what the mission would entail. Naruto stood silently, his expression unreadable as he adjusted the kunai holster on his leg. Shikamaru, yawning with his hands in his pockets, looked more bothered than excited, while Hinata fidgeted, clearly nervous but determined. Asuma arrived, leading an older, unassuming man with a scruffy beard and a large bottle slung over his shoulder. "Everyone, meet Tazuna," Asuma announced. "Our client for this mission." Tazuna looked over the young shinobi with a slight squint, clearly unimpressed. "So, these kids are supposed to protect me?" he muttered, scratching his head. "Looks like I might be doing all the work." Team 10 gathered at the mission assignment building, their expressions a mix of curiosity and anticipation. They knew Asuma had pushed for something beyond the usual, and though none of them showed it outright, each of them hoped for a mission that would challenge their growing skills. Naruto met his gaze, his face as unreadable as ever. "Actions speak louder than words," he said simply, his tone cold but steady. Before Tazuna could respond, Naruto moved, his form flickering out of sight. In an instant, several illusionary clones of him appeared, each standing in different positions around Tazuna, their silent stares focused intently on the bridge builder. Tazuna blinked, clearly caught off guard by the display, as he glanced around, mildly impressed. "Well, at least you've got some tricks up your sleeve," he muttered, shifting uneasily. Naruto's clones faded as he returned to his original position, hands in his pockets, unfazed by the demonstration. Shikamaru smirked slightly, watching Tazuna's reaction, while Hinata gave a quiet nod of approval. Asuma stepped forward, addressing Tazuna with a reassuring smile. "Don't worry, Tazuna-san. Team may 10th be young, but they're capable. We'll get you to the Land of Waves safely." Tazuna gave a reluctant nod, adjusting his glasses as he cast one last glance at Naruto. "Fine then. Let's hope you're as good as you look." The mission began smoothly enough. The path was well-worn and devoid of obstacles, with Tazuna plodding along and occasionally grumbling about the weight of his bags. Team 10 remained vigilant, but the atmosphere was calm, almost too calm. As they walked, Hinata activated her Byakugan periodically, scanning the area for any unusual movement. It was during one of these checks that her eyes narrowed, catching sight of two faint chakra signatures lying in wait among the trees ahead. Her voice was barely a whisper as she leaned toward Shikamaru. "Two hiding in the trees ahead. Their chakra is masked, but I can see them." Shikamaru's eyes flickered toward the tree line, his usual lazy gaze sharpening. "Got it. Let's keep moving, but act like we haven't noticed anything." He subtly gestured to Asuma and Naruto, who each gave a slight nod in understanding. They moved forward, maintaining their casual pace while silently preparing for the encounter. As they approached the trees where the ambush was set, Shikamaru whispered his plan to Hinata. "I'll cover the shadows. When they make their move, block their path. We'll catch them from both sides." Hinata nodded, her eyes fixed on their surroundings as they continued. Just as they neared the ambush point, two figures burst out from the shadows, their chains swinging through the air as they lunged forward to ensnare their targets. The notorious demon brothers, shinobi from the Land of Mist, had sprung their trap. But Team 10 was ready. Shikamaru moved first, his hands forming seals as his shadow stretched forward, reaching for the attackers. Shadow Possession Jutsu. The shadows moved quickly, slipping between the branches and wrapping around the brothers' feet before they could react. The demon brothers tried to pull free, but Shikamaru held them in place, forcing their movements to mirror his. "Now, Hinata," he called. Hinata, with her Byakugan still activated, closed the distance in an instant. She struck with her gentle fist, hitting the chakra points on their arms and legs with precise accuracy. Her strikes disrupted the flow of chakra in the brothers' bodies, rendering them unable to use jutsu or even move effectively. The demon brothers grunted in pain, their arms falling limply to their sides as the effects of Hinata's strikes took hold. Naruto stood back, watching the duo work seamlessly together. He noted how Hinata's Byakugan had given them the early advantage and how Shikamaru's quick thinking had immobilized their opponents before they could launch a full attack. Once the demon brothers were completely subdued, Asuma stepped forward, eyeing the defeated shinobi with a wary expression. "Nicely handled, both of you," he said, a hint of pride in his voice. "You spotted the threat early and used each other's strengths to make quick work of them." Shikamaru let out a relaxed sigh, his shadow technique released as he scratched the back of his head. "Just lucky we had Hinata's eyes," he said nonchalantly, though there was a hint of admiration in his tone. Hinata blushed slightly, offering a small, humble smile as she deactivated her Byakugan. I couldn't have done it without Shikamaru's strategy." With the demon brothers bound and lying on the side of the path, Team 10 took a moment to regroup. Asuma knelt down, his sharp gaze examining the attackers while his team kept a vigilant watch on their surroundings. After a moment, Asuma reached into his vest, pulling out the well-worn bingo book, an index of known enemy shinobi, their backgrounds, and threat levels. He flipped through the pages, scanning until he stopped on a familiar set of faces. He raised an eyebrow. "These two," he muttered, glancing back at the unconscious men, "are the demon brothers of the hidden mist." Shikamaru peered over his shoulder, his usual relaxed expression replaced with a slight frown. "Hidden mist? What would shinobi from that village be doing all the way out here?" Hinata's eyes widened, her gaze shifting to Tazuna, who was avoiding eye contact and muttering nervously to himself. Asuma stood, sliding the bingo book back into his vest as he fixed Tazuna with a probing look. "Tazuna, care to explain why a couple of missing nin would be targeting you on what's supposed to be a straightforward escort mission?" Tazuna gulped, tugging at his collar. I may have left out a small detail or two about my situation," he mumbled, glancing away. Asuma's expression hardened. "This small detail put my team in unnecessary danger. I suggest you start talking, and fast." The bridge builder hesitated, wringing his hands. After a moment, he sighed heavily, his shoulders sagging. All right, I'll tell you everything. But please understand, I had no choice. I need your help." Team 10 exchanged glances, the weight of the mission suddenly feeling far heavier than it had just moments ago. Asuma's gaze remained fixed on Tazuna, his voice low but firm. "We'll listen, but this changes things. You owe us the truth from here on out." With the demon brothers subdued and the revelation sinking in, Team 10 prepared to hear the full truth behind Tazuna's mission, knowing that whatever he shared could lead them into far deeper waters than they'd anticipated. The team moved steadily along the forest path, their footsteps crunching softly against the fallen leaves and branches. Tazuna adjusted his pack, glancing back at the group. "So, kids, ever thought about building something as big as a bridge?" he asked, his tone casual. Shikamaru let out a lazy sigh. "Can't say that I have. Sounds like a hassle. All that planning, drawing up blueprints, gathering supplies." Hinata tilted her head slightly, curiosity sparking in her gaze. "It must feel rewarding, though, to build something that'll help so many people." Tazuna chuckled, adjusting the hat on his head. "Rewarding, sure. But there are days you just want to toss your tools into the river and call it quits." Asuma laughed softly. "Sounds like you know a thing or two about patience, Tazuna-san." Naruto walked at the back, silent as he scanned the path ahead. His attention flickered to Tazuna for a moment, then back to the trail. He didn't add much, but his sharp gaze occasionally checked on his teammates as they talked. "So," Tazuna continued, eyeing Shikamaru. What about you? Any big dreams? What do you want to build, strategist? Shikamaru shrugged, kicking a rock off the path. Build? Nah, I'll stick with cloud watching. Less trouble that way. Tazuna let out a loud laugh. Cloud watching, huh? That's a first. And what about you, young lady? He asked, turning to Hinata. Hinata blushed faintly, her voice soft but clear. I want to help my family and my clan, she said, and I'd like to get stronger, to protect those who need it. Tazuna nodded thoughtfully. Noble goals. You're a quiet one, but I get the feeling you're tougher than you look. Shikamaru chuckled, glancing back at Naruto. And our teammate back there? I think he'd rather just get to the mission. Naruto's gaze flickered over to them briefly, but he simply nodded, his focus returning to the road without saying much. Well, he's right about one thing, Asuma chimed in, smirking. Naruto here is all about moving forward. Speaking of which, how's everyone feeling about their first mission outside the village? Hinata glanced at Naruto, then back to Asuma. It's exciting, but I know there'll be challenges too. Shikamaru grinned. Exciting? Sure. I'll just let Naruto do the heavy lifting. Naruto smirked faintly, his eyes scanning the trail ahead. Fine by me, he said quietly with a casual shrug. The group chuckled as they continued on, the banter lightening the mood as they approached the next leg of their journey. As they walked along the path toward Tazuna's village, the atmosphere was oddly still. The faint rustling of leaves was the only sound, but Hinata's Byakugan picked up on something else, a shift in the chakra around them. Hinata's eyes narrowed as she whispered, Asuma-sensei, there's something up with this mist up. Asuma gave a subtle nod, keeping his gaze forward, though his senses were now on high alert. Good catch, Hinata. Everyone, stay close and be ready. They continued walking, but Naruto could sense the unease among his teammates. Shikamaru's eyes were darting around, mapping out potential escape routes in his mind, while Hinata's gaze stayed fixed ahead, tracking any movement in the trees. Naruto's fingers twitched slightly, feeling the subtle buzz of chakra building in his palms. A sudden pressure washed over them, a dense, suffocating aura that made even the air feel thick. In an instant, a figure appeared on a tree branch, a massive sword strapped to his back. The man wore a twisted smile, his eyes gleaming with a predatory gaze. Well, looks like I found some entertainment on my way, the man sneered, looking directly at Asuma and then down at the team. Asuma's expression remained calm, but his tone was serious. Zabuza Momochi, huh? He muttered, recognizing the figure from his own encounters and whispers in the bingo book. Ah, so you know me. Good. Then you know what's coming? Zabuza replied, a chilling tone in his voice. Asuma glanced back at his team. Listen up, he said, his voice clear and firm. Hinata, Shikamaru, Naruto, take Tazuna and move into a defensive formation now. Keep him protected at all costs. Shikamaru, looking tense but composed, nodded. Got it, sensei. Let's move. They formed a tight cluster around Tazuna, positioning themselves defensively. Shikamaru positioned himself at the back, his shadow manipulation ready to be deployed, while Hinata took the front, her Byakugan scanning for any sudden attacks. Naruto flanked Tazuna's left side, staying silent as he monitored Zabuza's movements with a calm, calculating gaze. Zabuza's eyes flicked to the team with a hint of amusement. What's this? You think a couple of kids are gonna stop me? He taunted, his grin widening. Asuma stepped forward, his knuckles cracking as he prepared himself for the confrontation. You're not getting past me, Zabuza. If you want the bridge builder, you'll have to go through me first. Naruto glanced over at Shikamaru, who looked at him with a wry smile. This just got complicated, huh? Naruto gave a slight nod, his gaze fixed on Zabuza's figure. Nothing we can't handle. We just have to keep him back. Hinata's voice was low but steady as she chimed in. If we stay alert, we can protect Tazuna-san. I'll watch for any movement. Tazuna, wide-eyed and shaken, muttered, This is what I signed up for? He looked at Naruto, his face pale. You sure you kids can handle this? Naruto's reply was simple, Yes. Hinata, keep your Byakugan active, Shikamaru instructed, his voice calm but focused. I'll cover our backs. Naruto, be ready if he tries to break through. Hinata nodded, her eyes flaring with chakra as she monitored their surroundings, her voice steady. I'll alert you if I see any shifts in his movement. Zabuza laughed, his voice echoing ominously. All this fuss for one bridge builder? Fine. Show me what you've got, Kenoha. Asuma gave his team one last look, his expression filled with both pride and warning. Remember, stay focused and don't let your guard down. I'll handle Zabuza. With that, Asuma turned back toward Zabuza, his stance firm as the two prepared for a fierce clash. The team stood their ground, their senses heightened, ready to defend their charge as the battle between their sensei and the rogue shinobi began. The mist grew thicker as Asuma and Zabuza faced off, their eyes locked in a silent exchange of intent. The tension in the air was palpable, each ninja calculating their next move with razor-sharp focus. Without another word, both leapt into action. Asuma was the first to strike, his trench knives glowing with chakra as he sliced through the mist, aiming straight for Zabuza's chest. Zabuza reacted instantly, blocking with his massive sword, sparks flying from the collision. With a swift motion, he pushed Asuma back and swung his blade in a wide arc, aiming for Asuma's midsection. Asuma twisted out of the way, narrowly avoiding the blow, then countered with a burst of chakra-infused shurikens. The projectiles sliced through the air, but Zabuza deflected each one with expert precision, his sword moving with lethal fluidity. He smirked, vanishing into the mist as quickly as he'd appeared. Asuma paused, listening for any sign of movement, his senses honed to their peak. He knew Zabuza was a master of the hidden mist technique, and the dense fog would give him the advantage. Focusing his chakra, Asuma prepared for Zabuza's next move. The silence was shattered as Zabuza appeared directly behind him, blade already in motion. Asuma spun around just in time, his trench knives colliding with Zabuza's sword in a shower of sparks. The impact sent a shockwave through the air, both ninja holding their ground, each testing the other's strength. Not bad. For a leaf shinobi, Zabuza sneered, pushing Asuma back with a burst of strength. Asuma didn't respond, instead weaving through a series of hand seals. Fire style, ash pile burning, he roared, exhaling a thick cloud of ash that filled the air, sparking with embers that crackled ominously. Zabuza's eyes widened as he dodged back, but the ash cloud exploded, sending a wave of fire surging toward him. He swung his sword in a wide arc, deflecting the flames, though some of the embers singed his arm. He grimaced but recovered quickly, his eyes flashing with a renewed intensity. In response, Zabuza formed hand seals of his own, summoning a torrent of water that rose up and crashed toward Asuma with brutal force. Water style, water dragon jutsu. The water formed into a massive dragon that surged forward, aiming to engulf Asuma. Asuma braced himself, but he couldn't dodge in time. The dragon struck him head-on, knocking him back several feet. He hit the ground hard, rolling before regaining his footing, his breathing labored. Before he could fully recover, Zabuza was upon him again, moving with deadly precision as he aimed another strike toward Asuma's neck. The leaf jounin blocked with his trench knives, but Zabuza's strength was relentless. Asuma deflected the blow, twisting his body to deliver a swift knee to Zabuza's ribs. The strike landed, and Zabuza grunted in pain but retaliated instantly, sweeping his sword in a low arc that forced Asuma to jump back. They both paused, breathing heavily, their eyes locked in silent acknowledgement of each other's skill. Neither was willing to back down, despite the injuries accumulating with each exchange. Zabuza moved first, vanishing into the mist once more. Asuma closed his eyes for a moment, feeling out Zabuza's chakra, ready to react at the slightest hint of movement. Suddenly, Zabuza reappeared, his sword aiming directly for Asuma's throat. Asuma blocked, but this time, Zabuza's blade slipped past his defenses, grazing his neck. Blood spurted from the shallow but dangerous wound, and Asuma clenched his jaw in pain. He retaliated, his trench knife glowing with chakra as he sliced forward, catching Zabuza across the gut. Zabuza grunted, feeling the sting of the wound, though it wasn't deep enough to incapacitate him. Both ninja staggered back, each clutching their wounds, their eyes narrowed in fierce determination. Before either could strike again, a figure appeared in the mist, a masked figure holding a kunai. "Zabuza," the voice said calmly. Zabuza's eyes flicked to the newcomer, recognition flashing across his face. With a final glare at Asuma, he nodded. "Looks like you live another day," he sneered, allowing the figure to guide him away. Asuma watched them disappear into the mist, his body tense and ready for another attack, but none came. The dense fog slowly dissipated, leaving the clearing eerily quiet. Wiping the blood from his neck, Asuma turned to his team, who had been standing at a distance, shielding Tazuna as instructed. Shikamaru and Hinata immediately rushed forward, concern evident on their faces. "Naruto," Asuma called, his voice steady despite the pain. "The emergency medical scroll." Naruto nodded, retrieving the scroll from his pack and activating the basic medical supplies. Hinata moved in quickly, applying pressure to Asuma's neck wound, her hands trembling slightly as she focused. "This isn't as bad as it looks," Asuma assured them, though his voice was strained. "Still, you need rest," Shikamaru said, his usual lazy tone replaced with a note of urgency. "And we need a safe place to regroup." Tazuna, watching with wide eyes, cleared his throat. "My home is close by. You can rest there." Asuma gave a nod. "That'll have to do. Hinata, keep an eye on our surroundings. Shikamaru, lead the way." The team moved quickly, supporting Asuma as they made their way to Tazuna's home. Once they arrived, Asuma sent a messenger hawk back to Kenoha, requesting backup and additional supplies, his message urgent and precise. As they settled into Tazuna's house, a heavy silence filled the room. Each of them understood the danger they now faced and the uncertainty of the mission that lay ahead. After a day's rest, Asuma gathered Team 10 in the small clearing behind Tazuna's house. His neck wound was still bandaged, and though he moved carefully, his sharp gaze remained steady. He called Naruto over with a nod, gesturing for him to sit beside him on a fallen log. "You're progressing fast, Naruto," Asuma began, his tone steady. "But there's something you need to understand about wind chakra. It's more than just force. Wind can be a weapon, but it's also about precision and patience." Naruto listened intently, his face as unreadable as ever, though his focus was evident. Asuma continued, "Think of wind as a silent blade. It can be subtle, unseen, yet deadly if wielded right. You've already started with the basics, but to master it, you'll need to focus more on control than speed. Let the wind work for you." Naruto nodded, absorbing every word. Asuma had provided the guidance he needed, and with a new resolve, he spent the rest of the day practicing. He focused on refining the blade of wind technique, trying to move beyond its initial form. It was as if Asuma's words had opened a new door in his mind, revealing hidden potential within the wind element he hadn't realized was there before. By the late afternoon, Naruto found himself in a secret forest a ways away from Tazuna's house. His efforts began to pay off. He discovered a way to harness his chakra into silent, razor-sharp slices of wind, turning them into invisible projectiles. The wind moved silently, slicing through small branches in the forest with ease. Naruto tested it again, watching the effect with a sense of satisfaction. He had taken his skill to a new level. Naruto continued his training in the forest as dusk settled in, perfecting the technique Asuma had encouraged him to refine. Each silent slice of wind chakra sliced cleanly through the trees around him, and he felt the thrill of control, the power at his fingertips sharper and more precise than ever. He was about to try a final variation when he heard the soft sound of someone plucking herbs nearby. Naruto paused, his gaze cutting through the trees until he saw a figure kneeling among the foliage, gathering plants with calm, deliberate movements. Naruto narrowed his eyes, watching closely. Something felt off. He made no sound, yet the figure paused, looking up and meeting his gaze. The person straightened and turned to face him, masks still obscuring their features. Naruto took in the sight, recalling the form and attire from the bridge encounter with Zabuza. A moment passed in silence before the masked figure removed their mask, revealing the calm, almost kind face of the hunter Nin. Didn't expect anyone else out here, Haku said evenly, his gaze meeting Naruto's. Naruto's stance remained steady, his hand by his side still charged with a faint aura of wind chakra. So you're the one who helped Zabuza, he replied, his tone flat, neither accusing nor surprised.
Haku nodded calmly, unfazed.
Yes, and you're part of the team protecting the bridge builder. It seems we're in quite an unusual encounter. They stood in silence for a moment, each observing the other. The hunter Nin's expression softened slightly, a hint of curiosity in his eyes. My name is Haku, he said, his voice carrying a calm openness. He tilted his head with a slight smile. And you? What's your name? Naruto paused briefly before replying. Naruto. A quiet settled over them, both sizing up the other as if seeking something deeper beneath the surface. Haku's gaze held a genuine interest. Naruto, he began, his voice gentle. Do you have someone precious you'd give your life to protect? The question lingered in the air between them, weighted with unspoken meaning. Naruto's expression remained still. I don't fight to protect others. That's not what I'm about. Haku tilted his head, his gaze unwavering. Then what drives you? Power alone. Power is the only way to break free from everything that holds you back, Naruto said coolly, his gaze unyielding. With enough strength, no one can control you, no one can tell you what to do. You can make your own path. Haku looked thoughtful, almost sorrowful. But power can be a shackle too. It can trap you in a cycle of fighting and domination. Naruto's expression didn't change. Only if you let it. Power for yourself, power that no one else can take from you, is freedom. When you rely on others, you're bound by their limitations and decisions. I'd rather be alone than shackled to someone else's vision. Haku's gaze softened, though he didn't look away. I've chosen to serve Zabuza because he gave me a place in this world. When you're born with nothing, finding someone to live for can be a purpose in itself. Naruto shook his head, almost amused at the idea. That's just another cage. Living by someone else's orders. That's not freedom. It's being a tool. He took a slow step forward, his eyes sharp. I'd rather live and die on my own terms. Power gives you that choice. Haku's eyes lingered on Naruto, the faintest shadow of sadness crossing his face. Then we're truly different. For me, freedom doesn't mean anything without someone to share it with. My loyalty to Zabuza is my choice. It's not weakness. Naruto's response was a cold, simple shrug. Doesn't make a difference to me. He paused, his tone growing sharper. Anyone who lives for someone else's ambition is bound to fall with them. I don't plan on making that mistake. Haku's calm gaze remained steady. Perhaps one day you'll find something beyond power. Perhaps one day you'll understand. Naruto's eyes narrowed. He was done talking. In a split-second movement, he flickered behind Haku. His blade of wind chakra poised, silent and deadly. The strike was swift and calculated, cutting through the air in a near-invisible arc. Haku gasped as the wind blade connected, his body tensing from the impact. Naruto flickered back, already watching for any counterattack. Haku staggered, clutching his side as he turned to face Naruto, a hint of surprise and pain flashing in his gaze. They stood in silence, and Haku's eyes softened with something almost like respect as he struggled to stay upright, his hand pressing against the wound. The night closed around them, with only the rustle of leaves breaking the tension in the air. Haku straightened, his eyes meeting Naruto's, still calm despite the pain. You're quick, Naruto, he said softly, his voice steady. And ruthless. In some ways, you remind me of Zabuza. But you're also very different. He fights for his ambition, but you fight for yourself. Don't you? Naruto remained still, his expression unreadable. What's your point? Haku's lips curved into a faint, almost sad smile. This world is full of people who live by different philosophies. Zabuza-san taught me to be strong, to survive, but he also gave me a purpose. It was the first time I felt like I belonged somewhere. And now I see you, someone who seeks strength not to protect, but to be free. He paused, eyes softening as if reflecting on something distant. You're similar to him, yet you're chasing a freedom he doesn't care about. Naruto's gaze remained cold, but he listened, letting Haku's words drift through the silence. So what? He said bluntly. Everyone has their reasons. You've got yours, I've got mine. Doesn't mean anything. Haku's expression didn't falter, but there was a flicker of curiosity in his eyes. You're right. Everyone has their reasons, but it's rare to find someone so dedicated to being alone. Don't you ever think there might be more to strength than just power for yourself? Naruto's eyes narrowed slightly.
No.
The answer was simple, direct, and final. Haku waited, as if expecting more, but Naruto said nothing else. He didn't see the need to explain himself. Power, to him, was the only path that mattered, everything else was just noise. Haku sighed softly, his breath misting in the cool air. You remind me of a mirror, reflecting back whatever the world throws at you, but never showing what's inside. Maybe that's why you seek strength, to protect what's behind that reflection. Naruto's gaze darkened slightly, a flicker of irritation crossing his face. I don't need to explain myself to you, he said, his tone growing colder. In the end, it doesn't matter what you think. Haku's smile faded, but there was no anger in his eyes. Perhaps not, but I wish you could see that there's more to strength than just fighting alone. It's not weakness to rely on others, to protect someone other than yourself. Naruto's eyes sharpened, a cold resolve settling in. I don't care. I'm not like you. He took a step closer, his movements smooth and deliberate. I don't need a reason to do what I do. All that matters is getting stronger, and I won't let anyone stand in the way of that. If you're my enemy, I'll kill you. The blunt declaration hung in the air, heavy and final. Haku looked at Naruto, studying him with an expression that was almost wistful. Even if it means fighting against everything else? He asked quietly. Even if it means you're left alone? Naruto's lips tightened slightly, but he didn't hesitate. If that's what it takes. Haku's eyes lingered on Naruto for a moment longer, a shadow of sadness passing through them. Then I pity you, Naruto, he said softly, for a life spent chasing strength without knowing what it truly means. Naruto's expression remained cold, his eyes narrowing slightly. I don't need your pity. If you stand in my way, I'll cut you down. Haku nodded, the sadness giving way to a resigned calm. I see. Then, there's nothing more to say. Naruto's fingers twitched, wind chakra already forming around them, cutting through the mist that was beginning to cloud the air. Fine by me. Naruto took a step forward, his movements deliberate, his wind chakra coiling around him, flickering like an unseen blade ready to strike. He could feel the cold mist lingering around them, mingling with the chill of Haku's ice. His senses sharpened, every instinct telling him to be ready for the fight ahead. Haku's hands slowly lowered to his sides, his breath steady. Despite the intensity of Naruto's stance, there was no fear in his eyes, only a quiet acceptance. If this is what you've decided, then I won't hold back, Haku said, his voice soft yet firm. I'll fight with everything I have, for my own purpose, just as you will for yours. Naruto's eyes narrowed slightly, but he didn't respond. His mind was already focused on the upcoming battle, analyzing every detail, every possible move Haku could make. He could see the faint shimmer of chakra forming around Haku's hands, hinting at the techniques he was about to use. The gentle sway of the mist around them began to grow denser, closing in like a veil. The tension snapped as both Naruto and Haku burst into action, closing the distance between them in a flash. The forest, once still, erupted into a flurry of movement. Naruto flickered to the side, his speed blurring his form as he launched a sharp slice of wind toward Haku. The attack cut through the mist, a razor-thin line slicing through branches and leaves. Haku dodged gracefully, his body moving with fluid precision as he twisted around the attack. In a blink, he retaliated, hurling a volley of sunbon needles at Naruto, each one aimed to immobilize rather than kill. Naruto deflected them with a quick swipe of wind chakra, the needles scattering uselessly to the ground. Their eyes locked, both assessing the other's technique. Haku's movements were swift and elegant, his strikes precise. But Naruto was relentless, his attacks direct and ruthless, aiming to overpower rather than finesse. The clash of their ideologies was reflected in every blow. "You're fast," Haku said, his voice calm even as he dodged another slicing wind attack. "But there's something hollow in your movements, like you're only fighting because you have to, not because you want to." Naruto didn't respond verbally. He lunged forward, closing the gap between them in an instant. His hand shot out, wind chakra forming a blade around his fingers, cutting through the air toward Haku's torso. Haku narrowly avoided the strike, stepping back as Naruto's blade sliced cleanly through a tree trunk behind him, the severed wood crashing to the ground. Haku's eyes flickered with a hint of sadness. "Strength without purpose is dangerous, Naruto. You can't just fight because you're strong." Naruto's eyes flashed. "I don't need a purpose. Strength is enough." He swung his arm, sending a gust of cutting wind toward Haku, forcing him to dodge again. "It's the only thing that matters." Haku's expression softened for just a moment, as if he saw something familiar in Naruto's words. "Maybe that's why you remind me of Zabuza-san." He moved, gliding across the forest floor, appearing at Naruto's side with a quick jab aimed at his ribs. Naruto blocked the strike with his forearm, countering with a swift kick that forced Haku back. "I don't care who I remind you of," he said, his tone low and icy. "If you're not strong enough, then you don't belong in my way." The fight continued, each exchange faster and more intense. Naruto's wind blades slashed through the air, while Haku weaved through the attacks, countering with swift, precise strikes. Despite the speed and ferocity, there was a strange calmness in Haku's movements, as if he was observing more than fighting. But Naruto's wind manipulation gave him an edge. Every missed strike left a slice in the air. Every dodge forced Haku to move a little faster. Slowly, the advantage was shifting in Naruto's favor. He could see it in the slight hesitation in Haku's movements, in the small breaks in his composure. Haku's breathing was heavier now, his chest rising and falling with each breath. "You're strong, Naruto," he said, his voice almost a whisper. "Stronger than I expected. But this isn't everything I have." Naruto's eyes narrowed. "Then stop holding back." Haku's expression hardened, and for a brief moment, the air around him seemed to freeze. "Very well." He raised his hands, forming a series of rapid hand seals, and the temperature of the forest dropped sharply. Secret technique: crystal ice mirrors. Naruto's eyes darted between the mirrors, trying to pinpoint Haku's true location, but every image reflected back at him, taunting him. Before he could react, needles of ice shot out from the mirrors, fast and precise. Naruto flickered, dodging the first few, but more followed, striking him from impossible angles. He twisted, trying to evade the onslaught, but the senbon kept coming, cutting through his clothes and grazing his skin. He managed to deflect a few with his wind chakra, but the relentless barrage continued, pushing him back, pinning him down. Naruto's breathing grew heavier, his muscles burning from the effort of trying to keep up. The needles kept coming, each one precise, each one draining more of his strength. He could feel the cold creeping into his limbs, numbing his movements, slowing him down. "Damn it," he thought, trying to force his body to move faster, to break free. But every time he flickered, the senbon met him, cutting him off, driving him back into the center of the trap. Haku's voice echoed around him, calm and distant. "You're strong, Naruto. But in this technique, your strength won't help you." Naruto gritted his teeth, trying to find a way out, but the mirrors reflected every movement, and the senbon kept coming, faster, sharper, pinning him down from all sides. The cold seeped deeper into his skin, the mist thickening, and for the first time he felt his control slipping. The realization hit him like a weight, a cold, creeping dread that settled in his chest. He tried to push it away, to summon more chakra, but his body was failing him, the senbon draining his strength, his vision blurring from the pain. The mirrors glowed around him, Haku's reflections staring down at him from every angle, their eyes calm and steady. The mist swirled, the air thick with tension, and Naruto felt a chill run down his spine, colder than the ice that surrounded him. Am I really trapped? He thought, the question lingering in his mind, heavy and unbidden. He struggled to keep his focus, to find a way out, but the Senbon kept coming, and the mirrors closed in around him, sealing him in a frozen, silent cage. Naruto's body felt heavy, his limbs sluggish and unresponsive. Every breath he took was sharp and painful, each one a reminder of the needles that had pierced his skin. The cold seeped deeper, numbing his senses, blurring his vision. For the first time, the thought crept into his mind, a thought he never allowed himself to consider. I might die here. The realization hit him like a weight, sinking deep into his chest. The mirrors surrounded him, reflecting his own image back at him, fractured and distorted. Each reflection showed him something different. His tired eyes, his bleeding wounds, his failing strength. He had always been so sure of himself, so certain that power was all that mattered. But now, trapped and alone, he felt that certainty slip away. What's the point of all this? He thought, his mind drifting as the pain blurred his focus. Power, strength, freedom. Does any of it matter if I die here? Does anyone's philosophy matter when they're gone? His breath hitched, a cold fear settling in his chest. He had said he wanted power for himself, that he didn't need anyone, that strength was the only thing that could set him free. But now, facing the reality of death, he felt a chill that had nothing to do with the ice around him. Is this what it means to be alone? He thought, the words echoing in his mind. If I die here, no one will know, no one will care. I'll just disappear, and everything I've done, everything I've tried to be, it'll all mean nothing. The thought terrified him. He had always been alone, but he had never truly felt it until now, when there was no one to see him, no one to hear him, no one to fight with him. He had always told himself he didn't need anyone, that he could rely on his own strength. But now, at the edge of death, he felt the emptiness of those words. If I'm so strong, why am I afraid? He wondered, his thoughts spiraling. Why am I scared of dying here, by myself? He could feel his heart pounding, each beat a reminder of how fragile he was, how close he was to losing everything. The fear twisted inside him, dark and suffocating, making it hard to breathe. He didn't understand it. Why was he feeling this way? Why did the thought of being alone, truly alone, scare him more than anything? What's the point of power if I'm just going to die like this? He thought, his mind swirling with confusion. What's the point of fighting if this is how it ends? The cold crept into his bones, numbing his body, but his mind was racing, frantically searching for an answer, something to hold on to. He thought of Haku's words, of philosophies and reasons and strength, but it all felt meaningless now, tangled and contradictory. What did any of it matter if he was about to disappear? And then, slowly, a different feeling began to build inside him. A flicker of heat, burning away at the cold that had settled in his chest. It was faint at first, just a spark of something raw and bitter, but it grew, feeding off his fear and confusion, twisting into something sharper, something darker. Why? He thought, his teeth gritting as the heat spread. Why do I have to be the one to die? Why do I have to be the one who's scared and alone? I've fought, I've trained, I've pushed myself. So why am I still not strong enough? The thought ignited something deep within him, a slow, simmering rage that bubbled beneath the surface. He was angry at himself, at the world, at everything that had led him to this point. He had wanted to be strong so he wouldn't have to feel this way, so he wouldn't have to be afraid. But now all that strength felt hollow, slipping through his fingers like sand. This isn't fair, he thought, the anger growing, searing through the fear. I won't die here. I won't disappear. His breath came faster, harsher, as the rage built, pushing back against the cold, numbing fear. He could feel it rising, a raw, primal force that demanded to be released. The mirrors around him, the needles that had pinned him down, they all blurred together as the heat intensified, boiling up from deep within his core. I'm not going to die, he thought, his vision reddening at the edges. I won't let myself be weak. I won't let myself be scared. I'll tear through anything, anyone, to get out of this. The rage grew, feeding on itself, consuming everything else. It was wild, untamed, but it gave him strength, a strength he hadn't felt before, something deeper and more powerful than he had ever reached for. His hands clenched into fists, his nails digging into his palms, and he felt a strange, warm energy pulsing beneath his skin, bubbling up, threatening to spill over. "I'll break this," he thought, his breath ragged, his eyes burning. "I'll break everything if I have to." Then, suddenly, he felt it. A surge of power, hot and violent, radiating out from deep within his chest. His vision blurred, and for a moment, he thought he could see something, a flash of red, bubbling and twisting, pushing against the boundaries of his control. The mirrors around him shivered, the ice cracking slightly, and Naruto's breathing grew heavier, the rage boiling over. A deep, red chakra began to seep out from his skin, bubbling like molten lava, flickering around him in a dark, angry aura. The fear, the doubt, the confusion. It was all burning away, consumed by the rising heat of his fury. The red chakra swirled around him, pulsing with a life of its own, growing thicker, more intense. Naruto's eyes darkened, the rage twisting into something sharper, more primal, and he could feel the power surging, pushing against his control, demanding to be unleashed. "I won't die here," he thought, his mind narrowing to a single burning point. "I won't let anyone make me weak." The red chakra pulsed around Naruto, bubbling and twisting, its warmth radiating out in wild, unpredictable waves. His eyes burned with a deep, fierce intensity as the rage within him coiled tighter, pushing against the limits of his control. The power wasn't just a feeling. It was a force, a presence that demanded to be acknowledged, to be unleashed. As the chakra flared, the wind jutsu Naruto had been maintaining began to change. What was once a precise, controlled technique transformed into something wild and erratic. Blades of wind slashed out in random directions, slicing through Haku's mirrors and cutting deep into the trees around them. The air crackled with energy, the violent gusts tearing at everything in their path, creating a chaotic storm of razor-sharp wind. Haku's eyes widened behind his mask as he felt the shift in Naruto's aura, the chakra exuding a raw, seething malice that hadn't been there before. The once controlled wind blades now lashed out unpredictably, forcing Haku to dodge not just the attacks directed at him, but also the ones spiraling off course, creating a deadly storm. One of the errant blades grazed his arm, cutting through his sleeve and drawing blood. "This isn't normal," Haku thought, his heartbeat quickening. He could feel it, the intense, almost suffocating pressure of Naruto's chakra, and beneath it, a dark, simmering hatred. It wasn't just strength, it was something far more dangerous, something feral and untamed. Every instinct screamed at him to retreat, to get away from this unstable, malevolent force. Another wild slash of wind tore through the space between them, missing Haku by inches but shattering one of his mirrors into shards of ice. Haku took a step back, his usually calm demeanor shaken as he tried to read Naruto's movements. But there was no pattern, no logic, just chaotic, furious power. "What is this?" Haku whispered, his voice barely audible over the roar of the wind. He could feel the malice radiating from Naruto, a chilling, unrestrained bloodlust that sent a shiver down his spine. This wasn't the same boy he had been fighting moments ago. Something had changed, and Haku knew that if he stayed, he would be putting himself at risk of facing a power he didn't understand. "I can't fight this," he realized, his mind racing as he tried to find a way out. "Not like this." Haku's instincts took over, and with a swift motion, he dissolved into the mist, retreating to the safety of the shadows. The mirrors shattered and fell, the broken shards glistening in the air as he slipped away, vanishing into the fog. Even as he moved, his mind couldn't shake the image of Naruto's eyes, dark, wild, and full of a terrifying resolve. The forest fell silent again, but the remnants of Naruto's chaotic jutsu still lingered, the torn ground and shredded trees, a testament to the power that had been unleashed. The red chakra continued to pulse around him, swirling like a dark, boiling cloud, and his breathing was ragged, each exhale marked by a faint growl. The power inside him was alive, thrumming beneath his skin, demanding to be let loose. Not far from the chaos, Asuma was sprinting through the trees, his own heart pounding in his chest. The moment he felt that dark, ominous chakra, a chill ran down his spine. He didn't need to see it to know it was Naruto. But this wasn't the chakra he was familiar with, this was something far more sinister. What the hell is going on? Asuma thought, pushing himself to move faster. He had sensed strong chakra before, but this was different, raw, oppressive, and filled with malice. Naruto, what are you doing? His legs burned as he leapt from branch to branch, straining to close the distance between himself and the source of that overwhelming power. He could see the red glow faintly in the distance, flickering like a dark flame, and he knew he had to reach Naruto before it was too late. But even as he pushed forward, he could feel the oppressive energy pushing back, making the air around him feel heavy, as if the forest itself was suffocating under the weight of Naruto's chakra. As the rage slowly ebbed away, Naruto stood in the center of the chaos, his hands trembling as the red chakra flickered around him, like embers of a dying fire. He was frozen in place, his breath ragged, eyes wide and unfocused. The raw, unrestrained power that had surged through him moments ago now felt alien, slipping away as quickly as it had come, leaving him disoriented. He could still feel it, the dark, seething presence lurking beneath the surface, like a beast that had momentarily broken free of its chains. It had answered his fury, fed on it, but now it was retreating, sinking back into the depths of his being, leaving him standing there, stuck, as if waiting for the storm to pass. Naruto's eyes darted around, taking in the devastation surrounding him. The forest, once calm and undisturbed, had been torn apart, ravaged by the outburst of chaotic power. Trees lay shattered, their trunks splintered and strewn across the ground, and deep gashes marred the earth, like scars left by a wild, thrashing beast. The air was thick, heavy with the residue of chakra, a suffocating fog that clung to everything around him. He didn't move, didn't even try to. It was as if his body was still caught in the aftermath, stuck in the tension of a moment that had already passed, yet still lingered. He could feel the power slipping away, but his heart was still pounding, his mind still hazy with the remnants of that dark, overwhelming rage. Just then, there was a rustling sound from behind, a disturbance in the dense undergrowth. Asuma finally broke through the trees, skidding to a halt as he entered the clearing. He stopped abruptly, his eyes widening as he took in the scene before him. The sight was almost surreal. What had been a serene, quiet stretch of forest was now a wasteland of destruction, like the aftermath of a violent storm. Asuma's breath caught in his throat as he scanned the area. The splintered trunks, the scorched earth, the eerie stillness. It was as if a battle had torn through the place, leaving nothing but ruin in its wake. And there, at the center of it all, stood Naruto. The boy was motionless, his head slightly bowed, hands still trembling, red chakra flickering faintly around him like dying embers. For a moment, Asuma just stared, trying to comprehend what he was seeing. Then, slowly, he took a step forward, his gaze locked on Naruto, a mix of concern and caution tightening his features. "Naruto," Asuma called out, his voice low, cutting through the thick, oppressive silence. "What happened here?" Naruto didn't respond. He couldn't. He just stood there, breathing heavily, as if still waiting for the last traces of that strange, wild chakra to disappear, for the storm within him to finally die down. Asuma approached cautiously, his own heart pounding. "Naruto," he said, his voice cutting through the thick, eerie silence that enveloped the clearing. "We need to talk." Naruto didn't respond immediately, but Asuma saw him stiffen slightly, his head tilting as he acknowledged Asuma's presence. He didn't turn around, though, just stood there, staring at the wreckage around him. There was no anger or malice in his posture now, just a strange, unsettling calm, like the quiet after a storm. They moved to a fallen log nearby, and Naruto sat down, still silent, his eyes vacant, staring off into the distance. Asuma took a seat beside him, giving him a moment to collect himself. For a long while, neither spoke, the only sound the rustling of leaves, the distant chirping of birds. Finally, Asuma broke the silence, his tone gentle but firm. I'm sure you felt it. The power inside you, Asuma began, carefully watching Naruto's reaction. That wasn't just your chakra, Naruto. It's something else. Something you've had within you since you were born. Naruto's gaze flickered, his eyes narrowing slightly, but he remained silent. Asuma took a deep breath, his voice softening. It's time you knew the truth. You have the nine tails sealed inside you. The demon fox that attacked Kenoha all those years ago. It was sealed within you when you were just a baby. That's where that power came from, the red chakra you felt. That was the nine tails chakra. Naruto's head snapped up slightly, his eyes widening with surprise, but he still didn't say anything. The words hung in the air, heavy and foreboding, as if each syllable carried a weight that was slowly sinking into his mind. He felt a strange numbness wash over him, a dull, cold sensation that made everything seem distant and surreal. Asuma continued, his voice gentle but insistent. I know this is a lot to take in, and it's not fair that you had to find out like this. The village, the Hokage, they kept it from you to protect you. They thought it was better if you didn't know, that it would make things easier for you. But you deserve to know the truth. The mention of the Hokage sent a sharp, unexpected pang through Naruto's chest. He thought back to the old man, always smiling, always kind, and a part of him had always trusted him, even relied on him. But now it felt like that trust had been shattered, like a fragile piece of glass that had suddenly cracked, leaving only jagged edges behind. Naruto's mind reeled, trying to piece everything together. The old man had lied to him. The village had lied. Everyone around him had known, and no one had said a word. He had always thought that, no matter how alone he felt, there was at least someone who understood him, someone who cared. But now, he wasn't so sure. The realization was like a knife twisting in his gut, a cold, painful reminder of just how isolated he truly was. Asuma watched Naruto carefully, seeing the turmoil play out on his face. I'm sorry, Naruto, he said quietly. You weren't supposed to find out this way, but I want you to understand. You're not just the Nine Tails. You're Naruto. You're more than what's inside you, more than what people might say or think. That power, it doesn't define you. Naruto's gaze dropped to the ground, his hands clenched tightly at his sides. He wanted to say something, to argue, to shout, but the words wouldn't come. All he could feel was a deep, aching hurt, a feeling that he couldn't quite put into words. He thought he had understood what it meant to be alone. But this was different. This was worse. It felt like he had been betrayed, like the one person he thought might be on his side had been lying to him all along. In that moment, he remembered the night he had spoken to the Hokage, the night he had wanted to ask so many questions but hadn't been able to. He had held back, trusting that the old man would be honest with him, that he would give him the answers he needed. But now he realized just how wrong he had been. The old man hadn't been honest. He had hidden the truth just like everyone else. Naruto's heart ached, the pain sharp and unrelenting, and he felt a strange, hollow emptiness settle in his chest. For the first time, he truly understood what it meant to be alone. It wasn't just about not having friends, not having people around him. It was about realizing that even the people he thought he could trust, the people he thought cared, had been keeping him in the dark. It was about knowing that, at the end of the day, he really was by himself. Asuma's words echoed in his ears, but Naruto barely heard them. He was lost in his own thoughts, trying to make sense of everything, but nothing seemed to fit. It was like trying to solve a puzzle with pieces that didn't belong, like trying to find meaning in a world that didn't care. He had always told himself that power was the answer, that if he could just get strong enough, he wouldn't need anyone else. But now he wasn't so sure. I don't care, he wanted to say. I don't need anyone. But the words felt hollow, empty, like a lie he was telling himself just to keep from breaking apart. Asuma sighed, sensing the conflict within Naruto. I know this is hard, he said gently, and I know it feels like you're alone right now, but you're not. You have your team, you have people who care about you, even if it doesn't always seem like it. You don't have to face this alone. Naruto's eyes flickered, but he didn't respond. He wanted to believe Asuma, he really did, but the hurt was still there, raw and painful, and he didn't know how to make it go away. The old man had lied. The village had lied. And now, no matter how much Asuma tried to reassure him, all he could feel was that cold, creeping sense of isolation, like a shadow that he couldn't escape. As he sat there, silent and still, he realized something that made his heart ache even more. For all his talk about power, for all his determination to be strong, he had always thought, deep down, that there was someone out there who would stand by him, someone who would understand. But now he knew the truth. He really was alone, and no amount of power could change that. The mission to take down Gato. The evening sun cast a warm, orange glow across Tezuna's small dining room, but the mood around the table was far from tranquil. Team 10 sat quietly, their minds preoccupied with the mission ahead, while Tezuna and Tsunami moved about, setting down dishes for dinner. The room was filled with a tense, uneasy silence, broken only by the clinking of plates and the occasional creak of wooden chairs. Suddenly, Inari, who had been sitting quietly in the corner, could no longer contain himself. He stood up, his small fists clenched, his face flushed with frustration. "How can all of you just sit here and talk like nothing's wrong?" he yelled, his voice cracking with the intensity of his emotions. "You're all going to die. Gato is going to kill you, and you're just sitting here." The outburst caught everyone's attention, and they all turned to look at him. The tension in the room thickened, the weight of Inari's words settling over them. For a moment, no one spoke, as if waiting for someone to break the silence. Finally, Shikamaru, who had been leaning back in his chair, arms crossed and eyes half closed, raised an eyebrow at the boy. "What makes you think we're going to die?" he asked, his tone calm, almost nonchalant, as if the thought hadn't even crossed his mind. "We're shinobi. This is what we do." Inari's eyes were wide, a mix of fear and desperation clouding his gaze. "Because you don't understand. Gato is too strong. He has too many men, too much power, and we're just normal people. How can you be so calm when you're all going to get yourselves killed?" His voice broke on the last word, his fear palpable, making the adults in the room exchange uneasy glances. Asuma, who had been quietly observing the scene, leaned forward, resting his elbows on the table. He regarded Inari with a steady, reassuring gaze, waiting until the boy's breathing began to slow. "Listen, Inari," he said, his voice gentle but firm. "You don't have to worry about Gato. We've handled situations like this before. And besides, both Zabuza and his accomplice are out of the picture." Inari frowned, confusion replacing some of the fear in his eyes. "But how do you know that?" he asked, his voice barely above a whisper. "How do you know they won't come back?" Shikamaru, who had been listening intently, turned his gaze to Asuma, his expression thoughtful. "Yeah, how do we know that Zabuza's accomplice is out of the picture?" he echoed, curiosity lacing his tone. "We only dealt with Zabuza himself." Asuma's eyes shifted to Naruto for a brief moment before returning to Shikamaru and the rest of the group. "Because Naruto defeated them yesterday," he said, his voice steady and matter-of-fact, as if he were simply stating the weather. For a moment, the room was utterly silent. Then, slowly, the others turned to look at Naruto, their faces a mix of shock and disbelief. Shikamaru's mouth fell open slightly, his usual lazy expression replaced by one of genuine surprise. Hinata's eyes widened, her gaze darting between Naruto and Asuma, trying to comprehend what she was hearing. "Wait. What?" Shikamaru finally said, his tone incredulous. "Naruto, you fought Zabuza's accomplice? How? When?" Hinata's voice was softer, almost hesitant. "Naruto-kun, is that true? What happened?" Naruto, who had been sitting quietly, staring at his hands, finally looked up. His expression was blank, his eyes cold and distant. "Yeah," he said simply, his tone flat, offering no explanation, no elaboration. "I fought them. It's done." The bluntness of his response left the room in another uneasy silence. Shikamaru's brow furrowed, his mind working to piece together the implications of Naruto's words. "But how did you?" Before Shikamaru could finish his question, Asuma cut him off. his tone calm but carrying a note of authority that silenced any further inquiries. "That's enough for now," he said, glancing around the table. "We've got more important things to focus on right now. Tomorrow, we're taking Gato down, and I need all of you to be prepared for what's coming." Inari's eyes were still wide, a flicker of hope mixing with his lingering fear. "But how are you going to do that? Gato has guards, and there are so many of them." Asuma's lips curved into a small, reassuring smile. "With Zabuza and his accomplice out of the picture, Gato doesn't have his main source of protection anymore," he explained. "That makes him vulnerable, and we're going to use that to our advantage. Tomorrow, we're launching an infiltration mission at Gato's secret hideout on the edge of the village. We'll strike fast, hit hard, and make sure he doesn't get the chance to regroup or escape." Hinata's gaze sharpened, a determined light in her eyes. "I'll do my best to help," she said quietly, her voice steady with resolve. "We can't let Gato hurt anyone else." Shikamaru, who had regained some of his composure, nodded thoughtfully. "All right," he said, his tone serious. "But what's the plan?" "We'll split into 2 groups," Asuma explained, leaning forward, his eyes scanning each of them as he spoke. "One group will handle the guards and create a distraction, while the other goes straight for Gato. Our objective is to capture him alive and turn him over to the local authorities. We need to be quick and efficient, no loose ends." Naruto, who had been silent throughout most of the conversation, finally spoke, his voice low and detached. "Fine," he said, his tone devoid of emotion. "Let's just get it over with." Shikamaru glanced at Naruto, noting the coldness in his voice, but chose not to press him further. Instead, he nodded, his mind already running through the possible scenarios they might face. "Got it. Just make sure none of the guards get a chance to raise an alarm." Asuma stood up, signaling the end of the discussion. "That's the plan. Get some rest tonight. We move out at dawn, and we're going to finish this once and for all." Inari looked around at the group, still unsure but seeing the determination in their eyes. He wanted to believe them, but a part of him was still afraid. You really think you can do it?" he asked, his voice barely more than a whisper. Asuma nodded, his expression confident. "We're shinobi. We've trained for this. You'll see, Inari. Gato won't be a problem for much longer." The team dispersed shortly after, each of them retreating to their own rooms, but the weight of the upcoming mission hung heavy in the air. Tomorrow, everything would come to a head, and they would either succeed or face the consequences of failure. But for now, all they could do was prepare themselves for what lay ahead. The night air was cool and still, the quiet hum of the village drowned out by the distant rush of the river and the faint creaking of the unfinished bridge. Gato's hideout loomed at the edge of the village, a squat, nondescript building that seemed to blend into the surrounding shadows. Inside, Gato sat behind his desk, a smug grin on his face as he sipped from a small, ornate cup. To him, everything was under control. The bridge project was still faltering, the villagers still feared him, and he had nothing to worry about. He had seen to it that Zabuza's failure wouldn't be repeated. Leaning back, he glanced at the 2 guards stationed by the door, their expressions dull and uninterested. They had been doing this for weeks now, watching over Gato as he conducted his shady deals, and nothing had ever happened to threaten his position. It was just another night like all the others, another night where they could sit back, relax, and get paid. One of the guards yawned, glancing out of the window at the empty street outside. "Another quiet night," he muttered, scratching his head. "Wonder why the boss is so worried all the time." The other guard shrugged, his gaze fixed on the corridor that led to Gato's office. "He's paranoid, that's why," he said, a bored look on his face. "Ever since those shinobi showed up, he's been jumpy. But we've got the place locked down. Nothing's getting in." But as the words left his mouth, something moved at the edge of the guard's vision, a flicker of shadow that made him pause. He blinked, squinting into the darkness, but there was nothing there, just the faint rustle of the wind outside, the whisper of leaves brushing against the walls. Gato, oblivious to the subtle tension growing around him, chuckled to himself, already thinking about how he would deal with the villagers once his hold was even tighter. He was about to pour himself another drink when, without warning, the glass slipped from his fingers, shattering against the floor. Before he could even register what had happened, a blur of movement filled the room, and the guards at the door were yanked back, silenced before they could draw their weapons. The first guard didn't even have time to gasp before a swift, silent blow to the back of his head sent him crumpling to the ground. The other turned, eyes wide with shock, his hand reaching for his sword, but a shadowy figure appeared beside him, and a glint of metal was the last thing he saw before darkness swallowed him whole. Gato's eyes widened as he took in the scene, his heart lurching in his chest. One moment he had been sipping his drink, enjoying the quiet, and the next, his guards were down, their bodies limp on the floor. Panic surged through him, and he scrambled to stand, his hands shaking as he reached for the drawer where he kept a concealed knife. But he never got the chance to grab it. A cold, firm hand clamped down on his shoulder, forcing him back into his chair. Gato's eyes darted up, and he found himself staring into the calm, steely gaze of Asuma, who had appeared behind him without a sound. Gato tried to speak, to shout, to call for help, but his voice caught in his throat, strangled by the sheer terror that gripped him. "You're not going anywhere, Gato," Asuma said, his tone as cool and controlled as his grip. "It's over." Gato's mind raced, frantically searching for a way out, but before he could even form a coherent thought, there was a flicker of movement from the shadows, and Shikamaru, Hinata, and Naruto stepped into the room, their expressions calm, focused. Each of them had their own task, and they executed it with the precision of seasoned shinobi. Hinata's Byakugan had already mapped out the building, pinpointing the guards' positions, while Shikamaru's shadow manipulation ensured that any resistance was swiftly and silently dealt with. Outside, a bandit who had been patrolling the perimeter suddenly felt something cold brush against his leg. He looked down, confused, and saw a dark shadow creeping toward him, slithering across the ground like a serpent. Before he could react, the shadow coiled around his ankles, yanking him off his feet and dragging him into the darkness. He tried to scream, but a hand clamped over his mouth, and the world went black. Inside the hideout, the remaining guards rushed to the corridor, alerted by the sudden noise. But they were met with the same swift, coordinated assault. Asuma and his team moved through the building like ghosts, slipping in and out of the shadows, incapacitating each guard before they even realized what was happening. There were no shouts, no cries, just the soft thud of bodies hitting the floor, one after another. Gato's hands shook as he realized the extent of his mistake. He had underestimated them, underestimated the shinobi who had slipped into his stronghold without so much as a whisper. And now they were here, surrounding him, closing in. Asuma released his grip on Gato's shoulder, stepping back to allow the others to form a perimeter around the room. Gato looked up, his face pale, sweat beading on his forehead. Wait, we can talk about this," he stammered, his voice high and panicked. I can pay you. Whatever you want, I'll double it, triple it." Naruto's eyes narrowed slightly, but he remained silent, his expression unreadable. Beside him, Shikamaru let out a sigh, his tone flat. "You really don't get it, do you? There's no deal you can make. It's over." Gato's desperation grew, his eyes darting around the room, searching for an escape, but there was none. His empire, his power, it was all crumbling before his eyes, and he was powerless to stop it. "You can't do this," he shouted, his voice breaking.
I'm Gato.
"I control everything here. You have no idea who you're dealing with." Asuma's eyes hardened, and he stepped forward, closing the distance between himself and Gato. "You're right," he said, his voice low. "We don't know everything about you, but we do know this, you're done." Before Gato could utter another word, Asuma's fist lashed out, striking him squarely in the temple. The blow was swift, precise, and it sent Gato sprawling, unconscious, onto the floor. The room fell silent, the tension dissipating in an instant, replaced by a calm, resolute stillness. The mission was over. Outside the hideout, the last of Gato's bandits were quickly subdued, their attempts to flee thwarted by the shinobi, who moved through the darkness like shadows. By the time the sun began to peek over the horizon, the area was secure, and the once mighty Gato had been reduced to a prisoner, bound and helpless, surrounded by the very people he had sought to control. As the team regrouped, Asuma glanced at each of them, a small, satisfied smile tugging at the corner of his lips. "Good work," he said, his tone warm with approval. "We did what we came to do. Now let's get him out of here and back to the authorities." They moved efficiently, securing Gato and leading him out of the hideout, the first light of dawn casting long shadows across the village. As the sun began to rise over the village, casting a warm, golden light over the landscape, Inari stood near the outskirts, watching the group of shinobi emerge from the shadows of Gato's hideout. His heart pounded in his chest, his eyes wide with a mix of awe and disbelief. He had seen them move through the darkness, swift and silent, dismantling Gato's operation with an efficiency that left him breathless. It was like watching a storm sweep across the land, unstoppable, powerful, and precise. For so long, Inari had believed that there was no hope, that Gato was too strong, that nothing could change the way things were. But now, as he saw the shinobi leading Gato out, bound and unconscious, he felt something stir inside him, a spark of hope that he hadn't felt in years. He took a few hesitant steps forward, his small hands clenched into fists at his sides. The fear that had always been there, the fear that had kept him from believing, was still present, but now it was mixed with something else, something stronger. Inari's eyes followed Asuma, who was walking at the head of the group, his expression calm and composed, as if this victory was nothing more than another day's work. Then his gaze shifted to Shikamaru, Hinata, and Naruto, and he felt a lump form in his throat. These were the same people he had seen laughing and chatting around the table the night before, and now they had done something incredible, something he never thought possible. As the group approached, Inari's voice found him before his courage did. "Wait!" he called out, his voice trembling slightly, but loud enough to be heard. I need to say something." Asuma stopped, turning to face Inari with a gentle, questioning look. "What is it, kid?" Inari took a deep breath, his heart hammering in his chest. I thought you guys couldn't do it. I thought there was no way anyone could beat Gato," he said, his words rushing out, stumbling over themselves. "But you did it. You really did it. And I'm sorry. I'm sorry I said those things last night. I was scared, and I didn't believe in you, but you showed me I was wrong." He lowered his head, his cheeks burning with a mix of shame and admiration. I just wanted to say thank you for not giving up, even when it seemed like you didn't have a reason to fight for us." Asuma's gaze softened, and he crouched down to meet Inari's eye level. "Hey, there's no need to apologize," he said, his tone kind. "Being scared doesn't make you weak. It makes you human. What matters is what you do after that fear. And you found the courage to speak your mind. That's not easy." Inari's eyes glistened as he looked up, surprised by Asuma's words. "But I didn't do anything," he said, his voice small. "You're the ones who saved the village." Asuma's smile was gentle, his gaze unwavering. "Sometimes, finding hope is the hardest part, and you've already done that. The rest will come with time." Shikamaru, who had been watching the exchange quietly, chimed in, his tone unusually light. "Yeah, don't beat yourself up, kid. It's not like we came here expecting a warm welcome. We just did what needed to be done." Hinata stepped forward, offering Inari a shy, encouraging smile. "I'm glad that we could help," she said softly. "You were very brave to speak up, Inari." Inari's heart swelled at their words, and he found himself smiling despite the tears threatening to spill over. "Thank you," he whispered, his voice barely audible. "Thank you so much." Naruto, who had been standing silently at the back of the group, finally spoke, his tone quiet and steady. "Just keep moving forward," he said, his eyes meeting Inari's. "Don't let fear decide what you can and can't do." It was a simple statement, but there was a weight to it, a depth that made Inari's heart clench. He didn't fully understand the meaning behind Naruto's words, but he could sense the sincerity, the quiet strength that lay beneath them. And for the first time he felt a flicker of hope, a belief that maybe, just maybe, things could change. The team gave Inari one last nod before turning to head back to Tezuna's home, their mission complete. But as they walked, the mood was different, lighter. The shadows that had loomed over the village for so long seemed to lift, replaced by the first hints of dawn. The path back to Kenoha was long, but the air was filled with a sense of relief and accomplishment. The team had completed their first mission outside the village, and though it hadn't gone as planned, they had managed to turn things around. Still, as they made their way home, each member was lost in their own thoughts, processing everything that had happened. Asuma walked at the front, his eyes scanning the horizon but his mind elsewhere. The mission was over, but he knew that his responsibilities were far from complete. The incident with Naruto, the strange, red chakra that had surged from him during the fight with Haku. These were things he couldn't ignore. He knew that it was the Nine-Tails chakra, sealed within Naruto, but what worried him was how little control Naruto seemed to have over it, and how the boy was handling the revelation that such a force was even inside him. Asuma's thoughts darkened as he considered the potential consequences. He's got power, but without control, and now he knows what that power is. Asuma thought, a sense of unease creeping into his chest. I need to talk to my father about this. Naruto's going through more than he's letting on, and this isn't something he should handle alone. Shikamaru, walking a few steps behind Asuma, let out a quiet sigh, his hands tucked into his pockets. Well, that was a mess, he thought, his usual laziness replaced by a rare seriousness. He was glad it was over, glad they had managed to pull it off, but there was something that kept nagging at him. The way Asuma had talked about Naruto's fight, the way he had avoided certain details. It was like there was something he didn't want them to know. Shikamaru's eyes flicked to Naruto, who was walking at the back of the group, his expression unreadable. What happened out there? He wondered, his mind already trying to piece together the puzzle. And why isn't Asuma telling us everything? Hinata, meanwhile, walked with a slight spring in her step, her heart light with a sense of accomplishment. She had always been unsure of herself, always doubting her abilities. But today she had proven to herself that she could be strong, that she could make a difference. The village had been saved, and she had played a part in that. We did it, she thought, a soft smile tugging at her lips. We really did it. But as she glanced at Naruto, her smile faltered slightly. She could see the tension in his posture, the way his eyes were fixed ahead, distant and unfocused.
Naruto-kun.
She thought, concern flickering in her gaze. I wish I could understand what you're feeling. Naruto trailed behind the others, his gaze fixed on the road ahead but his mind far from the path they were walking. He had accomplished what he set out to do. The mission was over and they had won. But instead of feeling victorious, all he could feel was a strange, hollow ache. The events of the past few days had left him more confused than ever, and the revelation about the Nine-Tails had only added to the turmoil swirling in his mind. What am I supposed to do now? He thought, the question echoing in his head over and over. He had always thought that strength was the answer, that if he could just be strong enough, everything would make sense. But now, as he grappled with the knowledge of what lay inside him, the lies he had been told, and the confusion of his own feelings, he felt more lost than ever. The Hokage's lie, Asuma's revelations, the power he had felt surging through him, none of it made sense. And yet, there was one thing that lingered, a feeling he couldn't shake. During the fight, when that power had taken over, he had felt something strange, something dark and intoxicating. It was as if, for a moment, he had been invincible, unbound by fear or doubt. And now, even though the power had faded, he could still feel it, lurking beneath the surface, waiting. Is this what it means to be strong? He wondered, a chill running down his spine. Or is it something else? The team continued their walk, the evening sun casting long shadows across the path. Despite the quiet, there was a sense of resolution among them, a feeling that they had grown stronger together, even if not all of them realized it yet. The land of waves was behind them, but the journey, both physical and personal, was far from over. The members of Team 10 stood before the third Hokage in respectful silence, each bearing traces of the mission's toll. The dim light in the Hokage's office cast long shadows, amplifying the quiet intensity of the moment as Hiruzen regarded each of them in turn. His gaze, sharp and discerning, lingered momentarily on Naruto before shifting to Asuma. Clearing his throat, Asuma stepped forward, his voice steady. Hokage-sama, the mission in the Land of Waves was completed successfully. We apprehended Gato, secured the safety of the villagers, and ensured their bridge project can proceed without further interference. Hiruzen nodded, his expression unreadable but attentive. And Zabuza? He asked, his voice carrying a note of concern. Asuma's face tightened. We encountered him, he replied. He attempted to ambush us, but we managed to fend him off. Both he and his accomplice are no longer threats. Hiruzen's eyes settled on Naruto, an unspoken question in his gaze. No longer threats? He repeated thoughtfully, his voice mild, though something knowing lay behind it. How was that accomplished? Asuma hesitated briefly, his gaze flickering toward Naruto. Naruto acted on instinct. His intervention neutralized the accomplice and ultimately shifted the course of the fight. For a moment, Hiruzen simply observed Naruto, his expression calm and thoughtful. He noted the subtle tension in Naruto's posture, the way his fists were clenched at his sides, as if bracing himself. Hiruzen's voice, soft but penetrating, finally broke the silence. Naruto, it seems you played a pivotal role. Naruto held Hiruzen's gaze, his chin lifting slightly. I just did what I had to do, he replied, his voice steady but carrying an undertone of restraint. A hint of warmth softened the Hokage's expression. And you did it well, he said gently. Remember, you have allies. Strength is valuable, but so too is the trust you place in those around you. Naruto nodded briefly, his expression shifting just slightly in acknowledgement, though he remained largely silent. Beneath his calm facade, he could feel frustration simmering, the weight of unspoken questions pressing on him. Hiruzen turned his attention to Shikamaru and Hinata, his gaze softening. You both displayed courage and determination. The Land of Waves is not an easy mission, especially for Genin. You should be proud of what you've accomplished. Shikamaru gave a lazy shrug, though a glint of respect shone in his usually indifferent eyes. It was troublesome, but yeah, I learned a few things, he replied. Hinata bowed slightly, her voice barely above a whisper. Thank you, Hokage-sama. I'm glad I could help. Her gaze flickered briefly to Naruto, a small smile of encouragement on her face. The Hokage nodded approvingly. It seems all of you have grown through this experience. Take the time to reflect on it. It will serve you well for the challenges ahead. He paused, letting the significance of his words sink in before addressing the three genin once more. Naruto, Shikamaru, Hinata, your mission was no small feat. Take the day to rest and recover. Soon, you will need your strength, for the path ahead will demand much of you. The three of them shared a quiet look, understanding the weight behind the Hokage's words. Shikamaru and Hinata turned to leave, but as they reached the door, Hiruzen's voice sounded again, stopping Naruto in his tracks. Naruto, if you could remain a moment longer, Hiruzen said, his voice gentle yet firm. Shikamaru cast a quick, curious glance at Naruto before exchanging a look with Hinata. They exited the office, leaving Naruto, Asuma, and the Hokage alone in the quiet room. As the door closed behind Shikamaru and Hinata, Hiruzen's gaze remained fixed on Naruto, his expression softening slightly as he considered the boy before him. He could sense a change in Naruto, a distance that hadn't been there before. It was subtle, almost imperceptible, but it lingered in the guarded look Naruto gave him, the slight set of his jaw, the tension held in his shoulders. Hiruzen took a steady breath. Naruto, he began gently, his voice carrying a quiet weight. I wanted to speak to you alone because I feel there is something you may have come to understand during this mission. Something that perhaps I should have told you sooner. Naruto's expression hardened slightly, and his eyes grew colder, his gaze unwavering but distant, as if silently waiting for Hiruzen to say what he already suspected. The Hokage continued, his voice tinged with regret. When you were very young, a powerful chakra was sealed within you, a power that was too dangerous to leave uncontained. He paused, watching Naruto's face carefully for a reaction. I imagine you already know what I'm referring to. Naruto's expression didn't change, but there was a shadow in his eyes, something that was both acceptance and bitterness. You mean the Nine Tails, he said quietly, his tone flat. I felt it during the fight, and I think I've known, somehow, for a while now. Hiruzen nodded slowly, feeling the weight of his decision to keep this truth from Naruto. Yes, the Nine Tails, he confirmed, his voice soft. I realize that not telling you sooner may feel like a betrayal. And for that, Naruto, I apologize. I thought it best to wait until you were ready, but I see now that may have been a mistake. Naruto's jaw tightened, and he looked away for a moment, his eyes flickering with a mix of anger, hurt, and a sadness that he tried to hide. So, you knew this whole time, and you just kept it from me? Hiruzen's gaze was steady, filled with understanding. Yes, and I'm sorry, Naruto. I did what I thought was right, but I understand if you feel that trust has been damaged. My intention was never to mislead you, it was to protect you, to give you a chance to grow up without that weight, for as long as possible. Naruto's hands clenched at his sides, his face expressionless but his eyes betraying the conflicted emotions swirling inside him. He felt like a stranger in his own skin, knowing what lay within him, knowing it had been hidden from him for so long. Part of him wanted to lash out, to question why Hiruzen hadn't trusted him with the truth sooner. And yet, the other part, the part that had always sought recognition and validation, felt an almost weary acceptance. You know, he said, his voice low and edged with a bitterness he couldn't fully conceal. It would have been nice to know, to hear it from you instead of figuring it out on my own. The Hokage nodded slowly, taking in Naruto's reaction with the gravity it deserved. You're right, he said quietly, and I know this isn't an easy truth to accept, especially when it was hidden from you. But now that you know, there is another choice I must make, and this time you will be a part of it. Naruto's gaze flickered back to Hiruzen, guarded but curious. It is essential that you begin training to control this power, Hiruzen continued. With that control, you will be able to wield it responsibly and safely. I believe this training is a path forward, not only to control but to understanding. The Hokage turned slightly to Asuma, who had remained quiet, observing Naruto with an intensity that held both pride and determination. Asuma, Hiruzen said, a solemnity in his tone. Naruto will need guidance, a teacher who understands what this responsibility entails. Asuma nodded, his gaze shifting to Naruto, his voice calm but resolute. Naruto, you've got a powerful force inside you, one that could easily go out of control without proper training. But you don't have to face that alone, he said, offering Naruto a steady look. I'll be here to help you learn to control it, whatever it takes. We'll tackle this together. Naruto looked between Asuma and the Hokage, his emotions still tangled and raw. The familiar resentment toward the villagers who avoided him now seemed to extend, even if just a little, to the man he'd once trusted unconditionally as his leader. But seeing Asuma's earnest expression and hearing the Hokage's apology, Naruto felt something within him soften, if only a bit, a tentative step toward something like trust. Fine, he replied, his tone cautious but resigned. I'll train, but I need to know you're not going to keep anything else from me. His gaze turned to Hiruzen, a slight edge in his voice. No more secrets. Hiruzen inclined his head, his gaze filled with both respect and humility. You have my word, Naruto. From here on, no more secrets. Naruto's expression remained neutral, but there was a glint in his eye, a quiet strength that hadn't been there before. He might not fully trust the Hokage anymore, but he would face the challenges ahead, determined to understand the power within him, and, this time, with allies by his side. The morning sunlight cast a warm glow over Training Ground 10, illuminating Naruto, Shikamaru, and Hinata as they waited for Asuma. There was an air of quiet anticipation among them, each wondering what lay ahead after the intensity of their recent mission. When Asuma arrived, his usual relaxed demeanor had given way to a focused, purposeful energy. He studied each of his students for a moment before speaking. All right, Team 10, he began, his voice steady. I have big news for you. You've been chosen to represent Kenoha in the upcoming Chunin exams. Naruto's eyes narrowed, a flicker of intensity passing across his face as he absorbed the announcement. Shikamaru raised an eyebrow, letting out a quiet sigh. More work, huh? He muttered, though a hint of interest glinted in his eyes. Hinata stood a little straighter, her hands clasping in front of her as her gaze turned resolute. Asuma continued, looking at each of them. This isn't just any exam. The Chunin exams go back generations and have a deep history, born from a time of conflict between the villages. After the Great Shinobi Wars, the leaders of the 5 major hidden villages agreed to a peace pact. But there was still tension. No village wanted to appear weaker than the others. He paused, letting his words sink in. To prevent the need for full-scale battles, the villages established the Chunin exams. It was a way to resolve disputes, showcase young talent, and maintain a balance of power. Over time, these exams have become a tradition, an opportunity for each village to send its best genin to prove themselves. The exams keep the peace in a sense, but they're also a substitute for war, a competition where young shinobi prove their abilities under real, high-stakes conditions. Naruto's gaze sharpened, a quiet determination in his eyes. He understood now that this wasn't just about rank, it was about Kenoha's strength. He remained silent, absorbing every word. As participants, Asuma continued, you're not just going in for yourselves. You're representing Kenoha. The strength and skill you show in these exams reflect on our village. You're being given a chance to prove yourselves and earn respect, both from your allies and from rival villages. Shikamaru's expression grew more serious. So, they'll be watching us, judging us, right? He asked, a hint of realization in his voice. Exactly, Asuma replied. Leaders from each village will be there, watching and assessing every move. The exams won't just test your abilities. They'll push you to the limits and beyond, and each stage is designed to test different aspects of what makes a Chunin. Hinata nodded, her expression resolute as she absorbed the significance of representing her village. We'll do our best, Asuma-sensei. Asuma nodded approvingly. Good. Now let's talk about your training. Each of you has strengths we're going to build on and areas to refine. The exams demand more than raw power. They require control, strategy, and the ability to work together. He turned to Shikamaru first. Shikamaru, you're the strategist, but in these exams, you'll need to react faster. We'll work on sharpening your decision-making under pressure. You're quick with plans, but sometimes the situation changes faster than expected, and you need to be ready to adapt. Shikamaru sighed but nodded. All right, sensei, I get it. More work, but I see why. Asuma turned to Hinata next. Hinata, you have excellent perception with your Byakugan, but the exams are designed to bring out and exploit any hesitation. You'll need confidence, especially under high-stress conditions, so we'll focus on building that. The more you trust your instincts, the better you'll use your Byakugan. Hinata took a breath, a spark of determination in her gaze. Understood, sensei. I'll do everything I can to be ready. Finally, Asuma turned to Naruto, his expression shifting to one of careful seriousness. Naruto, you've got raw power, but in the exams, power alone won't get you through. You'll need precision, control, and discipline. If you go all out, you'll risk revealing too much. We'll be working on controlling that strength, using just what you need at the right time. Naruto met Asuma's gaze, his own expression impassive but intense. Fine, I'll learn to control it. Asuma nodded, seeing the fire in Naruto's eyes. Good. Over the next few weeks, we're going to train harder than you ever have. We'll tackle everything you need to be ready for the exams. Your individual skills, your teamwork, and your endurance. This isn't just about passing. It's about proving yourselves and making Kenoha proud. Naruto, Shikamaru, and Hinata exchanged looks, each feeling the weight of what lay ahead. They were ready to take on the challenge. Not just for themselves, but for their village. In the quiet of the Nara forest, Shikamaru stood opposite his father, Shikaku, who looked at him with a rare expression of serious focus. All right, Shikamaru, Shikaku began. You're quick to make plans, but when you're in the field, you won't always have time to think things through. We need to sharpen your instincts so that you can react as fast as you can think. Shikamaru sighed, already dreading the work. Yeah, but how are we supposed to do that? Shikaku raised an eyebrow, his hand forming a half-ram seal. Simple. We're going to train using shadow possession in a way that forces you to think on your feet. This is a different kind of exercise. With that, Shikaku's shadow darted forward, catching Shikamaru's own shadow, effectively locking him in place. Now break free. Shikamaru furrowed his brow, feeling the familiar pull of his father's technique, and started to channel his chakra, trying to force his shadow free. But each time he thought he'd found a weak point in the technique, Shikaku's shadow adjusted, adapting to his attempts. Come on, Shikamaru, Shikaku pressed, tightening his hold. Feel the gaps, don't just guess where they are. Track my movements and predict them. Shikamaru gritted his teeth, his mind racing. He focused more intently, tuning in to the slight shifts in his father's stance and shadows. Gradually, he felt himself aligning with his father's rhythm, spotting the moments when the technique was at its weakest. Almost there, Shikaku encouraged, a rare glint of approval in his eyes as Shikamaru managed to push against the shadow binding, breaking free for just a moment before it locked back into place. With each attempt, Shikamaru's reactions grew sharper, his movements more precise. After hours of practice, he finally managed to break free entirely, stepping out of his father's shadow with a triumphant look. Shikaku gave him a nod. Good. We'll repeat this until you can break free without hesitation. At the Hyuga compound, Hinata faced her father, Hayashi, in the traditional training hall. Hayashi regarded her with a stern expression, but his eyes held a note of encouragement. Hinata, he said firmly, the Chunin exams will demand more than technical skill. You must trust in yourself. Hesitation will be your downfall. Today we'll train your reaction time and instinct. Activate your Byakugan. Hinata nodded, taking a deep breath as she activated her Byakugan, the veins around her eyes bulging slightly. Her vision expanded, allowing her to see Hayashi's chakra network and every subtle movement he made. Hayashi wasted no time, launching into a series of swift, precise attacks using the gentle fist. Hinata reacted instinctively, moving to block his strikes. The first few attempts left her struggling. Her reactions were a beat too slow, and she absorbed several impacts. Focus, Hinata, Hayashi urged, his tone commanding. Don't hesitate. Each movement must be a decision. Taking his advice to heart, Hinata steadied herself and focused fully on his movements. She began to notice the subtle cues, a shift in his stance, a twitch of his wrist, indicating where his next strike would come. Her movements grew sharper, her blocks more fluid, until she was matching his rhythm. Good, Hayashi said, increasing his speed and changing his attack pattern. Adapt and anticipate. Hinata's Byakugan tracked every change, her confidence growing with each successful block. After an hour of intense practice, she could block most of his strikes without flinching, her movements smooth and instinctive. For the first time, she felt a surge of confidence. She could hold her own against her father. Hayashi stepped back, his expression unreadable. Continue practicing until you no longer need to think. You're improving, Hinata. Let that be your strength. In a secluded part of the forest, Naruto waited alone, his expression cool and expectant as he recalled Asuma's instructions about this special training. His thoughts were interrupted by a masked ANBU agent emerging from the shadows. Naruto's eyes narrowed slightly, but he held his silence. The ANBU agent removed his mask, revealing a calm face with brown hair and a gentle, serious expression. I'm Yamato, he introduced himself. Asuma-sensei arranged for me to help you with chakra control, specifically with controlling the chakra inside you. Naruto's expression hardened, but he nodded, staying silent as he sized Yamato up. Yamato formed a series of seals, and suddenly wooden pillars shot up from the ground, creating a framework around them. Naruto's eyes widened in surprise, would release. But despite his curiosity, he didn't ask, keeping his attention on Yamato's instructions. I'll use my would release to create a safe zone for the chakra overflow, Yamato explained. Let's start small. Try to draw out a bit of the Nine-Tails chakra. Focus on controlling it as you bring it to the surface. Naruto clenched his fists, nodding slightly. Closing his eyes, he concentrated on his chakra, reaching deeper within himself, where he felt the fierce, wild energy of the Nine-Tails. Slowly, he tried to pull out a small amount, focusing on keeping it contained. At first, it was manageable, but as he drew more out, the chakra flared, spiking unpredictably. Naruto gritted his teeth, fighting to contain it, but it surged beyond his control. The red, burning chakra began to leak out erratically, cracking the wooden pillars around him. "Focus, Naruto." Yamato's voice was calm but firm. He reinforced the wooden structures, forming a barrier that absorbed some of the excess chakra. "Don't fight it, guide it." Naruto growled, frustrated but determined. He took a deep breath, easing back on his grip and shifting his approach. He visualized the chakra as a river, letting it flow more naturally rather than trying to force it. Gradually, the energy calmed, becoming more manageable, though Naruto was still visibly straining to control it. After several more attempts, he finally managed to pull a small amount of chakra out without it spiraling out of control. Yamato nodded approvingly, though Naruto's brow was damp with sweat from the effort. "Good," Yamato said. "This is only the beginning. Over time, we'll increase the intensity and teach you to control it without the pillars. But for now, this is a strong start." Naruto nodded, his expression stoic but his eyes alight with determination. He hadn't fully mastered the power yet, but he was closer than he had been before. He was ready to put in the work, no matter how difficult it was. Naruto walked through the late afternoon streets of Kenoha, the weight of his recent training session with Yamato still fresh in his mind. The village was winding down, villagers finishing up their day's work, and Naruto found himself enjoying the quiet, letting his thoughts settle after hours of intense focus. But as he neared a narrow side street, the faint sound of a struggle reached his ears, small grunts, muffled protests, and the scuff of shoes against stone. Naruto's instincts sharpened instantly, and he turned down the alley, his eyes scanning the scene ahead. Just a few yards away, he saw Kenoha suspended off the ground, his scarf twisted in the grip of an unfamiliar shinobi. The boy's feet dangled, kicking uselessly as he struggled to free himself from the tall, painted stranger, who had a large, ominous-looking puppet strapped to his back. The shinobi smirked down at Kenoha, clearly enjoying his control over the frightened boy. Naruto's gaze hardened, his eyes narrowing as he took in the sight. The tension in his posture grew, a quiet intensity settling over him as he watched Kenoha distress. Without a word, Naruto took a step forward, his expression calm but edged with a cold determination. He moved closer, his silent approach unnoticed by the stranger, but his presence unmistakable as he readied himself to intervene.